dignitaries are in motion. All right, good morning. Once again, I think I've greeted now, this might be the fifth time that I am saying good morning. Can we settle down, please? I am going to ask for you to cooperate with me by rising when I ask you to rise, when the Honorable Premier and all the dignitaries make it into the hall. Just a small contribution towards investment in Limpopo. You'd be surprised at how far that will go. By you just rising, how many billions will come into the province. So, you know, it's an investor conference. No action here is in vain. If you have a device that has the capability or even potential to make a sound, I encourage you to please make sure that you disable that sound. we are recording this particular event and we want it to be immortalized so that for years to come, people can look and go and refer to this particular event. So please, we would want it to be as orderly as possible. We encourage you to limit your movement. At some point, we may lock the doors. And if you are out, it might be impossible for you to come back in. The ladies and gents are at the back. We will not prevent you from utilizing those facilities. Please feel free to utilize them, but minimize movement in and out of the hall. Okay, it does sound as if we've got a very good audience here. I love the silence. I hope there is no device that's going to ring. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as we welcome the Honorable Premier and our dignitaries to this, the 5th investment conference of the beautiful province of Limpopo. Please remember, I said we are doing this for investment. Can you please give an applause that encourages people? If there are those who wanted to invest somewhere else, your applause should make them want to invest in Limpopo. Thank you very much for your applause and for the wonderful manner in which you responded to only my first call. At this moment, I would want us to please remain standing and start our gathering by singing the national anthem of the Republic of South Africa. Whilst everyone is encouraged to sing as loud as possible, I would also want to very kindly and generously remind you to please keep a very safe distance between the volume of your voice and the extent to which God had blessed you with a good voice. We would want to have a very good rendition of the national anthem. Let's all sing as loud as possible, but if somebody next to you is not very loud, he's probably respecting the request that I just submitted. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of the Republic of South Africa.
Kusisikeleni Afrika, naluphakanyisa ukondolwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu. Nkosi, sikelela thina, lusapho lwayo, lulela uluka sitshaba sayesu. Usibuluke, sitshaba sa Yesu, sitshaba sa South Africa, South Africa. Sounds the call to come together.
you so much. You may be seated. Our Honorable Premier, the MEC responsible for economic development, MEC Matibe, the acting executive mayor. I think, fortunately, I have a bit of privileged information because I was expecting the executive mayor, but fortunately, I know who you are, sir. The acting executive mayor, Mr. Yusuf Pema, MECs, HODs, CEOs of government entities, chairman, the Honorable Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Josienso Ramogopa. I think I did acknowledge the chairman. I'd like to acknowledge members of the provincial legislature, our traditional leaders, captains of industry or business as they call them. From a protocol point of view, today is going to be an impossible task to do justice to all the distinguished members who are forming part of this gathering here today. And as you can see, I have been given the impossible task of directing a very congested program in time that is already limited. So I've already lost about 50 odd minutes, and yet I am going to be measured. They've made me sign an agreement which stipulates that I will see to it that tea break is at the time that the tea break is supposed to be, that lunch is at the time that lunch is supposed to be, and the only way I can get there is I have to develop a sense of dictatorship tendencies. So you will pardon me, all the speakers, of course with the exception of our Honorable Premier. I know where my powers begin and I know where my powers end. I am not going to try and do anything foolish. But everyone else, the time indicated on the program is a mere suggestion of how much time you have. The actual time that you have shall be announced by the program director when I invite you to come to the front. I trust that we will all work together and cooperate and collaborate so that this event, which has been called by our Premier and the executive of Limpopo to really try and work towards the beautiful province of Limpopo rising again and being that frontier for investment, that it can achieve its intended objectives. We are going to ensure that some who have less time, where there might be important matters that we need to get out of them, we are going to give them that extra time. We have 520 delegates that we are expecting here. We know there's a bit of a backlog at the registration. And as I asked you earlier on, we're going to ask all of you to please minimize your movement, especially when there's a speaker on the podium. Please minimize your movements. We have, at the last count last night, we had 1,300 delegates who have confirmed to join us virtually, and I would like to believe that they are online, and it is primarily in their interest that we would want to try and keep as tightly as possible to the program so that wherever they are in the world, they can benefit from the engagements, but importantly, the opportunities that lie here in the province of Limpopo. I had planned to greet you in all the languages of the province, but I think I must lead by example in terms of applying austerity measures. I think that is the one word that is very well understood in government circles. Austerity measures in terms of time. So I am not going to do that. I'd like to, at this moment, acknowledge that the gathering that we are all attending today is convened by the Limpopo provincial government as the host. The Limpopo Economic Development Agency, commonly known as LEADER, are the coordinators and the funders of the event. We have Limpopo Tourism Agency as the main partner. We have CGN Africa Energy as a platinum sponsor. We have Fosco as a platinum sponsor. We have Standard Bank as a platinum sponsor. We have Absa Bank as a gold sponsor. Premier, I saw the leadership of Absa with a very interesting looking black envelope, brown envelope outside. And I obviously got tempted, and because I know them, I went to check and I only found a host of name tags in there, and I warned them that, look, you can invite unnecessary trouble by walking around with such nice looking brown envelopes. I just wanted to make sure that the playing field is level and there's no foul play. I can assure you there was no foul play there. We have the One-Stop Shop Limpopo as a gold sponsor. We have the CSIR as a silver sponsor, Exaro as a silver sponsor, the Musina Mercado SEZ as a silver partner. We have Risima Housing as a silver partner, the Fita Homu towards the SEZ as a bronze sponsor, and then there's a media partner called Global Africa Networks. Can we please give them a good round of applause? Because they have responded to the Premier's request to lend a hand and make this event possible. So thank you so much to all those sponsors. I am now going to invite the acting executive mayor of the city of Stars, the city of Polokwane, to come and welcome us. And like I said, the program may have allocated him some time. With the powers vested in me, as amended, I am affording the honorable leader no more than 8 minutes. He's my brother, he's not gonna fight with me. I will allow him to speak for 8 minutes and then I will rise. When you see me rise here, immediately conclude. And by the way, when I say immediate, I'm not talking of this new modified version of immediate. I mean immediately. When you see me rise, just conclude and move away so that we avoid all kinds of trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Councillor Yusuf Pema, the acting executive mayor.
Thank you, Program Director. Mr. Freddie Griever, also former Executive Mayor of the City of Stars, the City of Polokwane. Honorable Minister of Energy, Dr. David Ramhupa. Honorable Premier of our beautiful province, Dr. Poppy Ramathuba. MEC of Limpopo Economic Development, Environment and Tourism, Tsitereke Matibe. Members of the Executive Council present here, leaders from business, academia, and government, esteemed investors, members of the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is an honor and a privilege to welcome you here to Polokwane, the beating heart of Limpopo, on behalf of the Executive Mayor, Councillor John Mpe, who could not be with us due to other pressing matters. A city that is truly on the rise, a city that is developing with its people, for its people. When we speak of Limpopo rising, we speak of Polokwane as a launching pad for that rise. A city that is positioning itself as an economic, logistical, cultural hub for the northern corridor of our nation. A city that believes progress is not measured by the buildings alone, but by the opportunities we create and the dignity we restore to our people. Else Nelson Mandela once said, "Action without vision is passing time. Vision without action is merely daydreaming, but vision with action can change the world." I close quote. In Polokwane, we have chosen vision with action, a vision rooted in sustainable development and driven by our collective determination to transform lives. We are not waiting for the future to arrive. We are building it with our hands, hearts, and our land. As a municipality, we have embraced an inclusive development agenda, ensuring that the land we hold in trust for our people becomes a foundation for growth and not a barrier to it. We have already made land available for catalytic projects that are transforming our city's landscape. To name but a few, the Limpopo Central Hospital, the largest health investment in our province's history, the Provincial Arts Theatre, a future cultural landmark that will inspire creativity and creativeness of our heritage, the Greenery Shopping Centre, a modern-day commercial hub driving local enterprise and job creation. The new psychiatric hospital, expanding access to quality healthcare and restoring dignity. Just this week, our council approved a land donation to the University of Limpopo in the EduPark precinct, unlocking a new phase of academic research expansion. We have also made land available for Tshwane University of Technology to build a larger world-class campus in Polokwane, ensuring our city remains the knowledge capital of the North. Construction is already underway of a Hilton International Hotel on the land made available by the municipality, marking a new era of hospitality and global investment in our city. Within the Green Art Precinct, adjacent to the greenery, this development will also host the regional offices of major banks, strengthening Polokwane's position as a financial and investment hub. We have also made land available where BMW South Africa now operates from the Thornhill area, solid proof that global players trust Polokwane's strategic potential. But Program Director, development is not only about infrastructure, it is about the essence of life. We have significantly improved water provision across the municipality, ensuring that every tap brings dignity and reliability. We have constructed a state-of-the-art Shishiro water treatment works. We are constructing the Sand River water treatment plant, which is nearing completion. In addition, we are augmenting supply through boreholes, drilled and equipped across the municipality, ensuring that water security for our people, business and future investment. These are not isolated achievements. These are part of a deliberate effort to prepare Polokwane for the next phase of growth. It is therefore not a surprise that the Limpopo Investment Conference is held here, right here in the heart of Polokwane, the city that holds the hopes, ambitions of our people in Limpopo. We are proud to say that Polokwane has been officially graded as a grade 6 municipality, the level of South Africa's metropolitan cities. We are the sports capital of Limpopo, hosting over 30 Premier Soccer League matches every season. We have proudly hosted FIFA and SAFA international games, welcoming Bafana Bafana, Lesotho, Zimbabwe, Namibia, Kenya, and Nigeria to our world-class facility, the new Peter Mokaba Stadium, which is maintained by our internal human resource. As former President Thabo Mbeki once reminded us, we must never be afraid to dream, but we must also never be found sleeping while others build. In Polokwane, we are wide awake and we are holding with purpose and passion. To our investors and partners, I echo the wisdom of Professor Wangari Maathai, who said, the generation that destroys its environment is not the generation that pays the price for the problem. That is why our development is green, inclusive, and sustainable, blending industrial growth with environmental responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, Polokwane is growing. This is the city, the right city for the correct time to invest in, because here your investment is an investment in people, progress, and possibility. Polokwane is the city where leadership inspires action and action transforms lives, and where Limpopo's dreams take flight. As we gather here under the banner Limpopo Rising, Africa's new investment frontier, let us remember that when Polokwane is rising, Limpopo rises, and when Limpopo rises, Africa moves forward. I thank you once again. Welcome to the city of Polokwane, a city on the rise, a city of possibilities. Thank you, Program Director.
Yes, no, I think you deserve the round of applause because you respected the directive on time. Thank you so much. I think we're going to get somewhere. Honorable Premier, your team have kept me so busy over the last few weeks. It seems like I missed a cabinet reshuffle in the middle of last night while I was working here. I heard Dr. Ramohopa has maybe assumed another responsibility from the introduction. I don't know. Maybe I was busy, eh? So if you doubted that I was busy, okay. Oh, you're still there? Oh, okay. No. Dr. Ramohopa is the Minister of Electricity and Energy. The Honorable Masondo is the Deputy Minister of Finance. Honorable Premier, I don't, introducing you is above my pay grade, but before I call the person who qualifies to introduce you, I think I could say that you look very good in our traditional attire. Thank you for representing the province as well as you do. I think we can give the Honorable Premier a round of applause. I should also, as I invite the next speaker, I don't think I should take it for granted. I want to say thank you very much to the Honorable Matibe. Thank you very much to the Honorable Premier. Thank you very much to the HOD, because I don't take it for granted that standing here is something that I deserve and automatic. I am privileged, I am honored, and I am humbled. I am only here because you are comfortable and happy for me to be here. And I will do my best to contribute to this event, but I think I owe it to you to say from the bottom of my heart, it feels good to be back home. and I owe it all to you. Thank you so much. The Honorable Mative, please come as our host MEC to come and make a few remarks and also to welcome or introduce the Honorable Premier. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I had to move the mic downwards because the Program Director is very tall. Thank you very much, Program Director Freddie Griever, the former Executive Mayor of Polokwane Municipality, the City of Stars, to our Honorable Premier of Limpopo Province, Dr. Popira Matuba, the Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, Ambassador Mene, the Honorable Minister of Electricity, Wara, Dr. Hosienso Ramkhupa, and the Deputy Minister of Finance, we were expecting him, he will join us. My counterparts provincially, the members of Limpopo Executive Council, Executive Mayor of the host municipality, the representative of the Executive Mayor of Polokwane, Councillor Peme, all executive mayors of our different districts and local municipalities, the representative from our national government and entities, chairpersons and CEOs of our entities led by Limpopo Economic Development Agency, the leaders of business and industry, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen. There exists a school of thought that I subscribe to, Honorable Premier, which is sufficiently articulated by scholars Milena Den, Ella Nidler, and Jessica Palker in their 2023 Philosophy of Economics paper. This school of thought explains that real, tangible change in a society is not produced by a single variable or policy instrument, but by a synergy of moral persuasion, social vision, and economic design. They argue that development is not simply the accumulation of wealth. It is a harmony of systems that enable people to live dignified and meaningful lives. Honorable Premier, this philosophy finds clear expression in the Limpopo government under the leadership of you, Dr. Popira Matuba, and the 7th administration that you lead, an administration that has turned the desires and aspirations of the citizens of this province into measurable progress. Under your stewardship, Honorable Premier, Limpopo has become the fastest growing provincial economy in South Africa in 2024, expanding at 0.9%, Statistician General is here, despite global and national economic headwinds. And we have expanded and we are above the national average of 0.5%. I think it deserves a round of applause. This growth is evidence of a deliberate, coordinated strategy, one that ties our rural economy to industrialization, infrastructure expansion, and investment attraction. We have seen the revival of many projects, the injection to life into agricultural value chains. We are witnessing real movement in the Musina Makado Special Economic Zone, a flagship for trade, energy, and logistics, and which Honorable Premier Wara, my minister, has committed that government must be the first one to come into Musina Makado Special Economic Zone, and he has committed the Minister of Electricity that ESCOM should be the first one to get in. And we must give him a round of applause for that. And though Fitahomu towards the SEZ, through Fitahomu towards the SEZ, Limpopo is set to drive beneficiation and industrial diversification in the heart of the Skukuni mining belt. These achievements portrays a government that views development as both a moral and economic duty. They are also a reflection that premiers distinctive leadership, a leadership that fuses intellect, compassion, and strategic discipline. Her scientific background shapes her governance philosophy. She diagnoses challenges holistically. Because she's a medical doctor, she is able to diagnose challenges and treat the causes, not symptoms. Under her guidance, Limpopo's economic development strategy has evolved into a living model of inclusive growth, where investors are partners in people-centered progress and where opportunity reaches even the most remote villages. It is therefore my singular honor to invite to the podium a visionary who embodies fusion of intellect, empathy, and action, the premier of our beautiful province, Dr. Poppy Ramathuba. If we can rise and put our hands together to welcome her.
Thank you, MEC Ebo Chitereke Baldwin Matibe, the MEC of Economic Development, Environment, and Tourism. I don't know how many ministers does he have. Minister Ramokopa, he's got so many ministers. Is the busiest department within our administration. The Minister of Electricity, Dr. Hosien Ramokopa, the son of the soil, Ngwana Warren. I hear some people calling you Minister of what? Load reduction. And I'm saying they have no idea. People easily forgot. That's why now they can appreciate when you have gotten 1 hour load shedding, even if it's not load shedding, just 1 hour without electricity, there will be a big war in the country. But the time when the president invited you to join his cabinet, some of us still remember very well that will go for hours and hours without electricity. But today, it will be a 30 minutes in a day. Hey, it will be. So you must appreciate to say, you have done so well that the more we do good, the more you do good, you must remember that's where the more people demand. Even the parents, that child who comes with 80%, we demand 90%. Mara ole wa 30%, we have given up on that one. So for me, I see it as a vote of confidence on Motlokwa, who was able to solve these electricity challenges in a Setlokwa way. You can only find Batlokwa in Limpopo. The other ones are not original. The members of Executive Council who are here, and of course, most importantly, the members of legislature. I've seen quite a number of them. They're here in the numbers. We do have an apology from the speaker. She was on her way, unfortunately. Speaker and Chief Whip, there were other commitments that they needed to attend to, and the Deputy Speaker, ambassadors who are here, the mayors who are here, the executive mayors that I'm not going to be singling out, our councillors who are here, the Director General of the Limpopo province, together with all heads of departments, our state-owned entities led by leader. I've seen the chairperson of leader, and also the tourism agency board, and the members of the Limpopo House of Traditional and Khoisan leaders. These are our strong partners in development as a province. And Minister, you are going to see how they are also going to be pledging their land towards development. They are going to be saying, here I do have a land, any investor who want to develop this, I'm available, you can come. That's how we are transforming traditional leadership in our province. I shall tell you, left, right, and center. We are becoming focused because it's our subjects who are unemployed. We want to make sure that as the traditional leadership, we provide meaningful leadership within our communities. So we really appreciate the partnership that we enjoyed with our traditional leadership, our faith-based organization, the business community, the Premier's advisory committee that has just been inaugurated yesterday, together with the Premier's advisory bodies, members that special advisors that are here, members of the media, and the ladies and gentlemen, Ndimachelon, Abushen, Tobel, Slochile, good morning, Huyemore. I'll remind you every day that this is a province where we are rich in cultural diversity. When we want to find the original Vavenda, they are in Limpopo, original Batsonga, Machangani, you will find here Bapedi, Batokwa, Maswati. That's why today I am a proudly Swati queen. I can tell you. Because we enjoy this cultural diversity, we don't see it as something that differentiates us from each other. We see it as a strong point that we have as a province. I must indicate, Program Director, thank you very much, because you are one of the few who was not shy to publicly acknowledge that indeed our Premier is beautiful. And she is beautiful being original. Original in the sense that there's no makeup, there's no fake hair, it's just pure avocado. Just that fruit of avocado, it's doing wonders. So come to Limpopo. If you want to invest, you invest in this province. The abundance of this avocado fruit that you struggle for us, it's in the backyard of each and every household in the village. So it is Program Director with immense gratitude and excitement that I welcome you to the 5th Limpopo Investment Conference. We gather here today not only to celebrate our achievement and share our dreams, but also to sow the seeds of a brighter future for the province of Limpopo, Africa's Eden, Africa's new investment frontier. The MEC told you that when we came last year here, we were at our very low level, very low, because when we read a Statistical general report, how we performed the previous year, our performance, we were at 0.2% growth. And of course, remaining one of those poor provinces which the country has lost hope on. Today, we're coming here working very tall, having done wonders and surpassing even those known provinces where you are coming from. We are now at number 1, even surpassing the average growth of the country, remaining at 0.5 when we are at 0.9%. I think MEC, that just shows that the collective leadership that all of you in the province, from a local sphere of government, when you talk about our municipalities, our councillors who are here, because that's why we keep on inviting all of you municipalities, all of you as PMTs, because that's where development happens in your ward. Development does not happen in Polokwane, Bikat Street, or where our offices are. It doesn't happen in Muwaneng building. It happens in a ward where you are in charge. Some of the investors who are here, that's the reason why we have make sure that as councillors, as mayors, you are here, is because we want you to understand the importance and the role that you play. Without proper bulk infrastructure, we are not going to see the realization of those pledges. They can wish to build industry in your ward, but if you don't provide that proper road, if you don't provide proper water, adequate water supply, if we don't provide energy, and that is our responsibility as government from that level of sphere of government of a councillor up to the level of the president. That is why the investment conference, you would see that the premier will be there and ministers will attend. It's because we know how important and how critical it's. Many of you keep on fighting us on social media. I saw somebody asking, but there are no jobs, but you are having conferences after conferences. It's not our responsibility on our own to can be able to create jobs. The jobs are created by men and women who are here, whom are the most important guests of the day, the investors. These are the men and women who are going to make sure that they pledge and build an industry. And immediately when they start we see development. Because when an industry is being built, that is when development is starting. And once development is there, jobs get to be created. Jobs is not about Z83. The most painful thing, minister and MECs, is that when you advertise a post of a clean, I'm sure executive mayor even in the municipality, councillor Peme, you would see that a post of the cleaner, you will see 10,000 applicants. Not just applicants, but people with degrees, with diplomas, with qualifications, they're willing to become cleaners. The question that we must continue to ask ourselves in this room is that why would 10,000 people seek an employment in government for one post? It's because we are not doing well, either starting with our education. We were busy in our briefing session when the minister was challenging us. And I'm saying to you, MECs, we even discussed this same. He was asking us a simple question. Minister Ramkhupa is asking, why don't you have a mining academy in Limpopo? You can't talk about. Minister Ramkhupa asked me that you continue to brag, and I'm no longer bragging until we have a mining academy, DG. Minister asked me a question. You continue to brag to say 72% of your platinum group metals, the reserves in this country are found in your province. But you don't even have a single mining academy. I'm not even talking about a university. I'm talking about an academy. So DG, for me to come and talk about this in future, we should be having a mining academy in Sekhukhune, because this was a policy. President, when he pronounced something, it's a policy. The president pronounced it when we were having a DDM in Sekhukhune, Fitakhomtubat. Now, if we don't implement that, we are failing. We talk of 35% unemployment rate in terms of the statistician general, which is quite correct. But it's 35% of who? Is it 35% of artisans? No. It's 35% of the office management courses that we are offering in our TVET colleges instead of offering artisans. It is high time that we stop to say we are teaching our children maths literacy because we want to have a higher pass rate. We must take the bull by the horn, teach our children mathematics so that they can go and join the engineering stream and become welders. He told me that they have to go outside the country to look for welders. We did a tour because Polokwane, the Limpopo Academic Hospital, which is being built in Polokwane, it's the president's project. Therefore, the premier must monitor if it's on track. We did a tour the other day. They were telling us that they don't have plumbers. And I was angry to say, are you saying Limpopo doesn't does not produce plumbers? They say, we're not looking for people who are going to open the tap and put a rubber and fix it here, Minister. They told me, you are a doctor, you know the pressure of the water that must go to theater, that must go to in other, all these, your equipment that you are procuring, this MRI, this linear acceleration, you know what they require. So we need those plumbers who will be able to do that. Our province is failing to produce such. And then even if we can scream slogans, DG, and say, "Rinyaka ngwana mobu, rinyaka ngwana mobu appointiwe," ngwana mobu tshwantse a tle le the correct skills that the economy require. Bana ba mobu are our first priority. That's why even the program director, even if udula ko kai kai, mara ka re ke ngwana mobu, that's why re mo kgethile gore a be program director. And I will still repeat here, this is the best province to produce the best scientists, the best academics in the country. Even the man who's going to tell you these figures of 9% growth and whatever, he was taught the first how to read, to count 1 + 1, or it's 2, not 11, by the teacher in Limpopo. I mean, Resenga Malulek. He was taught by a teacher in Limpopo, probably under a tree, but he is our statistician general today. Our Reserve Bank today, who comes to talk about the growth, whether the repo rate and whatever, all those big English. The first teacher who taught him how to read from 1 to 2, 3, 4, 5, count, it's a teacher in this province called Limpopo. I can tell you the minister who solved the issue of electricity. If you want to trace him, you must go to Butlokwa. I was telling the Treasurer General the other day, what is good is that even the schooling was here in Limpopo. So we can't underestimate ourselves that we have got good teachers who can produce mathematicians, scientists, engineers that this country needs. Let me also remind you of an ancient wisdom that teaches us that our elders will place their ear to the ground to predict the approaching rain during times of drought. This imagery is powerful and profound. It takes me back to the thoughts of our resilient South African writer, Bessie Head, whose seminal novel, When Rain Clouds Gather, encapsulates the hope and resilience we need in times of uncertainty. Her narrative resonates deeply with Limpopo's current trajectory as our province experiences a significant revitalization in its economic fortunes after a period of instability and doubt. In Head's poignant story, the arrival of rain clouds symbolizes the transformation and renewal, a crucial motif reflecting the potential for growth and prosperity after prolonged hardship. Today, like those rain clouds gathering on the horizon, Limpopo is experiencing its own momentum in development, marked by increased economic activity and a rising contribution to South Africa's GDP. When I say Limpopo's fortune, are changing. I should share with you exciting news about one of our own, the young Keletso Munaring, our PhD candidate in physics at the University of Limpopo, who was recently named one of the winners of the 7th L'Oreal UNESCO for Women in Science Awards for 2025. Her work, Minister, which will excite you, focuses on sodium-ion batteries, a more safer, and a more cheaper, and a more eco-friendly alternative on lithium batteries. Instead of the toxic lithium, these batteries use salt, making energy storage cleaner and sustainable. The news on their own tell you of the greater potential that this province can do with the available natural resources. As you were asking us the question, how do you become poor with the abundance of natural resources? Coupled with correct skills and guidance towards harnessing the full potential. I also read the pronouncement by the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, DECO, this week when they reported that, open quote, a new stone fruit trade agreement between South Africa and China has opened a massive Chinese market to South Africa's 5 types, which are apricots, peaches, nectarines, plums, and prunes, for the first time, unlocking over 400 million rand plus. It is the first time China has allowed access for multiple fruit types from a single country under this single agreement. What I found more interesting, colleagues, is that in Limpopo, we produce apricot and nectarines. We have a favorable climate conditions for this. Largely, if you go to Waterberg, and also in the small scale here in Capricorn. But also importantly, you can't forget the Livubu Valley in Wembe. But with this trade pact, with China providing the market access, production cannot continue as normal. So to those who don't understand, when we say the Lodichen Chichi, we mean when you have such an announcement, you can't keep folding your arms and do it as business as usual. So farmers who are here is an opportunity. You must double it so that Limpopo continue to rise. This is an opportunity. When we say government responsibility, it's to create a conducive environment for business to thrive. We have just done that. The market is open for you in China and it's for the first time. So you can't continue to be as if it's business as usual. But also, next time when you hear someone, when you are here in the province, executive mayor, saying to you, "Mutong wa perekisi," you must take advantage of the rich soil to grow these peaches indeed. Even our ancestors knew that our land has got a capability of producing peaches long before the Chinese will come with this agreement. But they even called our villages Motong wa perekis. Oh, na Motong wa perekis. So our province is committed to inclusive growth and job creation. We have adopted a comprehensive industrialization strategy focusing on consolidating our economic cluster programs to maximize our comparative advantages in agriculture, mining, and tourism. I think the MEC has elaborated much on the Musina Makado SEZ. And we are saying both the mayors of Musina and Makado are here. You must make sure you take this opportunity and maximally make sure that the skills that will be needed by Musina Makado is the skills wherein you focus your learners within your municipality to focus on. Because we can't wait to see these two SEZ starting to shape up. Of course, I can't talk bad today about Musina Makado because I've received good news, which I believe that the minister is going to be addressing and expanding on that. So this investment conference arrives at a defining moment when global investors are increasingly seeking scalable, sustainable returns in their emerging markets. What we have agreed that we are going to focus on as the province is that, yes, last year we had received pledges of 120 billion rands. What we've been doing in the past 12 months was to follow them up, because we have realized that investors are frustrated in the small corners. There are those who will reach out directly to the Premier or to the MEC. We are saying to you, we are available to make sure that we unlock those challenges. We can't sit with that investment having been pledged. We will be reduced to be a boys' club wherein you are coming to brag, I've got so many billions, I've got so many billions, to an ordinary citizen of our province. The investment conference will have meaningful words when an ordinary young student from Kirikitlana start to see industrialization in Mogalakwena and he gets employment because he would have studied and had the skills. Then he will see why we had an investment conference. So we are here to make sure that we do that. So Minister must tell you that we have done a lot of follow-up. And hence you hear the executive mayor bragging that we can see academic hospitals, the malls being built in the province. We have now, we have seen the Nkuna city development starting to see shape in the Collins Chabani municipality. We have seen the Shekina Game Reserve. We have seen the ZZ2 pack house, which was pledged here, having been established within the Greater Letaba municipality. We have also seen the Sampada Abacho in the Mudimulem Khopong municipality. I can't forget the Steelport Bridge, which was constructed as a collaboration of the minings around the Skukune area. Because those people for more than 100 years, they had built a steel bridge, you know how it is. But today you will see when we officially launch that bridge, so that you can now appreciate why the investment conference are there and should continue to be supported. We have also recently seen the Agro renewable energy plant in the Lupalale municipalities. These are some of the few indications of the reality of the investment pledges that have been made. We'll continue to follow up. The zero carbon electric charges, it's on its pipeline. We have recently convened all the mayors who are involved so that we can fast track and also facilitate with Sandral. That's why we want to show you we're committed. There's nothing as painful as you want to invest in an area where there's no political leadership, there's no decisiveness, there's no commitment. Now, at least that I can tell you, I guarantee you, in the province of Limpopo. So under our theme, Limpopo Rising, Africa's New Investment Frontier, we aim to solidify our position as the leading investment and tourist destination. You have seen us launching not so long ago an airline from Hoedspruit to Cape Town. Because we were losing, yes. Hoedspruit Airport. For the first time in how many years, I don't know. Because the Lord changed it. If you want to fly to Cape Town, go to Hoedspruit. You don't have to go to OR Tambo. That we have been able to achieve, not because we're working as government, because we're working as a collective, private sector, government, traditional leadership. Everybody, it becomes your problem. Hence we're saying inclusive growth and job creation is not a problem of government, it's a problem of all of us. Because if we can be able to achieve inclusive growth, we can be able to achieve more jobs being created. One, the first challenge that faces our country, which is crime, will be drastically reduced. Even those who are selling drugs will not have the boys who are running around selling. The drug lords will not have the boys who are running around distributing, selling this drug to our children in our schools, because those boys will be employed in our system. If we create jobs, even the healthcare budget will go down, because when you are working, chances of you to be sick are very low. You are captains of industry. When you retrench me, the first thing I develop is depression, stress, depression, followed by hypertension, diabetes, and all the diseases. At the same time, I no longer have medical insurance. I must now become a burden of MEC Diekete. If we are employed, we are able to monitor the education of our children. Therefore, our children can be able to flourish at school. That is why we continue to say, even health, even education, MEC, they must be worried about economic growth. Because by winning on this, I tell the MEC for housing, because Cogstar include housing, that if people are employed, they build their own houses. They become, banks sees them as those people who are no longer a liability and risk. By the way, Minister, I must share with you a story that Limpopo, we have got one of our subsidiary called Risima, wherein with Risima, we fund public servants who the bank rejects, and their salary, because they are saying their salary cannot. So it means those people must not have homes. So we fund them because they don't qualify for RDP, and they also do not qualify for bank loan. We fund them as Risima. And guess what it has done? The property in our province has boomed. Because we fund it even in the village. That's why how driver we are before you go back to Mahueng, you will find that you are meeting double story. Limone badula kadi randaven. House na randaven leka butlokwa. Kiri big houses because we are funding them. Even our banks now, the commercial banks, now basetse ba bona market, ro abasali risk. Ke utlile ba re le bo mangma, ba di banka, bo Absa, le bo Standard Bank, they are here. They will tell you they are now asking us. So it means we can fund. Chris, as long as somebody has got person, and they're paying, and look at how beautiful Limpopo is. I can tell you, go to Toyando there, you will be shocked. Camps Bay. But otherwise, which we are sorting out, by the way. Because now I accept my problems and my weaknesses. That's why I'm said I'm normal. Because once you start to accept that it's a sign towards a good prognosis towards recovery. I'm not schizophrenic. So we do accept that we have got a challenge of water. Mara, if you go and look at our big houses, you will be shocked. Yami kuku arna yona mo Limpopo. Did more habo I cancel up there and there. But I go outside. Where's kuku? Never drive. You will be shocked. Is this a village? Go all over the province. Properties booming in the villages. Because there's leadership in this province. And you must appreciate that. And come and invest here. Our Limpopo developmental plan 25-2030 is our blueprint. Of course, it also aligns itself with the presidential investment drive and the continental framework, such as the African continent free trade areas with agreements which have been signed, and the Agenda 2063. That is why of importance, investors listen carefully. In our investment conference today, for the first time in our midst, we've got the General Secretary of the African Export-Import Bank, whom, actually wherever we are, people must feel like it's Limpopo fitting, wherever we are. They know that we are there. So we met them recently in Algeria, and we told them about this beautiful province in Limpopo. They did not believe me. They are here now. They can realize. So these are a financial provider to African governments and private businesses. They also support intra-African and Caribbean trade. So we see what we see in them and other financial developers, it's a great potential to bring our Limpopo development plan to fruition. We are committed to agility, to innovation, and to partnership in driving catalytic investor-ready projects from farms to factories and from mines to markets. We are also at the same time today unveiling our own, the book. We are unveiling our own Limpopo Investment Prospectus 2025 today, showing case. Those, last year you complained to say, where's your investment book? I do have it. Now I'm not a woman of promises, but of commitments.
There you go.
It's there. Because when you make commitment, you must deliver. So you must go and look and see all the potentials. We've got our airports that you can come and partner with us. We currently have got a high-speed rail. You have seen the minister. Thank you, Minister Ramohupa, because I know you also contributed to soften the minister, because Luanonya got a high 45 minutes. Because currently it takes you how many hours on the N1, and I think it reminds you, you will travel 24 hours on the train. Now, gone will be those days. You will be on the high-speed rail in 45 minutes, you are in Butlokwa. It proceeds to Messina, and then Africa, a trade bank will support it, because it's a project that is bankable, that must be supported by Africans. So that if you really want to unlock this free trade, start by this funding, this high-speed rail from Mahueng to Hayahabuma, Limpopo. It will also reduce the congestion on our N1 that we continuously see on Friday, and reduce the death toll on our N1 that every day I continue to cry on. I can tell you, there's no weekend that I don't share a tear, because life has been lost on the road, life that could have been not been lost. But this rail will take away the goods into rail. It will take away passengers into rail. So that is why those who say we're mad when we are asking for this, they are the ones who really require psychiatric evaluations. This is what we really need. Just recently, we lost 44 human beings on this just a week ago. It can't continue like this. If we move passengers from the road, we are going to reduce this. So, as I intoned earlier, Bessie Head's novel also explores the importance of community and collective action in overcoming adversity. In the context of Limpopo, this theme underscores the collaborative efforts of the provincial government with local communities. Finally, I urge all investors and stakeholders to join us, not just in discussions, because Chinese has warned us recently. I'm going to say it when they are here. The delegation led by the DG went there, and they warned to say, unfortunately, South Africans, you are very good at speeches. You are also good at singing. Can you deliver? After delivering, make speeches and sing and dance. I qualified today to give a speech because we have delivered from 0.2% to 0.9%, beating Western Cape. So I have a right to can stand and speak. So this is a call for action. We invite you to engage with our initiatives and seize the opportunity that Limpopo has to offer. By placing your ear on the ground, like our ancestors used to do when they want to check if it's going to rain, you will undoubtedly hear the sounds of forthcoming rain, the promise of abundant opportunities and prosperity for all. Let us work together as we embrace this moment of resilience, of transformative hope. Together, we can cultivate the future we envision for Limpopo, turning challenges into triumphs and dreams into reality. Thank you for your attendance and growing interest to continue to show on our province, and welcome to the Limpopo Investment Conference. You're still going to get a key message from the minister, but from me, I'm saying Limpopo is the place to be, as Master KG and Makazi will sing. Karierote Limpopo, Diabuya Limpopo, Huya Dipa Limpopo, Limpopo, Limpopo. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Premier. Thank you so much, Honorable Premier. Sitting here, I felt pity for that avocado skin that was sweating in the heat of the light here. But it is the sacrifice that you make, the commitment as the leader of this province. You are taking the responsibility to do whatever it takes to ensure that there's investment coming into this beautiful province of ours, Limpopo. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, can we applaud and thank our Honorable Premier. Bomatiwe, I always used to remind the team that I worked with when I was a public representative that they must always make sure I speak responsibly, because when I speak, I don't make suggestions. I give directives. And I think as the Premier was speaking here, she was not making suggestions to be considered. She said there must be a mining academy in the province of Limpopo. It is not something for you to go and apply your mind and see if maybe, no, it's a directive. Your role is to see to it that the Premier does not speak in vain. You know, she's a very proud woman. That's one thing I like about her. Last year she was questioned and told, you don't have a prospectus, but that pride that she has, which is a very good thing. Because if you are not proud and you don't respect yourself, you wouldn't care whether you fail. But that pride that she has in herself and her province, she made sure that we deliver this year. So I am pretty sure if you apply the logic, yeah, therefore, Bomatiwe, if next year when she addresses the next investment conference, if she can't pronounce on an academy, there might be, the conference might be preceded by a reshuffle. And I'm not putting ideas in the head of our Premier. All those who are joining us online, we ask you please to do a few things for us. Download the program. Please post your questions. If there's any question that you have that needs to be attended to, please post your questions. Make sure that your name, your organization is very well expressed. If you must change whoever you appear as, please make sure that is correct, because part of what we want to do is to see to it that every question that is asked gets responded to, even if it is not through the speakers of today. We would want to get back to you. So please assist us, those who are online. Honorable Premier, unfortunately, the Vice President of the Africa Export and Import Bank was unable or is unable to join us. And I invite Harish Kumar, the Consul General of India, to please come forward and take that seat next to the Honorable MEC that side. Can you please welcome him? And he will be taking care of that particular item for us. We are now going to invite, and this is a pre-recorded virtual message to the conference, which is from the AFC FTA, which is the African Continental Free Trade Area Ambassador. I invite you to listen to the message that has been prepared for us.
Honorable Ramatuba, Premier of the Province of Limpopo, members of the Executive Committee of the Government of Limpopo, distinguished leaders of the private sector, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to address the Limpopo Executive Conference. I do regret I'm not able to be there with you in person. However, I hope that this is the beginning of a collaboration between the AFCFTA Secretariat and the government of Limpopo. I wish to start by commending the government of Limpopo for convening this very important dialogue at this opportune moment. The continent of Africa is confronting severe economic headwinds that are caused by the expiry of AGOA, as well as a range of tariffs that have been imposed on the entire continent. The implication of this is that the continent of Africa loses significant market share in the US. However, the AFCFTA presents us with an opportunity to offset the loss of that market share and to pivot to the continent of Africa. But for this transformation and for this pivot to become a reality, implementation of the AFCFTA must happen at subnational level. That is to say, our provinces, local government, border towns where trade, logistics, and investment converge must be at the center of implementation of the AFCFTA. In this regard, South Africa's provinces are uniquely positioned to lead, to take advantage of the expanded market, and Limpopo, in my view, stands uniquely positioned to benefit from the AFCFTA as a gateway to SADC and to the rest of the AFCFTA market in Africa. Limpopo is a province of immense promise, serving as a natural gateway to the rest of the continent, as I just noted. Its location gives it vast potential as a logistics and an industrial hub, linking South Africa to SADC, SADC to the broader AFCFTA market. The province's key priority sectors, agriculture and agro-processing, mining, tourism, are central to Africa's industrial development and also central to the overall objective of the AFCFTA. In particular, critical minerals and beneficiation of critical minerals is a pillar of Africa's industrial development going forward. In terms of the AFCFTA, private sector engagement strategy, agriculture, and agro-processing are among the priority value chains, which we have identified for developing regional production and regional value chains that will power Africa's industrial development. In this regard, the Musina Makado Special Economic Zone is a prime example of how we can achieve accelerated industrial development with a regional reach. With its focus on agro-processing, logistics, and minerals beneficiation, it can serve as a continental manufacturing hub, supplying African markets through the AfCFTA and positioning Limpopo as a province that connects South Africa to the rest of the AfCFTA market, creating jobs and value addition. By leveraging on AfCFTA rules of origin, products that are produced in South Africa and in Limpopo in particular, and are substantially transformed in Limpopo, will qualify as made in the AfCFTA, thus gaining duty-free and quota-free market access to the continent's largest emerging markets. Limpopo's strength is in citrus, macadamia, horticultural exports, and other agricultural products which can be exported to the rest of the continent, thereby providing scale in investment and providing opportunities for investment in cold chain logistics, agro-processing and facilities that support agro-processing, and cross-border trade in infrastructure. The newly adopted Protocol on Digital Trade of the AfCFTA further expands opportunities for Limpopo's entrepreneurs and SMEs to take advantage of the AfCFTA market. Through digital platforms and payment systems, SMEs are now able to connect to continental markets, ensuring that trade-led growth is inclusive and benefits SMEs, particularly those that are owned by young people and women. However, trade, industrialization require infrastructure, logistics, supply chain networks, and other enabling factors. The AfCFTA Secretariat, conscious of all of these required factors to enable trade to be effective, we have been in close collaboration with Afreximbank, Africa 50, AFDB, and Badea to mobilize blended finance, credit guarantees, and payment systems such as the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System, all of which enables instant cross-border trade at affordable and efficient rates. These are the kinds of instruments that are required to support industry, to support subnational levels, such as Limpopo, to develop bankable projects that will advance regional trade and enable the establishment of supply chain networks. Your Excellencies, Limpopo's vision aligns with the broader continental aspiration to build an integrated, connected, and prosperous Africa. By positioning itself as a hub for logistics, agro-industrial processing, and green manufacturing, Limpopo demonstrates that action that translates the vision of the AfCFTA, turning that vision into a reality, will indeed create opportunities for smallholder farmers, informal traders, and our private sector in general. To fully realize this promise, collaboration at every level is absolutely essential. National governments must align policies and advance decentralization that enables provinces and subnationals to build on their unique strengths in trade and investment. I've just mentioned, for example, trade corridors in Limpopo that can connect to the AFCFTA market. In this regard, the support that is needed is development finance to be enhanced, to be targeted, and to ensure that it contributes to value addition in Africa. We stand ready to support special economic zones that will enhance productive capacity and ensure that Africa benefits from value-added production. We commit to mobilize our partners, the development finance institutions, to ensure that this opportunity that the AFCFTA presents benefits all, large economies and small economies, industrialized economies and less industrialized economies. We stand ready to work with the government of Limpopo, the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition, and the private sector to deepen collaboration and to ensure that there are benefits to the AFCFTA and that these benefits are reaped through industrial development, financing of our industry, financing of our infrastructure for market expansion. Invest in Limpopo, be part of the journey toward a thriving, inclusive, and integrated economy. I thank you.
You see, even those who are presenting virtually respect when I rise, they immediately conclude their presentation. So I think it's a good indication for those who must still come. You know, there's a concept introduced in football circles these days called chemical engineering. And you know, last night when I went to bed, I wondered, and I still am just wondering, how far the program of this event may have been circulated, because my voice just decided to disappear yesterday. I was so well prepared, and now I'm told I'm not audible. I'm trying everything to be audible, and so the one thing I thought would not be a problem, which is my voice, just disappeared yesterday. So if I do sound, if you can't hear me at the back, please just raise your hand. I will continue to try and speak as loud as I can. I don't know what happened, but yesterday my voice just decided to desert me. We are now approaching the last item before we go on a tea break. And as I mentioned that the ambassador, the executive vice president was not able to join us from African Export and Import Bank. However, I now invite Consul General of India, Harish Kumar. Please give him a round of applause as he comes and give us a message of support for this event. Another round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director. His Excellency, Minister of Electricity and Energy, Dr. Ramakgopa, Her Excellency, Premier, Dr. Ramatuba, Honorable MECs, members of Limpopo Provincial Government, members of business community, fellow diplomats, friends, Namaste, good morning. It is a privilege to be here in the beautiful province of Limpopo, a land that reflects the true essence of South Africa, rich in resources, abundant in opportunity, and filled with the warmth of its people. Limpopo is not just a province on the map, it is a symbol of South Africa's strength. the meeting ground of agriculture, minerals, biodiversity, and human talent. For India, Limpopo represents both a promise and a partnership, one that connects our histories and our futures. When I visited this province last year for a business outreach, I was deeply moved by its energy and optimism. We also visited a historic site that reminded us how long and organically India and Limpopo have been connected through trade, values, and spirit of freedom. Our two nations share a bond far older than our political independence. It is a relationship born from shared struggles and strengthened by a shared belief in equality, justice, and progress. Today, India and South Africa are proud partners in growth. Our bilateral trade has reached nearly 20 billion US dollars and continues to expand. Both our government are actively working towards a preferential trade agreement to unlock even greater across and access for goods, services, and investments. The recent visit of Honorable Minister Park Stow to India added fresh energy to this momentum, with discussion focusing on renewable energy, manufacturing, digital technologies, and skill development, areas where our strengths are deeply complementary. Over the past year, the Consulate has worked tirelessly to create platforms that brings our businesses and communities together. One such milestone was the Matla Urja Energy Conference, which we hosted in Joburg last year. The conference brought together Indian and South African energy stakeholders from public and private sectors to explore joint opportunities in renewable power, green hydrogen, and energy efficiency. It's a success which reflected in several important outcomes: MOUs for joint manufacturing of smart meters, collaboration between ESCOM and NTPC, and a symbolic but deeply personal milestone for me, the signing of an MOU between my alma mater, National Power Training Institute of India, and WITS Business School of South Africa. That partnership represents what I deeply believe: knowledge exchange, capacity building, and the creation of a bridge between talent and technology. Indian companies today are playing a meaningful role in South Africa's development. Through Indian Business Forum, a collective of over 100 Indian firms, we have built an ecosystem of trust and collaboration. These companies employ more than 25,000 South Africans, contributing to skill, technology transfer, and community upliftment. The combined Indian investment in South Africa is about 9 billion US dollars. IBF is not merely a cohort of Indian companies, it is helping South Africa in growing. They are not here merely to extract resources, they are here to build, to invest in people, and grow together. An example of this spirit is the AI Innovation Center established in Joburg by Indian firms. It provides hands-on training in artificial intelligence and emerging technologies for South African youth, empowering them with future-ready skills. I can easily envision such initiatives taking root in Limpopo too, where young people are eager to innovate and lead the next wave of growth. Excellency, India is ready to support your vision of having a mining academy in Limpopo. We are ready to support in any way possible. Limpopo, in many ways, mirrors the sectors where India has long-standing expertise: mining, mineral beneficiation, agriculture, agro-processing, and renewable energy. Our companies bring decades of experience in value addition, sustainable extraction, and green technology. We see immense scope for collaboration in solar power, green hydrogen, smart irrigation, and heritage tourism, areas where Limpopo's natural wealth meets India's technological and entrepreneurial strength. At the same time, South African companies are investing confidentially in India. Firms like Sanlam and Discovery have forged strong ventures in financial services and healthcare, while many South African banks have set up global capacity centers in India, leveraging our deep talent pool and digital expertise. This two-way investment flow demonstrates that our partnership is not transactional, but transformational, built on equality, respect, and shared prosperity. Our cooperation also extends to the multilateral arena. India and South Africa work closely in BRICS, IPSA, and the G20, where we champion the collective aspiration of the global South. Both our nations believe the time has come for developing countries to shape the global discourse. to move from extraction to empowerment, from consumption to sustainability, and from isolation to cooperation. Together, we can define a more balanced, equitable, and humane world order, one that reflects our values and voices. Limpopo stands poised to be a central pillar of this journey. Its minerals, its fertile lands, and above all, its people represent potential waiting to be realized. India, with its experience in innovation and commitment, stands ready to walk alongside Limpopo in this path of transformation. Together, we can turn potential into prosperity and prosperity into partnership. In the end, our relationship is not about trade figures or policy frameworks. It's about people, purpose, and shared progress. From power corridors of Joburg to the mining belts of Limpopo, from innovation hub of Bengaluru in India to classrooms of Polokwane, our stories are intertwined. We are partners not by chance, but by choice. And as the world enters a new age of cooperation led by the Global South, I firmly believe that India and South Africa will stand together as equals, as friends, and as a torchbearer of more inclusive future. Thank you. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much for that message of support. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached our tea break. When we started, we were running 54 minutes late. I'm pleased to announce that we have recovered about 45, 46 of those minutes. We are now approximately 10 minutes behind where we should be at this particular moment. I think we need to, this was always my biggest problem. How am I going to manage these ones? Because they can cause problems for you if you try and be too strong with them. Now we have saved 45 minutes with these leaders. I think let's give the Premier and the rest of the politicians in front. Thank you so much, Premier. Pomatibe, thank you so much. Acting Executive Mayor, we really appreciate the time that you have allowed us to recover. Now, I'm going to request protocol to be ready. I am releasing the Honorable Premier, actually everyone here in front, as well as our leaders who are in front, the MECs, the Minister, the DG, and the Chairman. Please follow protocol. You are going to work, right? I know people sometimes think that we are sending them out this side so that they go and have, softer cakes on the other side. It is not the case. There's something that they need to do, and unfortunately, because we are managing time, they may miss the start of the next session. So it is now 25 minutes past 11. We have a 15-minute tea break. So at exactly 11:40, we are restarting here, and we hope that protocol will push the Premier and the team to be finished on time. They will find us here. Let's please give a wonderful round of applause to the leadership. Thank you so much. You may go, sir. The rest of us, I think tea is served on the outside here. Please use the bathrooms, have a cup of tea. 11:40, we are restarting. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please move in? Is Mr. Nukaneng, if you are here, can you please? My good sir, are you ready? Onaleka. No, it's not on. It's not on yet for you. Can protocol please assist us? We need movement at the door. We need everybody to come in, please. They will I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. I have tried to encourage everyone who's outside to come in. I've also observed that there's a very long queue outside because of the scanner. So I really can't say the delegates are not cooperating. I guess it is just the nature of the event where we have to go through the scanners. But unfortunately, I think we have to get going on the session. I don't want us to lose all the time that we have regained, because then we would be back at square one. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm making a call. We have to make a call. Otherwise, we are not going to achieve what we are gathered here to achieve. And the call I'm making is we are restarting with the second session. Please, can we all take our seats? Can everyone who is standing around still having conversations, let's please take our seats. We are now starting with what on the program appears to be the 11:30, which is where we are giving an opportunity to promote brand SA. The brand SA General Manager for Research, Mr. Lifense Nokaneng. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him. We are going to play a video to welcome him. Please listen. And I am affording him 12 minutes to conclude. I hope you make it on time, sir. Apologies.
Ours is a land of deep roots, of voices carried on the wind. Our people have faced seasons of fire and carried new green from the ashes. From roots in this land, we reach outward. We do not stand still. We move with purpose. We trade not only in goods, but in trust and shared ambition. From Africa to Europe, from Asia to the Americas, we clasp hands in partnership. Each connection strengthens the weave of our resilience, our scale, our skills, Our markets, these are not just numbers. They are engines that power our continent forward. Through these partnerships, we grow and we invest in ourselves as a promise to future generations. We are shaped by history and we choose to shape our own future. We are a free democratic nation for all. Our constitution is fair and just. Property rights are secure and empowerment is guided by law. Transformation is lived daily in classrooms where skills are learned, in workshops where women lead, in small businesses that grow from dreams to global markets. With international partners, we open doors of opportunity for all our people. We build bridges to the world. We lead on global forums. We speak for a future of shared growth, where sustainability is not just aspiration, but action. Born of deep roots and complex stories, we have bent, but never broken. We are a resilient democracy with open arms. Our mission is clear: to partner with those who see vision as value and who believe that progress is made together. We are South Africa, bold by nature, open to the world, where African growth meets South African know-how, where investment becomes legacy. Come, build with us.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors, and High Commissioners, Honorable Minister Ramakgopa, and the Premier of Limpopo, Dr. Popi Ramathuba, and members of the Provincial Executive Council, distinguished guests, investors and partners, ladies and gentlemen. As Brand South Africa, it's truly an honor to join you today at this august occasion, marking a very significant milestone in the province of Limpopo. As for those who do not know what Brand South Africa is, we are an agency that has been established by the presidency to market South Africa and to position it as an attractive investment and trade destination. And our story to the world starts in all of our 9 provinces, and more so, Limpopo as a key strategic province for us. One, because of its mineral endowments, but at the very same time because of its strategic geographical location on the continent. And as the ambassador has already mentioned, it serves as a gateway into the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. But to really, to just start off on my remarks, I think we need to situate them within the topic that I've been given. They haven't even there we go. The topic that we've been given is really to say what's Limpopo's role in building the brand South Africa. And when we talk about the brand South Africa, we're really talking around South Africa's competitiveness, around trade, investment, tourist attraction, and also making the country a place where people can come and basically work and also to visit. So this is how I will contextualize my comments today. So to answer this issue around Limpopo's role, I think it becomes very important to also situate Limpopo within the global shifting economic landscape. Yes, it's a common cause, and we are all aware of the global shifts that are taking place, one, from a geopolitical perspective, but at the very same time from a geo-economic perspective. For South Africa, and especially more so for our partners and the investment community, it means a need to pivot and at the very same time to diversify into new markets. Limpopo being a very strategic market, especially when one thinks around the nascent green economy that is burgeoning, and our efforts in terms of decarbonizing as a country. To that, as The AU ambassador, the ambassador of AFCETA has already mentioned, AFCETA as a growth market represents significant growth for us, and Limpopo serves as a springboard for investors and our partners that are present here today. As a province, it was said already that Limpopo is really performing well from a growth perspective. But this growth has been and is underpinned by South Africa's multilateral role that it's playing in multilateral institutions such as the G20. In fact, our theme of solidarity, inclusivity, and sustainable development serves as a lever to drive investment into Limpopo. To that, our own deepening economic reforms and institutional governance are also forming a credible and robust values-based platform for global investors such as yourselves to engage with the Limpopo province in terms of its own infrastructure development and investment program. One of the interesting things that has come out over the last couple of years, the Premier was just congratulating the Minister around the energy crisis and you know how he has played a strategic role in ameliorating that issue. Out of that crisis emerged an influx of foreign direct investment into South Africa's clean tech industry. And in fact, Limpopo as a province stands really at the cusp of driving renewable energy technologies and increased investments into the renewable space. So just this map that is highlighted here, it has already been mentioned to say Limpopo has got key sectors which are contributing to the GDP growth of the country. I think the figure that was basically flighted was around about 0.9% growth, which is quite impressive, given obviously what has been happening in terms of, you know, a dampened global economic environment. But what is more interesting is the fact that already from its natural endowments, Limpopo has got an opportunity to play a strategic role in new frontier sectors such as green hydrogen, and at the very same time, as we've already said, even EV manufacturing for the broader region and also for the broader continent. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the key things that makes South Africa an ideal investment market, and in fact also Limpopo a suitable investment market, is that it is girded or spurred by a strong financial services sector. South Africa's financial services sector is ranked first on the African continent. One, because of its deep financial markets, but at the very same time also in terms of market regulation and also from a tax regulation perspective. The recent Kearney Foreign Direct Investment, Emerging Markets Foreign Direct Investment Index ranks South Africa 7th within emerging markets. And this is a major boost from an investment perspective, especially for you, yourselves, as investment partners, in terms of always seeking a stable environment, an environment where you know that you are able to get long-term returns in terms of your investments. I think recently, if you can just excuse me, let me get some water. Also, with the recent announcement with the delisting of South Africa from the grey listing of the financial task force grey listing, has really boded well for South Africa, but also for the Limpopo province from an investment perspective. One of the key things that is driving this growth or interest in Limpopo and at the same time South Africa, it would be our long-term country investment strategy. And the focus of our country investment strategy is really around some of these frontier sectors that we've already mentioned. Green hydrogen, there's been mention of special economic zones, Makado, Fetahomu being two of the critical ones in the province. but at the very same time also hyperscaling ESG impact investments. So for investors and partners that are seeking to meet their E, their ES, and their G, Limpopo is an ideal environment for that. This graph that I'm highlighting here shows that over the last 4 years or so, energy, construction, and extractive industries were the leading sectors for greenfield investments in Africa. And in fact, this trend is also particular to Limpopo, because these key sectors, construction, energy, and extractives, are key to the DNA of Limpopo as a province. Just skip this. We've spoken about the green transition, and one of the key things that we always mention as a country is our endowments in terms of minerals. 90% of PGMs. When it comes to manganese, we've got the world's largest reserves when it comes to that. We also account for around about 44% of the world's chromium production. From Limpopo's perspective, 41% of those PGMs reside in this province. To that, manganese at the very same time, ample reserves. And these are, and at the very same time, chromium. These critical minerals are key for fuel cell development, green hydrogen, EV battery development, and green steel, at the very same time for solar, geothermal, and wind systems. The graphic that I'm showing here is just to highlight that Limpopo is at the epicenter of Southern Africa's green value chain development. In fact, Southern Africa holds multi-decade reserves, providing a stable and complementary supply base for US strategic partners for driving global EV manufacturing, renewable energy storage, and catalytic conversion. The other aspect is to say that with Limpopo, Limpopo serves as a core hub in terms of the country's green hydrogen roadmap strategy. We talk about the Mogalakwena hydrogen corridor development, which aims to decarbonize mining and freight transportation, and at the very same time to stimulate local manufacturing and to position Limpopo as a key hub in South Africa's just energy transition. Just to bring it back to the topic or the theme of my discussion, from local strength to global competitiveness, the key question is to say, why Limpopo? And indeed, there are just a few, there are myriad reasons as to why Limpopo, but I think I'll just highlight a few. Limpopo is supported by key institutions with proven PPP and blended finance capability, such as the Development Bank of Southern Africa, which is a AAA rated bank, and also at the very same time, Infrastructure South Africa. To that, it is anchored by a strong regulatory framework that provides investor protection and a strong financial services sector. But beyond that, and as already mentioned earlier by some of the speakers, is that you're sitting with a massive market opportunity when it comes to AfCETA. And with the geographical location of Limpopo, it serves as a strategic corridor into SADC and at the very same time into AfCETA. Program Director, as I end my comments here, and as this country prepares to host its G20 summit, I think in the next 3 weeks or so, it is quite important, it is quite fortuitous that this event is taking place right now. Because yes, on the one end, Limpopo is a strategic province, but at the very same time, we're also operating in an environment where there is a necessity for you as investors and partners to come into this province to really assist in the development of some of these critical value chains that we are looking at, to build resilient value chains, drive sustainable development, and also to really drive towards attaining our vision 2063 of building the Africa that we want. Program Director, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, great applause. The details of the presentation would be available. I think those of you who are online will be able to share it with you, but also for you in attendance if you'd want to get the details of that. And once again, I apologize for rushing you when you are trying to convey such a very critical message. But we all understand that we need to work together. I think we can also agree that your understanding of the word immediately is as amended based on the current prevailing definition that is out there. But you did try. Thank you so much, sir, for that. Can we give him one more round of applause? Now, you know, they've always taught me then that when you are given power, you must never play with it. So I want to test whether the power that has been vested in me is really meant, or whether I'm being set up. So I'm going to do something that might be career limiting. So if there's a new MC after lunch, you must know they dealt with me because of what I'm about to do. Because without consultation, I'm about to make a change. You know that, just as they say on the streets, just for control to see, to say, is the leadership really behind you, or they are just waiting for you to make a mistake? So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to move towards the very exciting parts where we've got panels lined up. But I want to make a change now. And I want to make a change on two fronts. Number one, I want to move a speaker forward. Or no? When I'm given power and I make changes, you know, when I'm preparing for cabinet reshuffles and those type of things, you know, you start small. And then I'm also going to address the issue of time. So I'm making a change in the time I allocate and a change in the speaker that I am going to call next. Because while I was outside, Honorable Premier, I was confronted by people who are asking me, but do you understand that all these proposals that you are talking about and the Premier wants to see in the province, that must see all the industrialization and the job creation, do you understand that everything hinges on the availability of energy and power, electricity? How do you give Ramokgopa 15 minutes? So my hand is almost forced, and I'm showing you I'm a very responsive leader. I'm listening to the people. This I did not want to do it, but as they say, by popular demand. By popular demand, I'm increasing the time allocated to Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa. I thought he's only popular. I thought he's only popular there in Gauteng. But I was cornered here. So, Dr. Ramokgopa, I'm given the green light to give you more time. Make some commitments, Chief, in the time that the province is giving you. Please put your hands together for Dr. Kgosientsho Ramokgopa.
Thank you very much, Chair. To reciprocate, I am going to ask for your physical home address, and you'll be exempted from load reduction. So that's fine, but it's not my intention to exhaust the time of the conference. So let me take the opportunity to thank the Honorable Premier of Limpopo, Dr. Ramathuba Bosesi, for the invitation extended to me to come and share some insights but also corroborate some of the things that the Premier was sharing with you earlier. And I'm also going to illustrate the kind of interventions that we're making to enable investments in the province. And also just to Wara, the MEC, Umatibe, for the leadership, the stewardship of the economy of the province, and all other MECs that are here, the DG of the province, and also your esteemed management team, the CEOs, board members of the various state-owned entities that are here present, and also all of you in your eminence. Now, I'm going to start by positing a hypothesis, and in the course of the presentation, I'm going to endeavor to answer that hypothesis. And its intention is to illustrate the centrality of Limpopo in the growth story of South Africa. And that hypothesis is the following, is that the Northern Cape and Limpopo represents the new frontiers of growth in South Africa. And I'm saying new in this instance, I'm referring to the period that will mark the fourth decade post the liquidation of a system that was categorized as a crime against humanity, that is apartheid. And Limpopo and the Northern Cape are significant for the following reasons, and some of which I'll expand, is that they are going to undermine the growth patterns in the country. So if you had to do a longitudinal study of the profile of growth and the scale of growth in the country, you will see that there are pockets of concentration. And those pockets of concentration are really in 3 provinces. So what that means is that the demographic, the dividends of the victory of the democratic projects are not equitably distributed. So that's the first point about Limpopo and the Northern Cape being the leaders of these frontiers. The second one is that they were able to enjoy the position of being the most industrialized country on the continent, and our position is almost unassailable. I'm saying almost unassailable because there are other sovereign nation states, especially to the east, north, and west of the continent, that have got the ambitions of surpassing our hitherto unassailable position. And therefore, we must not be complacent about the position. I think it's important that we must work very hard to cement that position and in fact, ensure that is unassailable. So the point I'm making is that that concentration is in those 3 spaces. But what Limpopo and the Northern Cape illustrate is that whilst we reach this position of being the most industrialized country on the continent on the back of fossil fuels, and then we have seen that the levels of industrialization had gone up, it plateaued, and now it's beginning to taper down. And that's why we talk about the deindustrialization. So for us to be able to pivot, reach a point of inflection from the trajectory of a downward gradient of the levels of industrialization, we're going to achieve that on the back of a decarbonization program. And I'm going to illustrate the relationship between that decarbonization agenda and the role and place of Limpopo. And you can say the same about the Northern Cape. So last week I was with the Premier of the Northern Cape and his executive team, just trying to ensure that there's some degree of alignment. So there must be congruence in how national government think about what this future looks like. And also the other, if you like, partners, they have to be some degree of alignment because that vertical integration is important. So I want to start by making the following point. You remove the slide, okay. So the slides are important because it's a numbers game. So when I say the numbers game, is that my hypothesis must be supported by evidence. So science must undergird the claims I'm making so that I'm able to arrive at a factually informed position. Of course, where you are seated, you might have a different articulation or interpretation of what I'm presenting before you. but you have a duty to repudiate my claims on the back of facts. So you can't be driven by emotions. You must be able to surface the facts. I'm going to surface my facts, and I'm going to ensure that I reference them. Because I think intellectual purity is important in the conversation, because it's going to help us to make policy choices that are informed, resilient, and enduring. And I think that we must habituate science as a basis of us arriving at policy choices. And you will see that we are able to remove emotions, and in fact, we are not expedient. So what do the slide tell you? The one on the left, it says that there's a relationship between GDP growth and per capita consumption of electricity. So if we were to plot on the x-axis what that GDP looks like, on the y-axis per capita consumption of electricity, you will see that the countries that are on your top right are in fact the most affluent and the most industrialized. So therein sits Norway, Qatar, United Arab Emirates, Australia, Singapore, and then the poorest nations are occupying the bottom left. So you can see that, of course, you might not see the legend there. There's a concentration of African countries there. So per capita consumption of electricity is down, and therefore GDP is down. So the point we are making is that I'm not establishing a relationship of causality. I'm establishing a relationship of direct proportionality. So when one increases, the other one increases. I've not made the claim because I can't substantiate it that it's as a result of the other. It's just a coincidence. That, it's not a coincidence. I'm just saying it's a relationship of direct proportionality. Then on the right is what we call Human Development Index, because we think that GDP is not a sufficient measure of articulating and explaining the progression of humanity. So I think there are other matrices that you must use: the level of education, access to healthcare, quality of life, measured in all its forms. So what it does there, so if you are to, on the x-axis, you measure Human Development Index, the more you are to the right, the greater the Human Development Index. And then on the y-axis, you map electricity, per capita electricity consumption, so underline per capita electricity consumption. You'll see that the countries, the ideal location you want to be on the top right. So you can see that these countries have achieved the kind of human development index on the back of the increases in electricity consumption. What is the net point I'm making? There is no country that will grow. There is no region that will experience prosperity for as long as the lights are off. And we have experienced it. We come from a very difficult period of load shedding, where aggregate generation is lower than aggregate demand. And then we had to introduce measures that deny you your right to electricity, protecting the grid. In science engineering, we call it curtailment. You and I, in colloquial language, we call it load shedding. So that's what load shedding is. And we know that the South African Reserve Bank makes the point, and National Treasury, that when you have the most intense levels of load shedding, stage 6, the country loses up to 1.2 billion rands a day. And that's why we characterize load shedding as a structural constraint to the South African economy. And that's why the Premier makes the point that the growth in the country really, it's a sub 1%. If you were to go back at the golden years of growth in the country, the period 2003 to 2007, when we are growing upwards of 3%, what you are going to find, if you were to excavate the numbers, you will see that the total amount of electricity consumption was at its highest compared to any period in the life of a country called South Africa, including today. We have not achieved those levels of electricity consumption that we experienced during the golden years of South African economic growth. Then I can arrive at the following deduction, that there's a relationship between electricity consumption and growth, The higher the electricity consumption, the higher the growth. And I'm saying it's evidenced by that longitudinal study of what has happened over a period of time. And then this slide, I'm building to a point. I'm coming to Limpopo. So there must be a foundational thesis that helps me to arrive at the conclusions I'm going to make. So I'm not making those conclusions lightly. They are based on science. That's the point I'm making. So what this slide tells you, so what the legend does on the left, the red and what green, where you see a deep green, so if you are familiar with the South African geography, the South African map, you will see that the deep green is a province called Gauteng. The deeper the green, the greater the levels of gross fixed capital formation in ordinary speaks is the level of investment. So just the context, the NDP, which is our principal planning document, makes the following articulation amongst others. It says for us to be able to achieve the aspirational targets as codified in the NDP, and you know that our horizon is 2030, 2012 to 2030. For us to be able to achieve those targets, a few things must happen. Two of them are of interest today. Is that the South African economy must grow 5.5% year on year, and that the levels of investments in the South African economy must be 30% of GDP. And I can tell you now, we are sitting at 14.9% of GDP, and hence the economy is not growing. But if you had to do an examination of where has this money gone to, this money has gone to three places. It has gone to the metro province of Gauteng. It has gone, if you are familiar with the South African map, you'll see that there in KZN, there's a green there. That green is eThekwini. And then when you go the coastal areas, there's another light green there, is PE, and the other green is Buffalo. And then when you go to Cape Town, to Western Cape, is that deep green. So what's the point I'm making? Is that the people of Limpopo have not enjoyed the dividends of the democratic project. I mean, if we are to do a study here, and this is a very simple exercise, and you must be honest with me. Premier makes the point, so originally I'm from here, but now I'm in Gauteng. I want those of you who are originally from here, but whose primary residence is now in Gauteng, just raise your hands. No, don't be shy, because you told people you are from here. Just be honest. So, Premier, I'm one. So, what is the point? Thank you very much. So, what is the point I'm making? Is that people and skills, they follow opportunities. And those opportunities presented themselves in those areas. And that's why there's been a decanting or depopulation of the rural periphery. And I'm saying that the Northern Cape and Limpopo have got an opportunity to remake that story. That in fact, the net migration patterns must be northwards. And that's the point that the Premier is making. And then you can see here that the levels of gross fixed capital formation, that gets to be accounted for by construction. Construction is important because secondary sector of the economy, a higher employment absorption capacity. It means that our chances of fighting poverty, skilling people are much greater when you get to build things. So the acting mayor makes the point, the hospital here, the stadium here, the premier and also the retail, then you'll see you get people into jobs. And that's what is important. So we must resolve this question. And Limpopo and the Northern Cape will help us to resolve this question. I'm going to say very little here because the SG will say a lot about, and he'll say it in his most colorful language, authoritative, and very prolific. But I want to lift just two numbers. So remember, Premier, this is a map of what has been a year-on-year growth of GDP over the past 10 years. So in Limpopo, it's 0.7%. And then you must juxtapose that with the growth in population over the same period. It's 0.8%. What does that tell you? The economy is growing at 0.7%, and then the population is growing at 0.8%. It means that per capita GDP is going down. It means that the people are poor. They are poorer today than they were 10 years ago. So that's the problem statement. That's what we want to resolve. But we also know that there's about this kind of growth that we have seen. It's problematic in that the primary sectors, I mean, if you look at the dotted line, the one that makes the waves, where the crest and the trough, the oscillations are wide. So it means that there's extreme levels of volatility. So you don't know where you stand at any given time. Of course, the one is up because we're coming out of COVID, so from a low base. And that's why we have seen what appears to be exceptional growth, but really it's because the economy had shrunk. So you must resolve the problem of the volatility of the primary sectors of the economy. And I again make the point that the Northern Cape and Limpopo will resolve this problem. And as they resolve this problem, they will resolve the issue of GDP, and then they'll resolve the issue of, that is economic growth. I'm not sure population growth is a function of other things. Yes, you got me. Yeah, the one who laughed, it's a function of other things. But Moringa will resolve part of the problem, but the point I'm making is that it's a function of other things. As I move to conclusion, when I make my point, this is particularly instructive. You might not see. There's one point I want to take out of this premiere. What is that point? Is that the performance of mining and quarrying in Limpopo is greater than the performance of mining and quarrying in any place in South Africa. So it tells you that Waterberg, Mopani, and Greater Sekhukhune have got high comparative advantage in mining compared to national. What does that say in simple terms? Is that given the levels of deposits, so I'm contrasting, I'm making a difference between deposits and reserves. What is the difference? Deposit is that you have confirmed that the mineral exists. But you must still do studies to account for the cost of extracting that mineral so that for purposes of monetizing. So if the cost of extraction is greater than what the market can offer, you will not mine that mineral. But if you find that it's healthy, the returns are acceptable, you'll mine it, it will be above the surface, that's the reserve. So I'm making that distinction. It's a technical distinction, but it's important. So I'm making the point that the future of the country is here. How do I make that conclusion? I make that conclusion because of this slide. And the last slide of Brand South Africa, it's important what the presenter was sharing with us. What does the future look like? Now I'm narrowing the lens. I'm not talking, when I say primary sectors of the economy, I'm not talking agriculture, it's not my area. Experts will talk, I'm talking the energy lens now. So energy before you convert it into electricity, I'm talking about the energy lens. I'm narrowing it now. So there's something we know that's happening in the world. The point I made earlier on is that we industrialize on the back of fossil fuels, so it's coal for us. And I'm making the argument that we are going to re-industrialize on the back of decarbonization. So what are these drivers of the decarbonization agenda? Principally, you are renewable energy complex. And I'm going to isolate the two sources of energy. The one is solar. If you look at solar, you will see that the projection is that by 2040, based on the existing policies that governments have adopted across the world, or if you were to use the scenario that for sustainable development, which are targets much greater than what government says is the ambition, the levels of solar energy production is going to increase 2.4 times than what is the current installed capacity. And for that to happen, you need copper you need nickel to drive that agenda. When you go to wind, it tells you that it must grow again 2.7 times. For that to happen, you need nickel, you need zinc, you need lithium, you need manganese. And then for electric vehicles, the battery complex, what is required there, it is silicon, it is nickel, it is graphite. And I'm making the argument that 3 of those minerals that are supposed to support the decarbonization agenda are found in Limpopo. So you are not as poor as the science suggests. The science suggests that you are rich, but you are as poor as you think you are poor. If you can make that nuance, I'll leave it there. I will leave it there, Premier. And then I'm making it another point, Premier. These are if you are to look at the mineral complex outside just what will going to support the wind generation. I'm talking about the production of the component that goes into the batteries, the towers, the blade, you mentioned them. What's going to go into the production of electrolyzers for purposes of green hydrogen? What will go on the material that is going to help us to produce solar PV? In addition to those, we know that there's demand for others, like we have mentioned. So we know that currently, as I speak to you, there's about 20% of the projected demand that we don't know where it's going to come from. So there's I'm saying what is going to meet that demand. We don't know where the source is going to come from. So the point we are making is that for us to close that delta, we know the demand, but we must discover where are we going to get the source to support this. And I'm making an argument that a big part of that is here in Limpopo. So we must fashion how we're going to address that. So this is the political economy of energy and electricity. We are a resource-rich continent, but very poor in terms of GDP. It is because the relationship between the world superpowers and the continent is of a parasitic nature. So it's an extractive relationship. There's no effort to beneficiate closer to the source. They do this to meet their own ambitions. And what they typically do, of course, they bring money in the form of aid. We are going to help with the project to extract, and they take it in its raw form and beneficiate it in their own countries. And therefore, we are exporting opportunities. So you can see the density of the mines on the continent, the highest density is in South Africa. And I'm making another point that in fact from here going forward, the density of those mines, because of that demand I told you about and the existence of supply, Limpopo will answer the question. So that's the simple point I'm making. And in instances where we don't have these resources, the SEZ like Musina Makado can serve as a point of beneficiation. I'm not suggesting a colonial relationship with our neighbors. I'm simply stating the point: for you to beneficiate, you need water and electricity. You need a skill base. You need the network industry to be in place for you to be able to beneficiate. And I'm simply making the point that on the back of our industrialization, we enjoy that benefit. So as I conclude, what are the interventions we are making? I'm using one example. So Premier, we know on ferrochrome and chrome ore, we're sitting with about 70% of the global chromite reserves are here in the country. So what we have seen over time is that the smelters have closed. And I think there's one that is threatening to close even here in Limpopo, meaning that people are going to go out of employment. So you are sitting with the reserves. The smelters is a downstream activity to beneficiate. And we also know that if we export chrome in its raw form, the earning capacity is $150 US per ton. If we were to beneficiate it, we get 1,100 US dollars per ton. So essentially your return is close to 7 times higher than if you are not going to beneficiate it. So it means there's more money to the fiscus and Minister of Finance can redistribute that allocation. So I'm saying that from an economics and fiscal point of view, it makes sense for us to domesticate the beneficiation of chrome. Why are these chaps closing their smelters? They are closing their smelters because what China has done is offering the smelters electricity at a third of our price. Now, if you know the science of smelting, is that the cost associated with electricity for purposes of smelting is anything between 45 to 60% of your fixed cost. So if someone is offering you a third of your fixed cost, it's a no-brainer. You'll go to that jurisdiction. So it means we have an electricity pricing problem. Of course, we relate to it also at the domestic level. For us to say open the smelters, we must do something about the price. Premier, I'm happy that we have made the offer to the smelters. Of course, I can't make the offer public, but it's an offer such that it's irresistible. And we're coming with the following conditions. The condition is that they remain open, but you also give us the promise of opening new smelters. And in that way, you are able to industrialize. So if, going back to my argument, if you are sitting with these deposits, and I go with you to these players, I go with you in Limpopo. No, you are going to co-locate, if you like, value addition here in Limpopo. And here's the Minister of Electricity. He's going to give you the right price. Then we are able to give the economy the benefit of 1,100 US dollars per ton as opposed to 150. But what is even more important is that these are quality jobs that are retained in Limpopo. And you will see it in the economy. And you know that household consumption is 60% of GDP. You will see that these double stories you are seeing all over, they are going to multiply. And maholo abatlo boya high because now it is greener here in Limpopo. That's the point we're making. I'm going to jump. The point here we're making, Premier, is that we are going to also in the future make sure that we use our policy instruments. It can be an export tariff. It can be a quota on what you get to export. Minister Tau will deal with this question, so I really don't want to. And then the last point advantage I want to share with you. What does this map tell you? So the International Energy Association has done a study globally, trying to direct investments with regards to solar. Where do we find the best irradiation level? So irradiation level really is the quality of the sun. It really talks to three things. It's a bit more complicated than what I'm going to say, but for purposes of the audience, I'll make it in the following sense. The number of days in a year where you have the sun, the number of hours in the day where the sun is shining. So I said the number of days in 365 days here, how many of those days do you have Sundays? You tick that box. Then you ask the next question. During those Sundays, what is the amount of hours that the sun is out? You tick that box. And then the third question you answer, when the sun is out, what is the quality of that sun? You tick that box. You do it an algorithmic computation, and then you arrive at what is before you. So the more you see the red, it means that is the best location of your solar PV resources. There are three places. This is a South African map. If I were to show you the global map, the red that will compete with the Northern Cape will be in Chile and the Australian outback. So we have the best irradiation level in the Northern Cape. But if you look at the opportunity, the lesser deep red, it is found in the northwestern part of Limpopo, better than most parts of Europe. What is the difference between this slide and the minerals one? The minerals They are finite. You are going to mine and you are going to run out of minerals. The sun is the sun. And the sun will remain the sun for as long as it rises on the east and sets on the west, and for as long as we are these human beings. There's a cost to the minerals. There's no cost to the sun. Remember that the cost of electricity is driven by the cost of the primary energy. It's driven by the cost of coal, the cost of oil, the cost of gas and all of that. But I'm making the point that the sun is the sun. There's no price for the sun. You can't price the sun. It is the sun. God has given us that. And that's why when the investors are coming from Europe and other parts of the world, when they come to, they don't come to us out of an act of generosity. It's not an altruistic act. It's an investment opportunity because they don't have the sun. The sun is sitting with us. So we must monetize the sun. So, Premier, one of the things, Griva, as I conclude, is we're working on this thing of the solar park. I've said to the Premier and Bo Waramative, the MEC, one of the challenges that are confronting the miners for them to land their product in jurisdictions such as Europe is that they're going to have a new problem. Europe is asking the question, how did you produce this product? If this product was produced on the back of fossil fuels, they're going to levy a tax, what they call the carbon border adjustment mechanism. And it might make their price, their products less competitive when they land there because there's an additional cost of CBAM. So the mines are looking to ensure that they green their energy sources. So I said earlier, the mines are, the minerals are here, the opportunity for mining is here. Some of the finished products and the raw products will land in Europe. We know Europe is introducing carbon border adjustments. Then let's alter the sources of production. And the sun is an excellent example. And that's why we're working with MEC Mative at the direction of the President and Premier Ramatuba, Dr. Popi Ramatuba, to ensure that the first mover in Musina Makado, we don't have to wait for private sector, we can do it. Because we've got the instruments to ensure that all the permitting, the licenses are in place. We guarantee the offtake, talking to the off-takers, I guarantee the transmission capacity. And there we have a project. That's the point I'm making. And then here we're simply saying that, Premier, the complex of the South African energy mix is going to change. You can see that more and more of what we'll be producing is solar. So this helps us to answer two questions. By 2035, by 2035, we are going to add 105 gigawatts of new capacity. This is an investment of 2.2 trillion rands, the single biggest investment program of a post-apartheid government. Put it into context, South Africa's GDP is 7 trillion rands. If this is a 2.2 trillion rand program, it means that it's 30% of South Africa's GDP. And then we go further. So if wind and solar are going to accelerate in terms of their share of the mix, it means you are going to need those minerals to support the production of the components that are going to build the solar and PV complex. And we just agreed that a significant proportion of those minerals are here in Limpopo. So we've answered that question. We further answered the question that the irradiation levels outside the Northern Cape, the one advantage you have over the Northern Cape is that you've got grid capacity. They don't have grid capacity. We can produce tomorrow. And that's why the Musina Makado SEZ is going to help us. And I really want to say to you as I conclude, there is no one premier who will invest in a province where there's load reduction. So even if you say, no, in this area we don't experience load reduction, I think that it's an indictment to a democratic government. We have resolved the load shedding, don't panic. We'll resolve a downstream problem of load reduction. So you can see the presence of load reduction. 38% of load reduction is in Gauteng, followed by 21% in Limpopo, 20% in Mpumalanga. So just to put it in context, really, it's about 1.7 million households. No one will come to a province where there's load reduction. Premier, we have agreed, we have made it public. We are going to end load reduction in the next 12 months. And I'm confident that we'll end it quicker here in Limpopo. So as I sit down, I really want to say, Premier and colleagues, Limpopo is a place for investment. It represents the new frontier. I made the point, there is no growth for as long as there is no electricity. And I told you that for us to change, to alter the configuration of the complex of the energy mix in the country, we are building more and more renewables, wind and solar. Limpopo helps us with the minerals. Limpopo has got the land. We will do the permitting. We will provide grid access. And then Limpopo is going to be untouchable, is the next growth point of the country. Thank you very much, Chair.
Those who those who knew him from when he was still younger, they used to call him Spootler. And the problem with this minister is he can very easily make an Englishman question the proficiency of their own mother tongue. While he's speaking. But the important thing that he says, Honorable Premier, is that, I don't know if you heard him, delegates, he says, the future of the country is here in Limpopo. But he also makes a very interesting comment, which I can summarize in the following way. He says, whether you think you are rich or poor, you are right. He didn't use those words, but that was his message. If you are only as rich as you believe you are as a province. So if, as the people of Limpopo, we believe we are rich, indeed we are rich. But if we believe we are poor, indeed we are poor. Vomatiwe, while you were outside leadership, I took matters in my own hands and I changed the program. Can you tell the Premier it was not such a bad idea and allow me to continue with my job? But thank you so much. I think the Honorable Minister is pressed for time and the request was made, and I think the Premier and all the leaders will agree, and I think you two as delegates will agree that it would have been a travesty to let him go without speaking. It was a very important, reassuring message that he needed to give us as we gather and deal with issues of investment and development and progress in the province of Limpopo. So thank you so much once again, the Honorable Minister. And I did not give you a limit of time, and that was by popular demand from the delegates. Now, I am becoming the dictator that I tried to be earlier on. I'm back into reinforcing time. We were about to go to the Statistician General, and I think we should take this particular moment. I don't know, Honorable Minister, you are still okay? I think there are some delegates who probably would want, as we go out for lunch, maybe just touch your blood. You know, you've got that thing. If you don't mind to stay just until we go to lunch. You know, I must share So one of the things I do with my daughter is I go to the stadiums with her for that one team that I am part of. And so the one day, obviously, as a leader in that institution, I received the minister and walk in with the minister, and it took us approximately 40 minutes just from the parking down at Loftus to get upstairs. And when we tried to leave, it probably took another 45 minutes. And when we got into the car, my daughter looked at me and she said to me, do you understand now? And I was a bit confused. I said, what do you mean? And she said, do you understand now how I feel when I'm with you and every time I must be standing alone because you are greeting people? Today you got somebody, you couldn't move and you're standing aside and you try and move from here, then the next person is greeting him. And do you understand how I feel? And I'm okay, my daughter. I understand. Kikrile thakaka. But thank you so much, Dr. Ramokgopa. Statistician General, we are going to play a video as we welcome our Statistician General to come and give us exciting prospects of the future of Limpopo. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together.
Every African sunrise tells a story of renewal and hope, of a land awakening, full of promise. Limpopo, South Africa's northernmost province, is one such land of majestic natural beauty, rich in mineral resources, and alive with new opportunities. Limpopo's fertile soils feed a nation and the world. Hailed as the food basket of Southern Africa, its crops range from citrus and tomatoes to subtropical fruits from the Waterberg, Mopani and Vembe districts, and potatoes from Sikukune and Capricorn, with local farms and agro processors supplying South Africa, as well as markets across Africa, Europe and beyond. Limpopo is also home to some of South Africa's richest platinum metal reserves, vast coal deposits, and major copper operations. From Mogalakwena platinum seams to Phalaborwa's copper, the Beitbridge complex's iron, to one of South Africa's largest diamond producers, Limpopo's mines and beneficiation plants are forging a legacy of responsible prosperity. Many more of Limpopo's treasures are found above ground, throughout its diverse, inspiring ecosystems. Home to the majority of the Kruger National Park, as well as the Mapungubwe and Marakele National Parks, Limpopo is a bucket list destination for tourists seeking the famed Big Five. Visitors, both local and international, discover sacred spaces like Tatevondo Forest and Lake Fundudzi, and lose themselves in the rhythms of the Sepedi, Chitsonga, and Chivenda cultures. Limpopo sits at the crossroads of continental trade, sharing international borders with Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. Its trade corridors don't just connect provinces, they carry Limpopo's produce and minerals to global markets. Infrastructural jewels include the Musina Intermodal Terminal, with a capacity to handle up to 3 million tons of cargo per year, and the Polokwane International Airport. Eastgate Airport in Hoedspruit is also now receiving direct flights from Cape Town, in a significant strengthening of domestic air links for both tourists and business stakeholders. Renewable energy is a special focus in Limpopo, with active solar plants already proving what is possible, and several massive new solar farms currently under development, including the 148-megawatt Bolubedu Solar Power Station and 100-megawatt Sinosteel photovoltaic project. Across Limpopo, the future is also breaking ground. At Musina Makado and at Fetahomu Tubatse, A pipeline of strategic investment is transforming vision into reality. These special economic zones offer targeted investor incentives and support and are already attracting anchor investors in renewable energy, agricultural and agro-processing, mining and mineral beneficiation, and the manufacturing of machinery, equipment, and components. Alongside new smart cities under development, these are the engines driving Limpopo's ongoing industrialization and skills development. In Limpopo, the Earth's natural gifts meet human ingenuity. We are a province of pioneers, ready to welcome partners bold enough to build our shared future. With the full support of local and provincial government. The Great North awaits, and your time to invest is now. Discover Limpopo. Invest in its promise. Be part of its future.
Program Director, let me thank you for the time you've given me, and let me thank the Premier and the MECs that have deemed it fit to ensure that I'm here. And let me take note of the Minister Ramokgopa, responsible for electricity, and indeed Deputy Ministers that are here. Could you allow me to stand on all the protocols that have been observed so that I don't start counting a census by noting everyone here, which I will need about 12 months to do so. But I want to talk about Limpopo as a province, and I guess my presentation has been flighted or is being flighted as we start moving. Let us start with the population of the country. South Africa's population is about 63 million. Don't worry, Program Director. Did I say to you I'm not a good public speaker? If I haven't said so, let me start by saying that. But one thing I can assure you is that by the time I finish talking, everyone would want to go and register for a degree in mathematics and pass it with a distinction. But let's proceed and say that out of the 63 million, the majority of these people are in Gauteng, 16.1 million. So I'll be saying left, right, top, bottom, so that we understand. You will remember my teacher when I was at primary school, when the inspectors come, he used to say that if you know the answer, raise your right hand. If you don't know the answer, raise the left hand. And he would point all the children with the right hands up. And of course, the inspector would leave very happy. So I'll guide you left, right, left, right. But right at the top, on the left-hand side, we see 16.1 million out of the 63 million. That accounts for Gauteng's 25.5% of the population, which is at the bottom. So the percentages are at the bottom. Look at Limpopo marked in red. It's sitting at 6.4 million, accounting for 10.1%. The percentages, as I said, are at the bottom. Limpopo used to be the third province, but it was overtaken by the Western Cape to come to be, it used to be the fourth. It was overtaken by the Western Cape, and of course, the Western Cape has also gone to overtake the Eastern Cape. So the Western Cape is the fastest growing province in terms of the population in the country, following Gauteng. Gauteng is just on its own. And let's see, in the next slide, we will see, look at the trajectory of Gauteng sitting from 2002 to where we are. And look at the Western Cape. The Western Cape is overtaking other provinces. Now, every province is gaining numbers in absolute terms. But in percentage share, on the right-hand side, look at the provinces with red. In percentage share, there are provinces that are losing. KwaZulu-Natal, Eastern Cape is losing the most, and followed by Limpopo and the Free State. So the numbers are rising, but because Gauteng and the Western Cape are growing faster, they are actually making the share of the other provinces smaller and smaller. And that has an impact ultimately in the budgets that we are getting as provinces. Migration On the left-hand side, it's a thicker line. On the right-hand side is the lighter blue. So if the lighter blue is bigger than the darker blue, it means that we have more people coming to that province than going out. So let us look at Gauteng. Gauteng's dark line is at the top. It's actually smaller than the light blue. It means there are more people going in than those that are going out. But let us look at Limpopo and the Eastern Cape at the bottom. The number of people that are coming in are actually smaller than those that are going out. And indeed, what is happening, we will see where they are going to in the next slide. Let us look at Limpopo right in the middle. Limpopo internally in the country is the biggest contributor to the population of Gauteng. Yeah, true. The children are born here, and I will go to the next slide, but I'll come back to this one. So when I go to the next slide, let us look at fertility. On the left-hand side, fertility is the number of live births born of a child in a lifetime. We don't use men, we only use live births to a woman because women are very dependable. Men are not a reliable indicator of the number of children that are born to them. If you don't believe me, wait until you attend their funeral. Women, regardless of the father of the children, they will stay with their children throughout their lives and they will declare them. So let's look at fertility. The dotted line is the national average. So Limpopo on the left-hand side is far higher than the national average, followed by the Eastern Cape. So there are more children born in Limpopo than anywhere in the country. So let us go to the previous slide. I want us to go back to the previous slide. I love it when you are laughing, but laugh and give me space. I'm left with 8 minutes and the program director is gonna stop me soon. So what is happening in this slide? In the middle, we can see the number of people who move into Gauteng, the majority come from outside South Africa, right at the bottom. In the middle, they come from Limpopo, and they leave when they go to university in Gauteng, and once they are there, they don't come back. They take up jobs, and they start life there. If you don't believe me that they are leaving, look at the person talking to you now, you'll believe better. But when we go to the next slide, again on fertility, look at Gauteng and the Western Cape. They are lower than the national average. Fertility says that if it reaches 2.1% on number of births, you have just reached a replacement. And on that note, let me indicate that Western Cape and Gauteng are actually lower than the national average. So when the premiers are asking me, and these are the provinces that are growing faster population-wise, when the premiers ask me, Risenga, tell us why our populations are not growing, I tell them you are leading a team of very lazy people because they can't even have children. In Limpopo, they are not lazy. They are children being born. So let us look at the next slide that talks to Gauteng and Limpopo. Just compare. Look at Gauteng on the right-hand side. It has more middle-aged people, but they are not having children. They are just there to work. In December, they come to Limpopo, they go to the Eastern Cape, and when I count in September, I see the children coming out. Let us go to economy and labor. I will go straight to economy and labor. Let's skip this slide. We will go straight to economy and labor in the last 6 minutes. Minister Ramokgopa said we want to grow at 6%, at 5%, my apologies. In the middle, you will see there are 3 dark lines. That is the last time we grew at about 5.6%. That was 2005, 2006, 2007. 2006 sitting the highest at about 5.6%. After that, any red line you see, we contracted or went in the negative. We were hit by before COVID, by the global economic meltdown in the middle in 2009. It was there in 2008, but for those of us who live in the villages, we know that When it rains in the mountains, it takes time for water to come to the valleys. And indeed, we were hit by a contraction in 2009. And after that, the highest we grew. In 2005, 2006, we were riding a commodity boom. After that, we were hit 2020 by COVID. In 2011, right before COVID, we were benefiting from the World Cup. After that, we haven't seen much. The gross fixed capital formations, which in economic terms we call investments, are not happening. Here in Limpopo, everywhere, if you drive, you don't see cranes. If you go to Beijing, you see cranes one after another. If you go to Ethiopia, Addis Ababa, you seated in your hotel, you see cranes one after another. So it's not a question of stability, because when you go to Ethiopia, the Ethiopian government is actually, there's war in Ethiopia. We don't have war, we have peace, but we are not investing. We are seeing investors not coming to us. How is the economy looking? The economy of the country, 33.2% is right in Gauteng. Let us look at the red color. The red color is Limpopo, 7.8%. So our population is sitting at 10%, yet our economy is 7.8%. So it means that we can't carry the weight of our population, because there's a difference. If we are not higher in economic terms than this, the 10% or 10.4% that we see in the economy, we will always see people leave. I farm cattle, small scale. They always go and look for grass where it is green. They will even desert you as their owner. Limpopo, it has already been spoken, that is the fastest growing province as of 2024, followed by Gauteng and the Western Cape. And indeed, those that went in the negative are the ones with the lighter color. But having said so, let us look at the industries in Limpopo. Personal services at 22%, followed by mining at 19%, finance 13%, 12% trade. I need to spend a little bit of time here, Program Director. Even if I don't go much to the next slides, I'm very happy. The structure of the national economy is that 6% is mining. And in Limpopo, 19% is mining. So the provinces of Limpopo, Northwest, and Mpumalanga are the ones that are lifting the mining economy of the country. But of course, that is the primary sector. In the secondary sector, manufacturing, utilities as in electricity, gas, and water, and construction, the country is not doing well. And as it's not doing well, in Limpopo, we are sitting at 7.2%, meaning that if we address the electricity challenge, we can punch harder in manufacturing. We can actually go into the area of mining and go a lot more stronger. But if we don't address that, there will be no investments. Nobody will want to come and build here in Limpopo. Having said so, let us look at industries that have recovered post-COVID. The ones that have recovered post-COVID are agriculture, transport, finance, personal services, and government. Government never collapsed during COVID. But one of the things we must understand about agriculture is that it's very small. Nationally, its share of nominal GDP is about 2-3%. Here in Limpopo, it's sitting at 3.2%. So one of the things is that even as we drive agriculture, it is not gonna be able to change the national setup of the country. Having said so, we stand a greater opportunity to push the national average of the agriculture higher. And indeed, it can be seen as mining is showing us. In terms of employment, we have 16.8 million people employed in South Africa, 1.5 million are here. Unemployed, sitting at 0.8 million, that is 800,000 in Limpopo, whereas 8.4% are in the whole country. That accounts for 35% in Limpopo. Having said so, this slide that talks to the provinces, I just want us to focus on the gray color. The official color says that is the narrow definition that we are tracking as a country. But the gray color, look at Limpopo, look at Northwest, look at the Northern Cape, all the rural provinces are actually having a larger gray color. Compare them with the Western Cape right at the bottom. It tells us that we have more discouraged work seekers. There are people who are not able to look for employment anymore. And the biggest reason is that our rural areas are far away from the urban centers. What is happening is that we haven't created new cities in democracy to deal with the challenges of employment, unemployment in our country. So as long as the people remain in the rural areas, what they will do when they qualify, they will go to Gauteng. They will never come to Polokwane. They will never go to Tzaneen or Makhado. So we need to change that. And indeed, in changing that is that in town and regional planning, we have found that the apartheid city space is still prevalent in South Africa, particularly in the rural provinces. So we need to address that. Let us look at disparities of economic equality and inequality. I just want us to go to issues of average annual household income. You will have the whole presentation. I'm skipping a lot more slides because I'm left with 8 seconds. Now, let us look at the Western Cape in this line and Gauteng. They actually have a lot more what they are earning. Look at the Western Cape. Household income sitting at 357,000. Look at Limpopo, 128,000. So the people in Limpopo at household level are not earning as much. And whenever they earn just 1/6 of what the people in the Western Cape are earning. So people won't stay in as much as they are not earning, and we will continue to have an economic challenge. Where are they earning their money? Most of their money comes from only 41.7%, the blue color, comes from salaries. The rest comes from grants, remittances, pensions, and the other. So we have more children being born here, but we can't look after them with our salaries. We are actually looking after them with grant money. So that is the biggest risk we are having. Why, and I'm concluding, Program Director, why do we need evidence? The evidence will help us to make sure that we don't rely only on political ideology to make our decisions. China is still a communist country, but it has merged communism together with capitalism and drive its growth a lot more to success. And we are holding on political ideology. We must decide what we want to hold on dearly to. I'm not saying ditch the ideology, but let us make sure that we know where the bread is buttered so that we can look after our people. Unethical behavior will be there. There will be times when there will be a power of influence, even sectional power of influence from different political parties, but even from the same political party. I sometimes hear that this one is not wanted, we want that one because they are center left, they are center right, or we just don't want them because we hate them. The point is, you will never make change unless you use evidence. And if we see evidence and we are delivering using evidence, we can always have anybody we want. And sometimes we'll use anecdotes where we just say, in my mother's village, in my grandmother's village, I see these things. It doesn't work. We must use evidence. This slide says Ndihela Kwala, Program Director, meaning that I finish here. But how do I finish? How do I finish?
Marumeta njani?
When I was young, growing up in the village, our mothers could not read and write. So were their scribes. Sometimes they would close our ears when we were reading letters for them coming from our fathers. Mother and father could not finish a letter with, I love you, my husband. I miss you. In Xitsonga, they could only say, Ndihela Kwala, in Tshivenda, Ndifelela Hanef. In Sepedi, Kifetsa Hona Mo. In isiXhosa, Nqeda khona apha ngomkhulu umbuliso. And of course, why would that happen? It's because our mothers could not read and write. Yet the English speakers could say, I miss you, my husband, I miss you, my boyfriend. Because they could read and write. In Afrikaans, they could say, ek lief vir jou. Because they could read and write. Never and never again, close quote. Open quote, never and never again, close quote. Mandela once said. I finished what Mandela said, now comes what Risenga says. Should we allow any section of the society to fail when we say we are the leadership? In this room gathers the leadership not only of Limpopo, of the entire country. Why should we make our country fail when we have numbers to tell us the truth? Where we are making progress and where we are not making progress. In isiZulu program director, they used to say when they finish a letter, amaningi angnawo. So now I'm program director, amaningi angnawo.
Hey, Tatana Malulek. You know, in Afrikaans, there's a saying when somebody is blatantly robbing you, but he rob you up kore wa bona hore o jelwa tafoleng, mara the passion with which he's going, as if he's not transgressing, you know. But wow, what a wonderful presentation. Inkomo Osiamen. I think the crux of your presentation is that, one of the key points that came out of your presentation is that the avocado in this province is not only good for the skin, Honorable Premier. Mr. Chivengwa, are you around? Oh, there he is. We are moving towards lunch. I'm making another change, and I hope I'll be pardoned for this. We're gonna skip the input from Yap around the logistics. That presentation we're gonna do or take as the first presentation after lunch. I'm going to ask the representative of EPSA Bank, Mr. Stanley Godi, to come and speak to us around the financing that they as a bank would want to share with us. And immediately after them, we have our first panel discussion, and then we go for lunch. So the panel of tourism, heritage, and wildlife, please get yourself ready to come on stage, and you are immediately after Mr. Godi. Let's give Mr. Godi a warm round of welcome. We are almost having lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. Inhlikane. Thank you. I think let me as well start by acknowledging the Premier, Dr. Ramathuba, the MEC of Economic Development of the province, Mr. Matibe, and the Minister in absentia, Dr. Ramokgopa. Thank you very much, and all protocol observed. I think I will really today imagine I thought the minister was out here. So I think after such brilliance from the minister, couple of my slides speaking around energy, I felt like he's already covered a lot of the work, and I'm not gonna try to steal his thunder, but I'm just gonna cross-reference with a lot of data that he has shared. Colleagues, let's imagine an economy that grows with a lot of inclusivity, and having climate working with us, not against us. I think that's where we ideally want to find ourselves in. And in APSA, we look at climate or sustainability rather as part of our core strategy. Sorry, I'm just making sure that. So I thought I'll be seeing my presentation here, but my presentation is on the side, but that's okay. So our strategy, we want to, as well, we've got an ambition to reach our net zero by 2050. And hence, it's not something that sustainability will look at as a separate, but it's part of our core strategy. If you look at the ESG, those that you call the environmental, social, and governance, there are a couple of challenges that for us, it also represents opportunities. One, it will be like climate, air and water, waste management, natural resources, and hazardous material. At the bottom graph, I just show that what is it that we do to respond to that challenges and what can be done in the province. Opportunities in the renewable energy, because to protect the environment, as the minister have spoken, that correlation between economic growth and he called it electricity consumption, but I realized that he was biased because he's Minister of Electricity. I will call it energy consumption, right? That reliance there. And water, we have set up a water team within our sector team. I think Justin Schmidt, that heads up, is here in the midst, heads up that department. We also see opportunities in the recycling and usability of material. We are very clear around what sectors are key in this province. One of them being, of course, mining. And mining, as we have heard, that we're seeing them going green in terms of their energy generation. And we are very strong players in that, and we can enable the province to do exactly that. Tourism is huge, agriculture is huge. And of course, we kind of underline energy as a subsector because it cuts across all the key sectors. On the social aspect, we try to drive diversity, we drive human capital and health and safety. And how do we do that? It's enterprise development and enterprise supply development, what we call ESD. So we've got a couple of programs that we have to support that. And I'm going to show some stats. I will try to run faster on this slide so that I can focus on the province. And we've got workplace banking. What we mean by that, we've got a team of bankers that goes into sites and really solution our clients, employees, and even do financial education, because that's the only way that we're going to grow and achieve the inclusivity agenda. And citizenship, some of it, we used to call it CSI in the olden terms. That's what it means to respond to the upper challenges. On the governance side, we see that the risk management, transparency, regulation, insurance cover, some of the initiatives, not quoting everything there, it's about driving the sustainable management, policy making, and control of carbons, basically, carbon border management in a way, in terms of policies. I'm going to go to the next slide. Is it responsive? It's not moving. Mr. Freddy, why is it not moving? Okay. No, it started again. Sorry for that. Right. So on this slide, what we have seen when businesses are deciding on the smart climate investments, we realize that there's a commerciality on top. We no longer see that it's just the right thing to do, which is very important, but there's commerciality because we are seeing that the businesses are trying now to consider the cost of energy. We see that with renewable energy, the cash flow tends to be positive and the cost of energy goes down as well. And we, as Absa Bank, we also have very innovative financing options for those green-aligned type of investments. And as I said, that it's got cash flows in that. If you look at availability, it gives any business stability, right? Over and above cost. If you know that you generate your own energy, you've got your own water backup systems, it just makes sense that you invest in that. And on the sustainability side, you can meet international standards, you get points for doing that, and you also participate in the green energy generation. Right, I think this is a slide that for me matters the most. I still have 9 minutes. So I think this one, if you look at this slide, in Absa, in our book, Limpopo, I look at that population stats that Mr. Maluleke spoke about and everything. And the statement that the minister have said, right, we are poor as much as we think. Look at Limpopo there. We the graph represents where we're doing the most renewable energy deals. I think if my eyes serve me well, you can see Gauteng there, spiking up. You can see Western Cape. Can you see there? In terms of the orange, green, and yellow bars. But look at where Limpopo is. Second, after Western Cape and Gauteng. I think that deserves a round of applause. Given the size of the economic contribution that we've spoken about in terms of national GDP, we're doing most of the renewable deals in the province. And of course, as we said that we're monetizing the sun, it means we are starting to see signs of business and communities taking advantage of the environment which we live in. So I think that's, for me, that's huge. And the key data here is just the province contributes about just over 12% of the renewable energy outputs. When we look at that in APSA books, 80% of that 12.06% come from the agricultural sector. In fact, I'm proud to say that these 3 projects, they've been done here in the province. I know exactly where they are. We just didn't put their names there for confidentiality. But these 3 projects are the best projects nationally. So it shows, for me, it represents the opportunity that we have. We have a project with 1.1 megawatt hybrid. We did it here. We have got project B, 300 kilowatts P in terms of panels, and 1.5 megawatts hour in terms of the battery saving system, battery and energy saving system. It's done right in Limpopo. And the other one is 1 megawatts BESS system as well. So they stand out in our business to say that this really, we still believe, are we saying we have arrived? No, we still believe there's so much scope for us to do. And what we have also seen, we have seen over the years, we know about the ESCOM tariff increase, about, let's say, combined around 12.97%, which is higher than the CPI, the Consumer Price Index. So we think that is an opportunity for businesses, government, for us to play even a bigger role there. And a key note there is out of the 7.3 gigawatts of the rooftop PV capacity installed across South Africa, Limpopo contributes 6% of that, which is great. I think the other state there is about the 16.1 gigawatts of NESA registered projects. About, when I calculated, 17% of it comes from this province. So I think those are good reasons in terms of why investors should invest in the province. This slide just talk about why is it that you can choose us to, as an investor, to invest in this province. We have got a dedicated sector expertise. We've got a team of sectors. As I said, many of them are here on the ground that can talk to you and really solution that. We are an expert-driven team. We are pioneers in renewable energy. And we are very passionate about driving sustainable initiatives. In terms of solutions, we offer access to finance. We have got structured pricing benefits that we have done together with government in terms of collaboration. And I think in terms of core product offerings, we have got those products that talks to that. This is about water, and it's just showing in terms of the cost or the average domestic and industry raw water tariff increase. Remember where we came from, we started to see this trend in terms of energy, but we're starting to see water now coming up. And it says that we need to take similar actions that we have taken to address our energy space. And we are happy to just move to be ahead of the curve. So from 2016 to 2024, it shows you that the water cost going up. Not only consumption, but only the water leakage. And that's where our teams can also play a role. And I just want to extend the invite to the province that we're more than keen to have more deeper discussions around this. All right, I just shared in terms of what we can do around water, in terms of leak detection, water metering system, amongst others, and water treatment. So I think all that, the team is here, and we can talk around how we can support the province in this. I just want to talk about enterprise development and ESD, because given the stats that we have seen, we can't separate this. we have done in the province, amongst others, Marula Platinum Mine. We have got a memorandum of agreement where we are funding, SMEs under this. We're seeing nice traction around that, playing in the ecosystem of the mining that's already strong in the province. And in Univenda, we partnered with them a couple of years or from last year to run a skills development program through specialized masterclass with a competitive pitching platform. And we're seeing a lot of entrepreneurs coming through that program. And we're seeing youth in agriculture because we are an agriculture-driven province. We are aimed to provide talented and support to youth farmers in the province. I think just to show some of the initiatives that we have done in the province with partnership in terms of the commerce and industry township economy. I'm not gonna go each and every line, but you can see these things are happening in the province from an ESD, because we believe, we come from background where not many of our people have got collateral and equity. So there's a combination of grants, and we use government or FDIs, we call it financial or DFIs, developmental financial institutions, where we support you as businesses to really fulfill your dreams. Currently, as we stand, I'm just respectful of time, just over 2 minutes left. We see over 1.5 billion that we have assisted in terms of that framework, in terms of the guarantees, grants, and just loans under that umbrella. I think in the province, as I've mentioned, these are the 4 critical sectors that we want to join and really focusing on and grow the economy. I think this is the last slide. Minister MC, I've done well for time. I've tried to save a bit of time. But I think in closure, I just want to say that we are open for business. We want to engage. And I think if we work together, the minister spoke about the 5.5% required. I've never heard that stat, and it's scary. The premier, we celebrated 0.9, which is great comparative to the national growth. But it says we need to grow even 4 times higher. And from what I hear from Stats SA and everyone, it's possible if we work together, even with the current limitations that we have in our economy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Godi, but I must correct one thing. You had 15 minutes. It's 56 seconds left, and you say you've saved a lot of time. You people from the bank. But you have come in the time allocated, though. Thank you so much, my good sir. We appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the last item before lunch. And I do wish to apologize if you are starting to feel a bit hungry. We are going to finish on time. I'm very confident about that. We just need to make up some of the time that we have lost. So the Honorable Premier has been saying we can't, as government, do it on our own. We can't assume sole responsibility for the jobs that need to be created, for the hope that needs to be given to those many people who are losing hope. And we need to work in partnership with those in the private sector. And this is where I take off my hat, and this is where I invite you to start affording an opportunity for those partners who are here to say, let's work together. We have amongst ourselves very serious leaders from the business fraternity. You have group CEOs, you've got CEOs, you've got very top executives who have been sitting here, taking in, and now it is their opportunity to start sharing. And the first group that I'm going to call on is facilitated by the CEO of TBCSA, Tourism Business Council of South Africa. Chifiwa Chivengwa, sorry. My sincere apology for butchering your surname there. Please come forward with your panel. Come and take your seats. These are the thought leaders. These are people who in the tourism industry are going to have a discussion that seeks to provoke thought, but also to point us to where the opportunities are. As they make their way to the front, I must say, I think it's about 2 days ago, as the moderator, had to have a discussion with the facilitator and his panel. And they caught me at a time where I was driving, so I did not have my notepad or anything. And I purely by accident, made the mistake of saying that this panel is presenting tomorrow. You should have heard the attacks. Why were we not consulted? Who made the decision? They were all so interested and keen to have their moment. My good sir, I think there's 1 or 2 of your members who are joining online, but the platform is yours. The mics are there. There are 2 mics to be shared between each of the members. I afford you an hour. I would be happy if you can finish inside the hour. We would appreciate it. But I don't want the hard work that you have done into preparing for us to just butcher you. Ladies and gentlemen, after this, we are going to have lunch. Please, with the limited energy you still have in you, let's give it up for the panel on tourism, heritage, and wildlife in Limpopo. Over to you, sir.
So thank you, Program Director. I should have gotten something to stand on so I can look taller when I speak. We are quite delighted to be here as panelists. We have been preparing for this. As introduced, my name is Chifiwa Chivengwa. I am the CEO of Tourism Business Council of South Africa, a private sector body representing the interests of the private sector within the tourism industry in South Africa. The Premier in our absent, MEC Matibe, we were together at Tourism in Davos some few months ago. Minister of Electricity, we have met each other several times during the PPGI days when we were trying to get the economy of the country to get to its normal shape just before COVID, when we were working on several projects. I have my panelists. I'm not going to go through the protocols. We have only 1 hour. I acknowledge, or I stand on the protocols that everybody who came here since the morning have done, and we are privileged to be here. We have panelists that are online. Let me just check if they have joined. We have Mr. Apio Alu, who's joining us possibly from Kenya. And we also have Dr. Manyara. The last time I spoke to Dr. Manyara, he was in Sao Tome. I'm not sure if they have joined. But before we start, let me just lay some background. Travel and tourism is quite important for the South African economy, or to the South African economy. Before 2019, and I'm happy the Statistician General is here, we always have a statistics committee to debate the numbers and to compare the figures. And sometimes we use direct impact into the economy. Sometimes we use, both direct and indirect impact into the economy. But in 2019, we always look at the numbers from World Travel and Tourism Council. We're sitting at around 9.5% of the economy. Of course, during COVID, those numbers dipped because we all know what happened during COVID. Tourism went down. We had to have very robust discussion for the tourism to be reopened. And then we'll recover to about 8.2% in 2023. And it's estimated that by end of 2024, we're probably going to get to 8.8%. And this is both direct and indirect impact into the economy. And hopefully by 2030, we'll get to 10% of the GDP. But we still need to work the direct impact, as the statistician general is the custodian of what we call the tourism satellite account, which measures the economic impact and also measures how many people are employed within the tourism industry. In 2024, international tourist arrivals to South Africa grew by 5.1% to 8.92 million visitors, demonstrating a strong rebound into South Africa. Of course, 76% of that comes from the Africa continent. And in the main, it comes from the SADC region. And in the main, it comes from Zimbabwe, Lesotho, Swaziland, Mozambique, and a few other countries in the SADC area. And if you look into those numbers, you will see that Limpopo plays a very critical role because it's a gateway into South Africa through the roads. In terms of the spend, the international visitor spending reached about 116.5 billion rand. This is the tourists that are coming into South Africa from outside of South Africa. We made about 116 billion rand, and domestic spend, meaning us South Africans traveling our own country, was about 430 billion rand, which puts us into 546.5 billion rand. What does that mean? It means that when we compute the numbers for the outbound travel that we did, we then gonna get into a point where we see if we've got a positive trade balance or negative trade balance as far as the tourism satellite account is concerned. There is a huge possibility that tourism is gonna surpass agriculture and mining and transport as far as employment is concerned if we do the right things. Domestic air travel 2019, we'll speak to that as far as air access is concerned. I think we had about, in 2024, 143,000 flights compared to about 167,000 flights. So we're still behind as far as air access is concerned and connectivity is concerned. The number of seat capacity is still below. 2024, we were at 18 million seats. We're still below the 22 million seats for 2019. So what does that mean? As I go to the first panelist, it means that there's a whole lot more work that we need to do. In 2025, we are sitting now in terms of total overseas travel. We're sitting on about 1.671, 280,000 travelers that came into the country. So 1.6 million and 280,000 that came into the country, which is 10.5% increase versus January to September for 2024. If you include domestic, if you include the Africa travel, you're sitting at around 17%, meaning that we're at 7.634 million tourists that have came to South Africa. So trajectory-wise, it looks like we may get closer to 10 million international arrivals in this year. Having set the tone, there are various things that we're going to be discussing here, but I am going to start with Mr. Alu, if he's already logged in. He's a specialist and he's going to talk to us about the tourism demand and investment, focusing on trends, opportunities, and growth strategies. Mr. Alu, if I can hear your voice if you are online.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm online. I hope you can hear me loud and clearly.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you very much for being with us.
Thank you.
Let me start with you. Since the end of the pandemic, what are the tourism trends that you have been seeing, from which regions, and what's happening in the African continent? If you can lay that foundation as it relates to investment as well.
Thank you. I believe all protocols previously observed. Africa has drastically changed over, I think, the COVID era. We're seeing a lot more emphasis on intra-Africa travel, obviously driven by increased connectivity, both road and air. In terms of demand, we're also seeing, I think, with regards to post-COVID recovery, North Africa is leading, driven by Morocco, Egypt, closely followed by Eastern Africa, driven mostly by Zanzibar, which played a huge role in terms of repositioning tourism post-COVID, and closely followed by Southern Africa. With regards to investment, we strongly see a heightened risk element being placed on hospitality and tourism investments across the continent. We're seeing investors who are a bit more, who are bullish previously, I think right before COVID, have gathered a more bearish approach. The risk element has increased, which obviously makes it a bit more challenging to secure capital or funding within into projects across Africa. But the upside is quite happily, we're seeing a lot more African capital being repositioned from other industries into the tourism and hospitality sector. I think overall, we like to ascertain investors that there's a lot more opportunity for attracting local demand and local capital. So in a nutshell, I think that's what we've seen, a lot more focus on intra-Africa travel. With regards to demand, supply, it's been more challenging to develop projects pre-COVID. It's becoming a bit more interesting because there's a lot more focuses on securing funding from within the continent. Thank you.
Yeah. So Mr. Alu, just a quick one. I know you need to run into a board meeting. You know, we are here in Limpopo province in South Africa, which borders Zimbabwe, Botswana, Mozambique, and we're at the investment conference. Now, we always talk about tourism as one of the industries that needs investment to grow. What are the opportunities that you have seen across the African continent that this province can take advantage of to grow tourism and to ensure that it becomes significant in the landscape of tourism across the country and, in fact, across the continent, if not the world?
That's an interesting point. I strongly believe that what a lot of investors, local governments, and ideally market look at Limpopo's location as being a disadvantage towards investors. We look at it on the flip side. Ideally, that is Limpopo's strongest, I think, point with regards to attracting investors and repositioning the region in a nutshell. So what we look at is cross-border gateway, is repositioning Limpopo as a cross-border gateway. With regards to not just wildlife tourism, there's a lot of opportunity in terms of creating sports tourism, healthcare tourism, and trying to develop infrastructure around that supports that, with obviously includes developing the airport, creating investor-friendly environments, both locally and working with the national government, and obviously security and safety. But one of the key challenges we've seen, or setbacks that would negatively affect this, obviously, is stability, long-term stability in terms of policy, which we've seen shifting across different markets in Africa. And this has been a disadvantageous factor or a high-risk element for a lot of investors. So with regards to Limpopo, there's a lot of opportunity we see in terms of repositioning away from just wildlife. The fact we're looking at right now is there's a lot more focus on wellness tourism, and rightfully so, Limpopo is positioned to take advantage of that.
Thank you very much for that. We really appreciate that, and we will understand if you are running into the board meeting. If you're no longer with us, it's okay. We just want you to tap into your wisdom and your knowledge in terms of what's going on around the continent and what is it that we can take advantage of as a province of Limpopo and how we can position ourselves properly. Mr. Manyara, or Dr. Manyara,
You and I have been in many panel discussions. I remember we were together in Botswana and Gaborone, I think in Windhoek, and you've always been championing intra-Africa tourism. What is the state of intra-Africa travel within the continent? What have you been seeing?
Yeah, thank you. I hope you can hear me.
No, we
Can you
can't
hear me,
hear
please?
you.
You can hear me, right?
Yes, Dr.
Hello?
Manyara?
Yes?
Okay, so we're having some technical issues. We're gonna try to fix some technical issues with Dr. Manyara. Let me get into
can
the
you-
panelists that are here or
Can you hear me now?
on the floor. We still can't hear you, but the technical team is gonna work on that. Let me get to the panel that we have here. We have Mr. Pilane, who comes from Mpumalanga, and he is the chair of SATSA, amongst many things that he does. We have Mr. Komani, who is the chair of FlySafe, amongst many things that he does or he has done. And we have Ms. Mokholwa, who comes from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries, DFFE, and Environment, who is with us here. Let me start with you, Mr. Pilan. Partnerships and sustainable investment. Are we doing enough in South Africa to have proper partnerships between the private sector and the public sector? Do we have functional partnerships as far as tourism is concerned, be it on tourism growth, be it on tourism infrastructure, and the rest?
Thank you, Chair. I don't think we do have, there's a window of opportunity there to grow partnerships between government and the private sector. But we're not taking that advantage, especially from the public sector side. Because if you were to do a quick assessment of many of the assets that are in the hands of government, you will realize that they are got a serious shortfall of giving that standard that we need. So there's no investments, there's no maintenance, there's struggle, and there's no money to be able to improve that. And I think if we were to look at investments, my issue would be, as much as we are looking at foreign investments and from the EU or America, there's enough opportunity within the country where the private sector wants to invest largely in government assets that are in strategic areas, because it is our belief that government should focus on policy and business should focus on business. So government should not try to cross that line where they now want to run businesses. And if you look at most of these key strategic areas of ours, they are in dire strait because government is really, really trying to run businesses there. So we're saying that partnerships needs to be key. And these partnerships must also not only benefit those that are already privileged, but they must also go down to look at how they can then incorporate those local communities.
So if I hear you correctly, you are suggesting that perhaps government should concession some of the parks that they may have. Here in Limpopo, there are many parks, whether they are owned by the province or municipalities. Are you saying that commercialization of those parks through the private sector is the way to go?
I think so. I really think so. I mean, we make an example of one of the projects that we're running in Mpumalanga. We had a partnership with local government. We found a piece of land vacant. It was owned by local government. Communities were already on the verge of occupying that land, you know, building shacks and everything. We came in, we partnered with the municipality. You know, in less than 7 years, that facility has attracted more than 1.4 million visitors. It has created 120 permanent jobs. It has actually worked as a nucleus of that small town to attract other investment. We're seeing new hotels coming in. We're seeing new guest houses coming in. We're seeing more activities coming in. But that land, if it continued to be in the hands of local government, it would be now occupied by shacks. You know, so we need to commercialize, but also we need a commercialization process that empowers our communities. Because some of these commercial deals that we've seen them, you know, not benefiting communities other than just giving them jobs. So we need to look at our models to say, how do we then now able to do these models that partners with communities? If you look at the model of Mdluli community, where the community trust there owns almost 50% of the Mdluli Lodge, you know, those are some of the things that we need to be able to be looking at how feasible and how, but what I like about the Mdluli Lodge is that it is driven purely by the private sector and training and, you know, providing skills to the communities in that area to begin to understand how safari lodges work. So for me, commercialization should be what we are prioritizing there, because local government, provincial government, national government, all of them, if we were to do an assessment, they own assets, and those assets are really not doing what we expect them to do in terms of profitability.
Well, so there you have it. The assets that are not doing well, that are owned, that are sitting, I'm not going to mention the names. We know where they are. There are lots of entrepreneurs here that may very well be willing to invest in those assets and be able to run them commercially, which will boost the province image and so forth and so on. But anyway, let me move from that. Is Ms. Dr. Manyara there?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
All right. We'll
Can you still
wait
hear
for
me?
Dr. Manyara. Let me move into the issue of wildlife economy. You see, everyone have been talking about the wildlife economy in the province, and a lot of mining and a lot of other things. The wildlife economy, ecotourism, biodiversity. Not long ago, we were listening to Sun Parks saying that they have, you know, raised or have done about 4.1 billion rand worth of revenue from all the 21 national parks. Can you tell us about the importance of the wildlife economy and how we need to drive investment into that space? And perhaps when you're talking about that, let's think about why don't we have the mining indaba here in Limpopo, since we've been talking about, you know, all these mines and the activities, but the mining indaba is done in Cape Town.
Thank you very much. And I like what you are asking, because I was born in this province and my career actually started in the mining industry. And I possibly know all the small scale mines in the province because I was traveling around the province. But I'm now in a space where simply I'm chasing plants and animals and ensuring that people benefit from the conservation of plants and animals. So the wildlife economy is as significant as the small-scale mining industry in this province specifically because This province has got the highest concentration of game farms. Over 50% of game farms in the country are found in Limpopo and are driving largely the ecotourism and the hunting industry, which is the wildlife economy. And the hunting industry is very interesting because we have in excess of about 200,000 local hunters and possibly around 47,000 or so of overseas hunters. And the overseas hunters in actual fact generate more revenue than local hunters because local hunters are largely for subsistence purposes. And why overseas hunters are generating more revenue, I'll give you an example. To hunt some of the big 5 animals, and I won't mention one, can cost in excess of 1.4 million, just the hunt alone. So that's just start to give you the scale of how significant the hunting industry is. But the wildlife industry, in essence, is part of what we call the biodiversity economy industry of the country. So part of that also includes, and maybe let me go back. The Premier says we should be having an academy on mining. I'd argue equally that due to the richness of natural resources in this province, we should have an academy, or otherwise the 2 institutions that we have, University of Limpopo and University of Venda, should start to focus on research in hunting in this country because we don't have that body of knowledge in relation to that. The University of Venda is well placed to then drive research around what we call the bioprospecting economy. The statistician general talks about the fact that men in this province are very fertile. And we know the story about how when a young boy grows up and what happens. But the rich plant and natural resources that we have in this province specifically have got a very huge potential to drive economic growth here. So the University of Venda could be one of those universities that are well placed to then venture into the bioprospecting economy. And not only that, the third element to that then relates to the cultural and heritage tourism. Because we have rich culture, especially in this province. I mean, I can mention the mysteries around the Tate Vondo forest as an example. Those are fascinating stories that we need to be telling because these are our stories. We have a lot of sacred places, sacred practices, etc., that people are interested to know who we are. And that is part of our value proposition when we talk about tourism. Then the last one relates to what we call ecological infrastructure. Now here we're talking about landscapes. Go to Volkbeck. Since COVID, we've seen a rise in people exploring the outdoors. And I'm happy that in the department, Dr. Ratumbu, I follow the department, you've introduced this system where employees go out to venture into the products that the department and the services that the department manages. And those help because we know that venturing into the outdoors is all about wellness. It's all about taking care of ourselves, relieving and releasing stress and depression, etc. And I think the question that I'll put to the province is this value proposition around tourism. And because I've been in the province 30 years ago, I know we've gone through a lot of strategies around tourism, starting with the horseshoe concept. Mr. Ngobeni will remember. The value proposition of this province, we need to find that hook. The reality is that to get to this province, you have to drive. If I have to explore this province, what it means is that I must be ready to drive to Mapungube and stay a little more days. But along the way, I will need something that will interest me. So we need to improve on the value proposition of this province. Possibly we might hear that flights might start to land at the Polokwane International Airport or GAL. But the bottom line is that the provincial government needs to also focus on those of us, and I'm one of those that love road trips, to attract us, to venture into all these hidden gems of the province, which are not popular, and to spend a little more days than before. But what we are doing also is to ensure that we improve the regulatory mechanisms around the wildlife economy management. You may hear that one of the things that the department is doing is around putting in some work around the development of the Limpopo Wildlife International Convention Center. And we already have some indication of interest from the municipality and the province. Land is being made available to develop the first of its kind Wildlife International Convention Center. In actual fact, I'll even go to argue that when I come to Limpopo, I would like to be enjoying game meat. We've got a game meat strategy in place and need to implement it. Most of us in this room have not had a taste of game meat. And yet in this country, we have in excess of 20 million plains game species. That unfortunately, we only produce 150,000 tons of that game meat, and very little goes into the local market. And what you will find that is left for us is only what you find in Biltong. Thank you.
I like the whole game meat strategy. You know, when I hear meat, you know, everything ends. Because you talk about gastronomy tourism. People want to come and experience something that's different. You know, I always say, you know, when people arrive here, we want to give them English breakfast. But they left England to eat a Xitsonga breakfast. So how are we then showcasing our own heritage? And you know, how do we take the animals that we have steaks, kudu steaks on a commercial, you know, basis and so forth and so on. But let me go back to, I'll get back to that and also the question of whether you support commercialization. You know, you're in a biodiversity space, you know, from biodiversity, like to promote, to protect all the species, the forest and everything else. We'll get back to that at some point. But let me get to Dr. Manyara. Dr. Manyara, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hope now it's clear.
Thank you very much. We can hear you now. Can you please take us through the
sorry about that.
intra-Africa travel? You have been talking about this in many, many discussions that we've had. What is the state of intra-Africa travel? I'd like for you to also touch on the issues of SATAM, connectivity, and so forth and so on, because that's a big issue that we're going to jump into just after this conversation.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually talking to you from Sao Tome and Principe here, but I think we're 2 hours behind. Of interest, you're talking about investment. I think one of the leading investors here is a South African company that is investing in tourism. So we're seeing these opportunities actually growing for, and also seeing the need for African companies to invest in the African continent. I think is quite encouraging. Yes, when you talk about tourism in Africa, connectivity and so forth, I think this is something that also we need to look at from a perspective where we see opportunities despite the challenges we face. I think I did mention before that Africa only accounts for 2% of the global air transport. We are the second largest continent in the world. We're seeing a growing opportunity in terms of the population is growing, demand for air transport is growing. But we see these issues really stifling our growth. And I see that's where the potential lies in terms of seeing how best we can come together, work together and address these issues of connectivity. Now, we can look at it from a policy perspective, bilateral air services agreement and so forth, but also we can need to look at it from the operational perspective. Now, we do know that in the African continent, only of the 1,200 active planes that we have, only 600 of them are actually active as of last year. So this remains a huge challenge, and I think this is why we're trying to push for this opportunity that we need to work together collectively if you're to address these issues of connectivity. It's something that is really going to stifle our growth. We have, like for example, Ethiopian Airlines, I think, has placed an order of about 60 planes. I think that's the largest so far. But we're seeing other airlines placing orders of upwards of 100 planes. So from a tourism perspective, we are saying that we need to see this as an opportunity. How do we collectively work together in the African continent to widen this space and to grow the tourism numbers? The other aspect we talked about in terms of trends in the African continent, what we're seeing is that there's a shift shift in terms of a number of member states now beginning to embrace the tourism sector. We did an analysis, and where I am here in Sao Tome is actually one of the fastest growing tourism destinations that presents huge opportunity. But the other issue we're seeing is that the leading destinations in Africa, of course, South Africa included, Egypt, Morocco, and so forth, still continue to dominate that space. These 5 top countries account for 80% of all the tourism revenue. So I think there's need to start thinking about how we can assist other member states, looking at the investment opportunities that exist there, and also trying to shift the focus on tourism in terms of the nature of products that we have in the African continent. So yes, just to say that there is a huge opportunity that exists. As you said, South Africa actually receives quite a number of tourists from the African continent. I think we did see that once you lifted the visa requirements for Kenyans, especially, I think I was told that Kenya became your fastest growing tourist market by a simple policy decision. So all these issues, I think, are things that need to be addressed, and implementing some of the protocols we have in the African continent. So I'd like to thank you very much. I'm sorry for the issue with the connectivity, but yeah, we can continue to engage. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Dr. Manyara, just a quick one. This issue of visas, when one African person crosses to another African country, as it relates to the EU or AU Agenda 2063, do you believe that if we get our visa regime properly, or if we get an African passport, or if we scrap visa requirement for other Africans traveling to other African countries, do you think that's going to improve demand? Is it going to improve connectivity, and so forth and so on?
Certainly. I mean, we see, let's take the example of the European Union before the expansion. I think there were originally 10 member states. When they expanded and had more member states from Eastern Europe, Poland, and so forth, there was the initial shock in terms of migration into these original 10 member states. But over time, what has happened, there's been reverse migration, because these are the destinations that have also grown in terms of the economies and so forth, opportunities that are growing in those respective destinations. So the concern that opening up the African space, people will go to particular countries, I think that is misguided, because the other destinations are also growing as equally, and there's also opportunities that are also growing there. Now, what we see that in the African continent, I think we need visas before arrival for quite a number of member states, and that is a limiting factor because, for example, here in Sao Tome, where I am, if you don't have a good passport, then you really have to apply for your visa before, maybe two weeks before you travel to Sao Tome, and you can imagine this has actually limited the space here. So yes, indeed, addressing this visa regime is something that is of critical importance. We have the protocol of free movement of persons and the right of establishment, which again means that the right of establishment is that, it will enable Africans to settle in whichever state and be able to invest there, and transfer the skills that are necessary to grow the tourism sector. So we're not just looking at about just people moving within the African continent, but also moving, see how best we can maximize these opportunities. Just to mention that intra-Africa trade is only 16%. So we're not even just talking about movement of people. Let's look at the tourism value chains. How do we strengthen them across the African continent? Because why do we have to get products, say, from Turkey, China, and so forth, whereas there could be opportunities in the African continent that are not being explored? And that, that could do with opening up the space for people to travel freely within the African continent. And just to mention that that I did talk about this, we did a study between the relations between tourism and trade. And the results reveal that if you are to talk about the African continental free trade area, you must talk about tourism, because tourism is what is a sector that actually induces trade. So yeah.
Yeah. No, thank you very much about that, Mr. Allo. I'll get back to you. I see you nodding your head in agreement, but we'll get to that. Mr. Koman, you are the chair of FlySAF Air, which is, de facto the carrier of the people I wanted to say the other word, but let me not. The carrier of the masses, when people are moving around the country and also regionally, when they think of flying, they think of Fly Safair. What is the importance of connectivity? And can you also give us a brief story of how Fly Safair get to where it is? Because if I think few years back, Fly Safair probably had some few planes and, Kulula or, Comac Group was bigger. Of course, Airlink has been there. Can you give us a brief history and also the importance of air connectivity within the South African context and also for this province?
Thank you, Chief. I'm glad you didn't call us a national carrier because we're not, but we carry the nation as an airline. We have about 65% of market share. 2 weeks ago, we turned 11 years old. So we're pretty much young airline, but we see ourselves as a disruptor in the market. And I'll give you a case study of what happened when we launched Cape Town, Nelspruit, Cape Town, Woodspruit route. But maybe let me talk about the importance of air connectivity. I mean, the Minister of Electricity or Energy, I don't know which one is right, talked about the importance of having energy for economic development. The airline plays exactly the same role in terms of connecting destinations. And I think this province, specifically here, this province is poised for that. And because we're a data-driven business, we like when we see people travel. And I think what statistician General who talked about the fertility rate in this province. So we like those numbers because it means that people will be traveling. So the importance of connectivity, we see that, first of all, on the air, it reduces the accidents on the road, and I'm sure we all know the numbers, but it also stimulates business travel. Now, I can go to Cape Town, come back within days. I don't have to drive to Joburg to catch a flight, so you need that connectivity. But from the tourism point of view, foreigners who come to this country don't want to spend hours and hours on the road. They want to land and then they get to their destination. So that's the role that we play. And we still have 2,000 people working for us. So we have 37 aircraft. In fact, 2 weeks ago, we signed a lease for new MAX 8, 3 of them that will be delivered in 2028. So you need to have that forward thinking if you are to run an efficient airline. So when you talk about what drives us, one, we have the right people, we have the right leadership, we have the right staff, and that the backbone of that, or that is underpinned by our technology. We're big in technology. Whatever we can move to technology, we'll do. And maybe the case study as to why we here today is that on the 2nd of October, less than a month ago, we launched 3 flights a week between Cape Town and Woodspruit. Those flights are now running at 87%. We've never seen that before. So I was saying to someone at a tea break, I said, there's something about this province that is happening. I don't know what it is, but if the Premier was here, I was going to make a pledge that I can pledge to her that either we're going to increase the frequency between Cape Town and Woodspruit, or we're going to look at a frequency to Polokwane. By the next conference, there's going to be a shift. As I say, we don't do that because we love the province. We do that because it makes business sense. So yeah, I mean, you ask what's our key to how do we get to where we are? We're a simple business. Make simple decision for us to launch this route. Probably takes 30 minutes, listen to numbers, and we launch it. If the route doesn't work, we pull out of it as quickly as possible. But what this province does, that gives to us, is that partnership that we want. I mean, Moses was here, market the province, the premier. If he cannot land in Polokwane or Woodspruit, we'll call the premier. In other destinations, when we cannot land because of not even technical things, something that needs someone's signature, everyone is running around and so it's a national matter, blah, 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 blah. It's destructive, guys. But in this province, we're quite confident that we have the right partners. And so, yeah, I think we'll grow with this province as it grows forward.
Now, I think that will be a very significant move should we have a direct flight, low cost, that comes into the province. It will increase the number of, or will decrease the number of people on the road, and it will ensure that the province is competitive. I think that's a big commitment that we just got from the tourism point of view in terms of the investment into the province. Gateway Airport, I think they need to start fixing those tiles that are broken there at the entrance to make sure that we get ready for the big, 737s that are going to be coming into the airport. And also fixing the instruments for landing and so forth and so on, so that we don't have this visual landing problem where you can't land during the day, during the night, or if it's raining.
Can I just comment on that?
Yes.
The landing instrument thing is not a technical thing, it's a paper thing. ICAO requires airports to be approved to meet certain standards. All of that work is done. So someone sitting somewhere needs to just put a signature and the landing happens. If you don't have those approvals and you land in that airport, you're going to be in trouble. And we all know that weather systems do misbehave, Nelspruit being the case. We can't land in Nelspruit in certain areas, not because of the weather, not because of the system, but because we just need a signature sitting somewhere. Thank you.
There you have it. I'm going to ask one last question. We still have 15 minutes, but we can end before that if we need to. We don't have to finish all the time. What is it that the Limpopo tourism or the Limpopo province needs to do to attract more investment into this province? There are many regions of this province, from the Waterberg region all the way to Vembe region. What is it that needs to happen if you're an investor coming from airlines or you're an academic? What is it that this province needs to do to attract more investment into the province as far as tourism is concerned? And I would want also, a lot of people have talked about the Mercado, SEZ, and there's another SEZ. Can we also touch on tourism investment zone as well? Because in tourism, we also need zones that are going to be tax-free. If people want to build hotels, they want to have companies, why can't we have tax-free zones? Can you also touch on that? Tourism tax-free zone or investment tax-free zones, whether it's from the wildlife point of view, whether it's from the cultural industry point of view, what is it that this province needs to do to attract more investment, to increase its market share, and to make sure that it's competitive? Because yes, the province has the rest of the Kruger, but most of the people go to the other part of Kruger, which is not this part of Kruger where the province is. So the market share is not equal as far as the park is concerned. Yes, it may have the market share for the full park, but most people go to the Mpumalanga side of the Kruger National Park. So what is it that this province needs to do? Mr. Alu, I'll start with you. In few minutes, like 3-4 minutes, elevator speech.
Thank you. So just quite briefly, and appreciate all the comments made by the speakers. I would speak more in terms of what we are doing that is not working. I think the first point is we're branding our heritage with foreign names. My background specifically is in hospitality, building hotels, investing in hotels, and building ecosystem for investors. So we ideally building tourism for international markets, whereas the demand is being driven locally. What I strongly believe the local government needs to do is to create anchor projects. We were, I think, in Richards Bay a month or two ago for a similar project. But if the local government focuses on developing anchor projects like what you've mentioned, and create an environment where institutional investors or individuals can come and partner with government through PPPs to develop a platform where the community will benefit and also drive value long term. Not just take out, but also drive value long term. So I think developing an environment where investors would ideally feel safe, secure, and reduce the cost of development as well. Create an environment for PPP projects jointly with the local government. I think also long term, as we focus on developing the accessibility aspect of Limpopo, it cannot, should not, will not in the future make sense that for anyone to fly from Nairobi to Lagos or Nairobi to Limpopo, it should not be twice as much or equal to me flying from Nairobi to New York. We need to find a way that we can create an environment for local demand price points that makes it easier for accessibility. Visa policies, eased or not, it has to be affordable for us to travel within our regions, and affordability in terms of price points is majorly driven by government. Ideally, thank you for that, and thank you as well, and for the opportunity to speak at the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lu. Dr. Manyara. Okay, while we're waiting for Dr. Manyara, Mr. Pilan, what is it that we need to do here?
I think one of the biggest hurdles that we find is approvals with government. It takes forever to sign approvals. So we've got to be able in Limpopo to establish a product development team, small private sector government product development committee that will then go around and identify these projects. I mean, we are interested in developing Makuba's Group as an adventure hub. We're interested in that, but it takes too long, Chair, to even speak to officials. It takes long to set up appointments. It takes long. I don't even want to talk about just somebody responding to you. It takes too long. That's the frustration that we have. We are investing in Hoedspruit, in a lifestyle center, around there. It is taking so long just from the municipality to approve or to look at it and tell you, at least do we or do we not? So those are some of the challenges that we face, that we need a committee in Limpopo that will focus on product development. And this committee must then be able to assist the private sector to deal with these bureaucratic challenges that we find. And I promise you, in the next year, 2, 3, you would start seeing a number of products that are being developed in this province. Thank you.
There you go. This is another deliverables, the product development team for the province. I see the CEO is nodding, and the DG is there, and the HOD is there, and the chairman of the board is there, and others who are in the space of leadership are here. How do we make sure that we fast track when people want to do product development? Because without tourism products, no one will come and visit your village just to sit in your village and just because you love your village. I'm from up there in Venda. I always say no one can visit my village. There's nothing to do other than looking after cattle. Anyway. Mr. Koman, what does the province need to do?
Well, for me, it always boils down to leadership. We don't invest in destinations where there's weak leadership. I think the Premier has demonstrated that. She demonstrated her strength when she came to our launch in Hoedspruit, and she made it clear to us that private sector, This is your role, public sector, this is your role, and all of us will do our jobs. We don't want to run government. We just want to fly planes from point A to point B. So is that resolute leadership that we need? The second thing is consistency. We want to make sure that we know what to expect when our passengers arrive at this destination. And the third thing is that there has to be a stronger marketing for the province. And I'm talking to Moses and the chair that with stronger marketing, that will stimulate demand because we just need numbers. Once we give us people, we fly the metals. So that market is important. But do that in conjunction with us, partner with us, because we have vested interest in this destination growing. The last one is provide us with data. You know, I look at the numbers that the Statistician General that provided here. And I said, John, if we'd known that, we probably have launched 4 flights a week. But so, Moses, we need more of that data because we also have other parties to convince. We have to move this metal from one market to another. It's not like we have infinite number of aircraft that are there. But yeah, those are probably 3 or 4 things that needs to happen. Nothing much. I think we're on the right track, Chief. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Komane. You've heard what the airlines need in order for them to increase connectivity. There's already a commitment on the table, which I think next year at the conference, we should be able to report on that. It would be nice to come back and say, hey, there's a direct flight from FlySafair into Gateway, and who knows, maybe a connection to Zim or, you know, Zambia side of Vic Falls. You never know. Ms. Flora, what do we need to do in 2-3 minutes in order for this province to be the mecca for wildlife, economy? I like that institute that you spoke about, the number of huntings that happen in this province. I was once driving around, I think it's called Marken area, and I saw a lot of wildlife trading there. What is it that we need to do to attract more investment into this province in that space?
We have to start with what we have and understand that which we have. So until such time we understand the vastness and the richness of our natural resources and the heritage related to that, and be able to then develop that into products that are attractive not only for domestic tourism, but for international tourism, we need to get to that stage. We've seen that domestic tourism is one of the greatest contributor. So if we are talking about Hoedspruit, it will largely be targeted for international tourists. But when we talk about this part of the province, that means domestic tourism is gonna play a much greater role than before. So starting all the way in Marakele in the west, with because Limpopo has got 3 national parks. 70% of Kruger National Park is in this province. And yet the large revenue of Kruger National Park is generated in the part of Mpumalanga. But the north is much more interesting than the south. And how does the province then partner with South African national parks around ensuring that the part of the north is also active in terms of tourism, moving from that site into Mapungube? It's a World Heritage Site. It's also a transfrontier conservation area. How do we improve the security around that particular area and then also partner with the countries that are bordering Mapungube to be able to improve the security situation and improve the tourists that go to the area also? Vembe itself, where the SEZ is one of our richest natural heritage area. We've got a biosphere reserve there, where we know there are unique biodiversity features that people could be attracted to, even in the area where you come from in Venda. There's quite a number of them. And then when we move to the west, I've already talked about Waterberg, which has the highest concentration of the wildlife economy. And until such time that we engage with the product at our own level, we will never be able to sell this province to be able to attract the tourists. And I think that this is one province that has got the highest potential to attract specifically domestic tourism. as a first. And of course, international tourism, that will grow, especially when you move towards the west of the province also. And I do agree that these tourism investment zone, we need to categorize them in terms of the product offer, the different product offerings that they have for the province to be able to attract the tourists. Thanks. And the investment.
Thank you very much to the panelists. We have 2 minutes left. And in these 2 minutes, because most of the time, I don't do program directing because I'm required to answer questions. I'm going to leave you with this. As a country, we have a target of reaching 15.6 million tourists by 2030. These are tourists that needs to come to South Africa. If we do so, we should be able to create close to 2 million jobs within our sector. And if we do that correctly, we should be able to attract lots of dollars and pounds and all these other currencies into the country. China and India are the growing economies, and that's where majority of travelers are going to be coming from. The largest outbound traveling market in the world is China. And if you look at Australia, they are getting a major share of that market. India is coming up. You look at that market, as much as we've done a lot of things in terms of the visa regime and the changes that we've done, we still need to do more in those markets. Limpopo has always been in the top 3 of domestic traveling. When you talk about domestic travel, market. But we need to keep in mind that being in the top 3 on the basis of the VFR market, which is visiting friends and relatives, because as the Statistician General said, and the Minister of Energy said, we all work in Joburg, and then we travel back. When we travel back, we are counted as tourists, but we don't touch the entire value chain of tourism. We only touch a little bit of, Kranskop and a little bit of restaurants here and there, but we don't touch the entire value chain. So even if you calculate and say we are top 3, it should be top 3 on the basis of income into the province, because that's what matters to business. So it's very important that we look at it from income point of view, we look at it from numbers point of view, and we also make sure that there's balance. In terms of air access, the truth of the matter is that there hasn't been increase in number of seat capacity into the country internationally. There has been a redirection of traffic from OR Tambo to Cape Town. And it goes from Cape Town to the southern part of Kruger, and then it leaves the country. So we've got challenge when it comes to air access. And through the Minister of Tourism, there are a couple of things that we're doing to address that. National air access, we need to address issues of visas, we need to further address technology and many other things that we need to address. So thank you very much, and big up to the panel, and thank you for having us.
Thank you so much to the panel, and I also appreciate the iPhone that I've been given. Ladies and gentlemen, I am deeply humbled by your patience and discipline. We've never had to call any of you to order. We are very late for lunch. And that's where we are going now. I assure you that I've addressed one of the difficulties that I observed after we saved so much time in that first session and lost it again after tea because there's only one scanner out there. And I went to address it with protocol, and there's been an intervention. There is now a second scanner because I thought you tried to come back on time, but I think you were delayed to some degree. And so I've tried to intervene there, and I've also been assured that tomorrow, not only will they have 2 scanners, they will also open 2 doors for us to be able to access and come in. So I've tried to resolve that particular problem, but for now, I am hoping that you can hold it together and keep alive until you are reconciled with a plate of food, because it's been a long wait. I sincerely apologize. I would want to start the next session at 15:30. So please, I know it's a bit brief. If we do 15:30, we start with 1 presentation, and then we do 2 sessions of probably 50 to 55 minutes each. We should be back on time to finish around 5:30 as scheduled, and then we are going to a very interesting venue in the bush where we're going to have a networking session and just connect and have great conversation and great food. So apologies for making you wait so long. And once again, thank you so much for your orderly behavior, your discipline, your conduct is really admirable. Thank you so much. Let's go and have something to eat. 5:30, please be back. Is Mr. Tobias still here? CEO Tobias. 1, 2. Hello, good afternoon. All right, the stage is ready for the mining panel. First up, we're gonna have a presentation. And after that presentation, so we're gonna have the presentation on logistics, gateway to regional markets, mining, beneficiation and development fund by Meneer van der Merwe, Jaap van der Merwe. That is going to be our first presentation. But in order to Guys, you were not like this before lunch. Hello? I seem to recall a very disciplined collective before lunch. I even commended you for how well you behaved. And I didn't know you were just hungry. That's why you appeared to be well behaved. We're gonna get the show going. So I'm asking if the mining panel can please make their way to the front. The facilitator for this panel is Siape Huefane, who is the lady in the beautiful dress there. She's coming with a delegation. She will introduce the panel members. But she's from Fosco, one of the platinum sponsors. Can we please encourage them to come and sit here in front? You can see, feel free to come forward. You can come, take your seats. So I'm giving you front row seats for the next presentation, just so that you acclimatize. I want you to be seated here in front and be the honorable people, but it's not yet your turn, so you can relax. And I think it is important for us to get going. Some important information. Some important information for you to note. I'm aware that due to the logistical challenges, there are still quite a number of. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I think there are people who arrived here who were not here before lunch. The behavior is just a little different. Ladies and gentlemen, I was saying the reason why I would want us to get going, notwithstanding the fact that most of the, or many of the people, the delegates are still making their way down. I think many of you might have seen me during lunch trying to encourage people to make their way down here, and I'm aware that they are coming in. But whereas we have 520 delegates in the hall, we've registered a record number of 1,898 delegates who are with us online. And because they are online, they may not understand all these delays because they are not physically here. And I think in fairness to them, we should not delay any further because they have shown commitment and they are almost 4 times the delegates in the hall. Let us, for the sake of the investment conference, allow them to benefit by letting the conversation go on. So I'm going to invite to the front Mr. van der Merwe to come and speak to us and share a presentation around logistics. And I hope the people online, you have done as I've asked you earlier on. Please make sure that your name is the name that you would want us, and your contact details what you want us to have so that we can communicate with you. We may not be able to respond to your questions immediately, but I assure you that there's a whole team that is collating all the questions that you guys are posing, some of the comments that you are registering, everything is being kept, and we certainly will make sure that we communicate with you even after this particular event. So do not in any way feel that you are not being responded to. The team is recording everything, and we will certainly make sure that somebody responds to you. So put your hands together and welcome Jaap van der Merwe.
Can we just get the presentation up, please? I can see it here on the panel, but it's not on the big display. There we go. Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, colleagues. Graveyard shift, difficult team to beat this morning, was incredibly informative and entertaining. I'm the railway guy with the rail reform program in the presidency as part of my part-time job. And I took time out of developing corridors because I've learned without the logistics, nothing will happen. So I've been at this now for 3 years. I'm going to talk a little bit about taking friction out on the North-South corridor. But what is interesting is to look at that map in the middle, and you'll see that little white spot is the province, and then north of the province, all the way 1,000 kilometers north, you'll see there are minerals, and that is the real reason why we're having this discussion. Now, it is serendipitous that the host is from Voskhor, because in 1963, when I got to Palabora as a young child, that hole in the mountain was called Lulekop. It was the size of Tabatswane, and now it's a complete ball that has been mined out over the years. In those days, as Afrikaans people, my dad worked for Rio Tinto, and we were Hanskakis because we weren't working for Voskhor, the Afrikaans company. Isn't it wonderful how the place have changed? So, yeah, so I have some heritage in that. So we're going to try and see what do we do to, and you'll see also the black lines there are the railway. So if I zoom in a bit, I have two views of Africa that I would like to share with you. And the one on the left is the waterways of Africa. It's a beautiful picture. And you can see it's got the big rivers. And right at the bottom is the Limpopo. And when all is said and done, we send 170 cubic meters a second into the sea, which nobody uses. Well, compare it to the Congo at 46,000 per minute. So the Limpopo River Basin and the Zambezi River Basin and the Congo River Basin is one way to look at the resources on the continent and in our north-south perspective, and the Orange River Basin for that matter. And that gives us two things, the ability to be successful in agriculture, and it also gives us run-of-river grade baseload energy, green energy, which is not when the sun shines, there's no electricity, when sun shines, there's electricity, but running big plants, you need baseload energy. If you look to the right, you'll see is the mineral map, and as the minister so eloquently pointed out, and some colleagues, 90% of the platinum group metals in the world is on that picture, 70% of the chrome on the planet, 43% of the tantalum, 36% of the gold, 30% of the coal, 20% of the cobalt, and 10% of the copper. Apart from the coal, that is the stuff we need for this new world that we've moved into, the world of post-carbonized society. And what you also see is the map of the major rail routes. And you can see there's connections through the province to Richards Bay and Durban in the south. And then there is connections close to the province into Maputo. So what I would call kilometer zero is where the province's access point is. So if we think of a gateway of the province into all of that resource base, 1,000 kilometers up, we're in the copper belt between Zambia and the DRC. And all those railings exist in a very bad state. And there are some roads which have also now become in a very bad state because the railings are in a bad state. So what we have is sufficient accessibility, if we fix it, that we can do a lot better. If you look at it from a freight flow point of view, South Africa through the province, this is a pre-COVID view. And you can see all the way from Cape Town through to Beitbridge, there's stuff flowing. And the thickness of that line tells you how much is moving at a density at a point. And you can see that clearly that province is the gateway into SADC. And the ground zero is Messina, there's no doubt. But you can also see it's red is exports from all provinces into SADC. Blue is only a little bit from the province. And we should have a much broader blue line from the province if we want to export the province into SADC. And if you see what that was, it was largely maize, wheat, maize mostly, then wheat, potatoes, vegetables, other agriculture. Not the stuff we make in the province, not the lovely fruit we spoke to. That would go to Europe and America and go to our ports. So if we have a African continental perspective, then we have to ask ourselves, what do we do with the little blue line in the province, which is in the agriculture in the Limpopo River Basin, that we will take north? Okay. So I'm going to flip through these slides. I don't want to spend too much time on it, but what are the key levers that we have to unlock cross-border trade? There are 5 levers. An efficient border corridor infrastructure. You can read what it means. Logistics and distribution infrastructure in Limpopo. A value chain and a market access alignment lever. A regulatory and institutional enabler. And financial investment mobilization that we need to do. So what do we want to do? We want to take the friction that we experience at the border and turn it into an opportunity. So we want to establish Messina as a SADC and an AFCTFA regional trade gateway. Choose Messina as ground zero and stop doing stuff on the bridge. Do it inland and create a freight village environment, not just a container depot. So we have to change our thinking of how we manage this physical border with the rest of the SADC region. If you look at it from a practical point of view, what are the things we can do? In 36 months, we can establish that. Simple things. We can, in 6 months, do a diagnostic and make sure we establish a task force. They map all the crossings, border, and get the KPIs right. Look at the top 3 KPIs and do the quick wins. In the midterm, then you upgrade the terminal to a freight village, which means you start adding value at that point. You're not simply dropping boxes and pushing them over the border at the Messina Intermodal Terminal, and complete the one-stop border post initiative that's currently running. It's not useful to have 2 border checks for the same thing in the same place if we want friction out of the flow. And then we need to roll out a digital manifest and a clearance system, and then start an incentive system for the cold chain for all the good things that we can warehouse out of the province. And in the long term, operationalize a bonded logistics node in that freight village, make a dry port of it, in other words, ensure the railing upgrades to the corridor north and south. Now, why I'm standing here is I was at the regional days of the development of the MMSCZ, tasked to develop the rail plan in 2018. And it is an impossible thing to do. If you think of getting all the minerals up into Messina Makadu so that you can actually manufacture the scale of the regional project. So that's still outstanding, but we now have a reform program in South Africa. If we want to access anything north, our engagements with our colleagues in Zimbabwe and the engagements with the colleagues in Zambia and engagements with the colleagues in the DRC is critical, otherwise it will not happen. And if you don't do that, just drive on the roads in Zimbabwe, you know the reality of what a disaster is that we are currently facing. So a lot of work to do there, and then get the KPIs in place. At Beitbridge, on a 12 months to 2 year cycle, what are the practical things you can do? You can do permanent staging and electronic slotting, build a hub on the N1 highway. Why? You want to lower the dwell time. It does not make sense for vehicles to stand for days getting through the border. And same by the border between Zambia and the Congo, by the way. It can take a month to cross the border in 2 kilometers with a truck. And then we want to integrate it with SARS. That's sort of busy happening, but not there yet. Measure the predictable flows, and our statistician general would want to know that. And then push for this one-stop border post manual to signature so that we have a common process and there's no friction between the two countries at the border. So we have a single inspection path. And then on the Limpopo Maputo side, where we want to take the magnetite out from Foscor, we want to take the magnetite out from PMC, a lot of minerals that go that short route via Hoedspruit. They're the same problem, you know. It's now also being caught up by the trucks coming in, the road trucks coming in with the coal. And it's a complete nightmare, 20 kilometers of trucks at the border post. And we're involved in that in the NLCC, the Logistics Crisis Committee. There's a work stream just to try and clean up that border post. And it's all about the friction, and now that the Mozambicans have burnt their side to the ground, it's not helping. So we really have created a lot of obstacles for ourselves to get flow of freight. If the freight cannot flow, the trade cannot accelerate. So my job is to try and get this going. Then get green lanes, pre-authorized operators that's authorized to work across these corridors, authenticated entities. At Martins Drift towards Botswana, same thing, not much happening there. We can introduce a one-stop border post there. We're going to build a railway line now from Lepalale into Mamabula to bring the coal across. That is a wonderful new thing because it's coming into the province. It's GDP for the province. A consortium from Botswana is going to build a line up to Lepalale, and then we're going to bring millions of tons through, and that piece that runs to Rustenburg is GDP in the province. Also creates another pathway north of Pretoria that you don't have to come through Krugersdorp and Mogale City, which is a very painful process, having to run your trucks and trains through the urban areas of CBD of Joburg. Never efficient to get to the port. So if we look at the practical interventions on a 2-year cycle on rail, so we need binational train slots. We need to agree the train schedules so that one train can run through to the other one. We've now done this on our side. We've opened up the market. We've got now multiple operators contracting onto the South African rail system. We have to extend that at 80 kilometers into Maputo. We have to extend it all the way up with the concessionaire to Bulawayo and from there up to Zambia so that the flows will take place. Then there's so much traffic going onto Mozambique now that we could probably have to double the line 80 kilometers from Resano Garcia to Maputo. Otherwise, we just block the trains out. And then on a similar basis, I explained that connection that's now being built for the coal from Botswana is going to make a big difference. We can run the chrome through it and many other things. And then we need some transparency. You know, it's amazing if everybody shares the same set of information in the process. So having a common set of KPIs of the truck and the dwell time, the clearances and so on. And then scale the Messina internal depot for pre-clearing, sealing and so on, convert it into a freight village around that infrastructure that's already been built. So on the custom side, so that's the physical flows. But if you think of logistics, it is the flow of things, and it's also the flow of information, and it's the flow and the storage of stuff. So we've dealt now with the physical world. We need to deal with the logical world as well. And many times nothing happens because the paperwork doesn't work. So you need to create a model to have no non-tariff barriers taken away on the paperwork side as well. So once I know my company is so accredited it can operate across the border, then why should I be in the queue every time? Especially guys that are regularly there, so you call them authorized economic operators. And then get the operations going, so we check customs once, we do it together, and the product flows through. And digitize the corridor flow so we know what's happening. These things aren't sexy in the world of development, but those are the fundamental reasons why we can't get going on this continent. Our roads are in a bad nick, our railways are in a bad nick, our border posts have become toll gates, toll gates in time and toll gates in cost. It does not make sense for a truck to take 2.5 weeks to go to Durban and back from Ndola. Does not make sense. Does not make sense for a train to take 6 weeks to go to Ndola and back. So if we want to open up, my view is we've got something strong in South Africa compared to our neighbors. We've got a very big system. Work with your immediate neighbors, get it going, and then migrate it out that way. There's been so many attempts on this north-south corridor to get it going, and it hasn't ever worked because we think we've got to start in the Congo and stop in Durban and go through the province. Now, why are you interested in this? Some of it might or might not originate in or be destined for your province, but there's a lot of GDP in a transit process because you pick up all the services that come with it. You sell electricity in the province, you sell rail access in the province, you sell toll access in the province. So don't underestimate. We had this problem in the Northern Cape. The train starts in Sishen and stops in Saldanha. And the people in the middle say, "But what's it doing for me?" It generates GDP that the province can use, some in the Northern Cape, some in the Western Cape, to redeploy into the villages along the side. The train doesn't have to stop so that the guy can sell something to the train driver. We want this generation of flow going. And if we do it well, there's probably 20 or 30 million tons we can move north-south through Beitbridge. That doesn't move today at all. And whatever extra, and that what moves now moves at a horrendous cost per ton. Last point I want to make is, why would we want to do it with trains and not just with trucks? It's all in the energy. We heard a lot about energy today. If you put a lens on of how many watt hours do I need to move 1 ton for 1 kilometer, rail is about 5 to 10 times cheaper than the road for 2 reasons. The railway is designed to be flat because the steel wheels can't go against steel rails uphill. So we engineer that energy advantage in when we built it in 1906. And it's there forever. And the second reason is that the curvatures and these things are such that it's designed for easy traction. We don't have a rubber wheel on a tar road, which is high friction coefficient. So your rolling resistance is a lot lower. What we've done in our country is we've lost that natural balance of what should be on a train and what should be on the road. And we've created war between the two modes. It's not smart. If you drive to Durban, you will see all these flat deck vehicles with blisters from Zambia running in literally road trains. The reason they're not on the train is because the trains are driving so slowly in Zambia, the guys jump on the train and throw off the blisters to be stolen. It goes faster by road now. That is an indictment as an industry, our industry, to get the logistics working. Where will the product go? Some will flow away, just south of Ndola, go to Tanzania, to Dar es Salaam. Some on the western side will go to Lubito. Some will go to Walfish Bay, not much. The stuff close to the game park coming through, there's a lot of copper going down to PMC where they've got a processing plant in raw form. And then that goes out to Maputo. There's no reason to go to Durban, and the rest goes to Durban Richards Bay. And this province is the nub, the hub, the gateway mechanism to access all those South African ports. And as you know, Richards Bay is the best industrial port in Africa, and Durban is the biggest intermodal port in Africa. All we need to do is connect, fix the outside that we're doing, that's our own homework, and then connect it back in there. And then I think we've got a very different discussion going on the Continental Free Trade Agreement. Right now we're talking country borders and we've built up all the barriers. I tried some years ago when it was announced to take the tomato paste that you make here at Messina. There's a big plant from Tiger Brands. If you've ever been to Nigeria, they're the world's second largest consumer of tomato paste. And they can't produce it themselves. So they hired a South African guy that worked there for many years to be the guy to solve their problem, and he gave up. So he approached me when the FTA was announced and said, cannot we move under the free trade agreement the tomato paste and sell it into Nigeria? They'll take everything we can make. It was not possible in 2020 to do that because although we've signed up, the bilateral agreements weren't aligned. So we have to, at the institutional level now, make sure our bilateral agreements make it worthwhile to have this discussion I'm having. There's no point fixing all these things, and we simply cannot trade because we haven't agreed how to trade. So, Chair, I think that is in short. I hope that was useful. Yes.
I'm sure you can appreciate Jaap's presentation. Thank you so much, Jaap. So when I had the preparation with Jaap and the organizing team, Jaap was planning to present out of Tshwane. And I insisted that Jaap must come through so that Jaap can have an opportunity to engage with the leaders within our provincial government around some of the initiatives. And thank you so much for respecting that request and for making it here. I hope you are coming to the network session. Wonderful. We look forward to engage with you. And to those who are following us online, if there's anything that you found exciting, interesting in Jaap's presentation, Mr. van der Merwe will gladly work with us to ensure that we give you all the information that you may require. All you need to do is do as we asked you, make sure we have your full details and register your question or make your contribution there, and we certainly will keep in touch with you. You may recall earlier on, we had announced that African Export and Import Bank, that the Honorable Premier had asked to come and support the event, that they had not arrived at the time when the Premier was on stage and we needed to have a word from them. I do believe that there may be two representatives who have arrived. Are they, am I correct? Are they in the house? If they are, could you just rise so that we can acknowledge your presence? There they are. Thank you so much, ma'am. If any of you would want to discuss export or import from a banking perspective, the lady there will be with us, and you are most welcome, ma'am. And we look forward to networking with you as well and exchanging details and so forth. Thank you so much for joining us. Please give a round of applause. Yeah, so this brings us to the second last agenda item. And this is the people who talk mining, the minerals. And I have the pleasure of handing over to the lady, actually the only lady on stage. The Premier earlier said, "Dilodi changile." Remember, it's very clear. The mining panel is facilitated by a lady from Fosco Mine, and thank you so much, Siape, for all the work that you have done and the preparation. I now hand over all those gentlemen to your capable hands and everybody else who's watching. Ladies and gentlemen, give the panel and our facilitator a good round of applause.
Thank you very much, Mr. Griva. Let me start by acknowledging the Honorable Premier of Limpopo, Dr. Poppy Ramathuba, members of the Executive Council, esteemed guests, sponsors, and colleagues. Good afternoon. We continue the conversation on Limpopo's economic future by focusing on the sector that underpins it all, mining. I've listened attentively to the previous speakers, and one thing that I've noted from all the speakers is that Limpopo is not only a province with mineral wealth that is just a source of raw materials, but it is rather the foundation of industrial growth, strengthened value chains, socio-economic impact that benefits the communities across. We have heard from the previous speaker the contribution of mining and quarrying sector to the provincial GDP, as well as South Africa as a whole, the world-leading reserves of platinum group metals, manganese, and chromium, the raw materials that will fuel industrialization and 21st century energy transition. Ladies and gentlemen, the question this afternoon is, how do we unlock Limpopo's potential through beneficiation, innovation, and inclusive sustainable growth? Joining me on stage is a group of thought leaders who are driving this transformation from extraction to value creation. Starting on the far end, he is the CEO of African Rainbow Minerals, Master Philip Tobias, who brings deep insights into how mining operations can generate development and unlock opportunities for investors and communities alike. Next on the panel, we have Dr. Jones Papo, the executive from Mintech, who will unpack the initiatives that transform the mineral science into industrial application, showing how public-private collaborations can unlock the province's mineral wealth. From De Beers Group, we have Master Tifo Mulusiwa, who is the head of policy, planning, safety, and sustainable development, who will lead us in explaining how mining-led industrialization can balance economic growth with meaningful community development, ensuring beneficiation drives long-term value. We also have Dr. Takalani Madivanzila, who is a senior lecturer in engineering metallurgy from the University of Johannesburg. He will bring expertise in metallurgical engineering and will also discuss how to maximize Limpopo's mineral potential through innovative processes and value-add strategies. And rounding off our panel is Master Abel Andries. He is the head of mining at Standard Bank, and he will provide insights on financing the future of mining and beneficiation by highlighting how investments can shift the province from extraction to value creation. And together, we will map the pathway through which Limpopo's natural resources can drive industrialization, enable growth, and unlock opportunities for investors and communities alike. Master Tobias, your team at African Rainbow Mineral is moving from just extraction, which is mining, to more value-add processing with a chrome recovery plant at Bokoni. How is African Rainbow Mineral aligning investments, local supply chain, and community partnership to drive long-term value across the whole mineral value chain? And what does it mean for investors looking at Limpopo's shift to industrialization?
Thank you very much, Sepe, and good afternoon, everyone, to the Premier and the ministers and the MECs, all protocol observed. I think maybe as a starting point, the departure point is for a mine to exist or a mine business to thrive. There are 5 key things that needs to be in place. Number 1 is the ore resource capital, the infrastructure capital, the human capital, which basically brings along the skills, financial capital, and also the market outlook as well. So all those at least 5 things need to be in place, for a mine to really thrive. And I mean, questions obviously will be answered as to how do we raise the financial capital? How do we allocate that to make sure that we set up an operation or a business that is really going to thrive? I mean, along that, there's quite a lot of stakeholders in that value chain. I mentioned the issue of ore resource capital. It starts with exploration. There's certain skills that is required, certain investment that needs to go into that. And then when we have done that, we need to develop the infrastructure to set the mine up for success. And then the human skills. I mean, if you look at our mines, we basically have 2 Rivers Platinum, which is a mechanized mine. We've got Modikwa, which is a hybrid mine. And we are currently developing the Bokoni the Bokoni project. So that really requires a certain skill set, for us to be able to really extract that efficiently. And that with that, I mean, it comes from charity begins at home. We have to really recruit from local, communities, make sure that we instill them, prepare them so that they can really provide that service that is required. I mean, even when we have completed or filled vacancies, we have projects and programs like what we call cadets, where we go beyond the protocol to basically bring in, the community people to train them whilst receiving a certain stipend. And at the end of their 6 or 12 months training, the chances and the tendencies in many instances, they get absorbed into the business. Thus making sure that we really continue to increase that economic activity within the neighboring environment. And I mean, we basically go also beyond what the mining charter compliance. We adopt a posture of beyond compliance. If you look at what we have done at Modikwa, I mean, even before the latest charter that promulgated 5% empowerment to the communities, we went and we empowered the communities around Modikwa at 8.5%, before that. So there are 8.5% shareholders of the Modikwa mine. And when the platinum price actually peaked, in 2021, 2022, I mean, the communities were handsomely rewarded for that. And that dividends that they were waited for was actually plowed back and invested back into their infrastructure in terms of developing the roads, in terms of really developing the critical infrastructure, making sure also supporting them in terms of governance structures to make sure that you don't end up, going into people's wallets. There were certain structures that we have to put in place, governance, approval processes to make sure that that investment and the returns that they've received would really go beyond them, thus really helping us to sort of leave a legacy within the communities where we mine. And with the advancement, I mean, one of our focus is on the research and development, looking at creative ways as to how we can really optimize our mining. I mean, we're looking at things like the cutting technology. It's still basically in an R&D space. And with that, it requires a certain unique skill set. It's not a normal as a conventional where you have a rock drill operator. That basically upskilling, the generation and the communities that is coming into the mining space. I will stop here for now.
Thank you, Mr. Tobias. Interestingly, Mr. Abel, Mr. Tobias mentioned access to capital. What investment models and risk mitigation frameworks would you, in your opinion, recommend that they'll be most effective for Limpopo's mining and value chain project? And how do you evaluate whether a project is ready for an industrial scale rather than just extraction?
Yeah, thanks a lot and thanks for the question. And I'm glad I came just after Mr. Tobias with that question that you're posing to us. I think it's important, firstly, maybe to position how Standard Bank look at the mining business and how it ties up with the global view and the strategies within the bank, right? So the first point of departure here is Standard Bank created a slogan or came up with a slogan that says, we are in Africa. Us being in Africa, we want to grow Africa. We then realize that South Africa is actually a blueprint of Africa. It's more like a template of Africa. When mining up in Africa wants to grow, experts come from South Africa. Because in a way, mining has been perfected in South Africa. That being the case, then we realize that if we need to grow Africa, which is more reliant on the resources, on mineral resources, and blessed with the mineral resources, then the strategy then went on further to call it, if there's a word like that, put a technical head within the mining, within the banking. By that meaning, we then went on the mining streets and recruited the hardcore engineers within the bank to drive that strategy, the mineral resource strategy. And why we've done that is because we were tapping into the value chain that is just being explained now. We go as far as now trying to understand on the value chain on how the mine starts and cutting what is required in respect of growing the mining community within South Africa, and I guess maybe across Africa as a whole. We then put sections or look at the provinces differently. Limpopo is definitely different to Northwest. So the approach in funding the businesses within the same value chain will be different. Okay, the skill sets could be a bit shaky in this area. Historically, that could be the case. And then we plug ourselves in making sure the skill sets get improved. We also have bursary schemes where we support the students coming from down in terms of giving them a skills in coming up. We've got a systems also from enterprise development where we support the community base that's coming up. We've noticed that obviously employment in South Africa, it's a very rare challenges obviously in South Africa. And it's key for us to get the graduates into businesses than getting them into employment. For us to get them into businesses, we need to give them financial advices. We are involved with the universities, support them in making sure the skills is transferred or is understood. I like what the Premier said earlier on, that we need to have a mining school in the province. And it's exactly that is needed. I mean, we've got only University of Pretoria vets that are giving, vets and UT that are giving mining, right? And we don't have any. I mean, we've got migration of people moving from here all the way to Gauteng just to study mining and to come back and be employed this side.
Yes.
So it is important that University of Limpopo Geology Department, which exists, or Environmental Department, I think it's called, to be grown to an extent that there is skills or mining engineers that comes from the province and stay in the province.
Yes.
Now, having that type of calibers, and this is now a long-term view, having those type of students that comes from straight from varsity, having the background of mining, then it becomes easier for the bank to plug themselves.
Mr. Abel, I would really,
Yep.
I really like the point that you're bringing, and
Yep.
I appreciate it. And having listened to the Premier earlier, she was very clear that one of the key challenges in the province is the shortage of skill, especially in the engineering field. And I want to unpack this further with Dr. Takalani to say, what role can universities play in building the skilled workforce that support mining-led industrialization, especially considering that the significant gaps in engineering and technical skills can continue to hold Limpopo from unlocking its full mineral potential?
Thank you very much, Chair. But firstly, let me, before I answer you directly, let me take you back. We have this thinking that mineral beneficiation is something else, is something new. If we look through the whole value chain, you will see the engineering from exploration. We have geologists. Exploitation, processing, refining to fabrication. If we look through the value chain, you will need your metallurgists, you'll need geologists, you will need environmental people, safety. Are these the skills that we are not producing in the universities? We are. I can give an example, actually, the way we even produce these students. Some are in the banking sector, some are in different sectors, because we are not realizing the full value chain. Most of us, we can say maybe they are not in Limpopo currently, but they have migrated. We have also producing skills internationally. So what I want to also add is currently the mining sector in Limpopo is employing around 82,000 people. But if we realize beneficiation, which is going from mining, where mining companies mine, and then we also produce manufacturers to realize to the end product. I think that's where the investment people are here to say, what are the gaps? And then to that, we can be able to train people within those fields. But universities can also play a role in terms of training and also tailoring short learning programs for people who are already there in industry so that they are fit. That's when the mining academy in Limpopo will come in. As a mining province, we can be able to have that academy that will look from new people that can be trained and also placed within industry. As you are aware, university don't have those in-service training before where you will spend the whole year in industry. That's where we can also close that gap, have MOUs with mining companies and OEMs, then we can be able to realize that training gap. Thank you.
I want to shift the conversation a bit to D4. When we talk mining-led industrialization, oftentimes community development lags behind the value creation. How is De Beers Group maximizing the value and the impact of sustainabilities for the communities in the countries of natural diamonds origin and its customers?
Really good. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a privilege to be here with you today. So we have diamond mining operations in South Africa, Botswana, Namibia, and we have extensive exploration activities in Angola. And our overall group strategy is called Origin Strategy. And as a Motswana, this means so much for me, because this is De Beers as a brand tying itself to the countries of origin, which is very rare when you look at your luxury houses, your Cartiers, your LVMHs, and so forth, right? So the approach that we have used in developing a sustainability framework for De Beers focuses on two main principles. The first is really making sure that we understand our customer. And we segment our customer into the people who go into our retail stores to purchase diamond jewelry, into our site holders, who are the people that we sell our rough to, and to the maisons, so your luxury houses, as I said, the Cartiers, the LVMHs, the Keirings, the Hermeses of this world. And we use those three interfaces to really help us get a very good understanding of our customers' wants, our customers' needs, our customers' desires, and just as importantly, the demands that our customers have of us. And that's really the first key stakeholder that we focus on. The second is our country of origin. And why that is so important is because that is where our operations are, that is where our communities are, that is where we are directly impacting on the world. And that is obviously where we are impacted by our surroundings. So it's absolutely critical that as we establish the partnerships that we have with the government of Botswana, South Africa, Namibia, and Angola, that we're delivering impact and value for the people of those communities. And then the third key stakeholders is obviously our shareholder, who's currently Anglo-American, and making sure that we're delivering on their requirements. The aspect of value comes, if you can imagine a Venn diagram, our ability to bring those three requirements closer and closer together, and then apply three fundamental principles to that. The first is fewer but higher integrated programs. So when you look at a lot of the work that we do, a lot of it is stratified in nature. We will have a program that focuses on education, that focuses on sanitation or others. And our principle is that if we focus on large mega-sized programs that have multiple value outputs, we'll create a far higher value than we currently could do. The second focus is really around partnerships. And I think most of us have gotten better at this. We've all realized that we can't do it by ourselves. But it's very clear that when you go into addressing a challenge and you find those areas or individuals or ecosystems which have the technical competency and financial capability, you simply have greater value. And I think the last one is one that you typically won't hear from a sustainability person, which is self-sufficiency. So our principle is to focus on programs that now or into the future can become self-sufficient. And the reality, as we've all said, mining operations come to an end. And right now we're going through a significant challenge from an economic perspective. And therefore, by focusing on programs that can become self-sufficient, can grow other programs or pay taxes, we believe we deliver greater value. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And talking about private-public partnerships, MinTech has been at the forefront of turning research into industrial application. And Dr. Jones, in the context of Limpopo, how can public-private collaborations, rather, be structured to accelerate beneficiation projects? And what technological or policy bottlenecks remain the most significant for scaling up of these operations?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Greetings to everyone. Now, thank you for the question. Now, before I get into answering the question, as MinTech, as you know, we are part of the government. We report to the DMPR. We're one of the implementing agencies of the DMPR. And we exist by the act of Parliament. Now, I want to read you our mandate so that when I then get to answer the question directly, I think there'll be context there. Our mandate is to meet a national imperative to promote mineral technology and to foster the establishment and expansion of industries in the field of minerals and products through research, development, and technology transfer. Now, we are a national lab, we are not an industry. So obviously, through the research that we generate, the IP that we generate through research has to find a place in the mining space. Now, when we get to a certain level of IP creation, for it now to take effect and create value through commercialization, you need to work with someone, hence tech transfer. For that to happen properly, you then need to be having partners that are industry, that have the scale, the commercial ability to take IP to fruition. So that is why when we carry out projects, we do research, we offer services to industry. Now, at a certain point, we get to a level where if we do not get a partner after having spent a lot of money from government, it then becomes a problem because it's money wasted. So that is why we always insist that whatever projects that we carry out at MinTech, there is an interested partner from the industry who will then take it forward to create value. Hence, that I'm saying public-private partnerships are very important to us. And they're not only at the far end, like industry, but also in academia, because part of our mandate as MinTech is to grow skills for the country in the space of mineral research. And that we do so that those students and that we come through us can now be employed in industries. And we normally use those graduates to entice industry to work with us. And we use them as a part of the implementers of those IPs that we have created in order to create value. So the same model, I think it will really find a place here in Limpopo, because we've tried before the gold fields of Gauteng, the platinum fields of Rustenburg, and now the Bushveld complex, which is even richer. And there's a myriad of all these resources that are now critical. So I think it is time, the Premier is right, we need an academy here. And if that academy does get established, I bet you will be here working with that academy to make sure that what we have learned over the period of 90 years, we can then transfer it to this province in order to create value out of this vast mineral resources in the province. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like us to shift our focus towards the province, and I will start with you, Defo, but I would like contributions from everyone in the panel. Therefore, are there any recent examples of provincial or regional alignment that investors can look to as a model for value multiplication through sustainability? And please explain to us, how will this work in the Limpopo province?
No, thank you for that. I'll use an example from the fantastic work that our Senior General Manager, Reng Gema, has put together in the Venetia mine. So the approach that we've used to multiplying value for our customers, our countries of origin, and our shareholders in relation to sustainability is really simple in its fundamental construct. So we have defined 3 areas that we're going to be focusing on as De Beers. And the first is really around climate change. Climate change is absolutely fundamental, and I think the minister talked to it early this morning, in relation to our ability to promote the natural diamond. But it's also important because climate change is real and it does impact the people of our country. So we've set ourselves a very ambitious 2030 target, which is recognized and ratified by the Science-Based Transparency Initiative. This is the premier authority in relation to organizations such as ourselves, setting ourselves carbon footprints and carbon pathway reductions, right? So we are the only large to middle-sized mining company in the world that has been able to ratify its carbon footprint and its carbon pathway for 42% reduction in our scope 1 and 2 by 2030, and a 25% reduction in our scope 3 by 2030, right? And that means we have to put quite significant programs in place to address our diesel consumption, as well as our electricity consumption. The second area of focus is that primarily which we're here for, which is really that of livelihoods. The aspect of poverty, the ability to create jobs is fundamental for any organization that's working in Africa and that wishes to have any level of credibility. So we have defined a target, which is that for every employee that we have in De Beers, we will create 4 jobs external that have absolutely no connection to the mine. And I can talk a little bit in terms of how we've gone about doing that. And the third area of focus is that of nature, right? Nature is intrinsic to who we are as Africans. And we believe that we have defined certain aspects of how to get value out of nature, but we also believe that there's an economies around nature that we have not fully explored before. These 3 aspects have a unique output whenever we speak to our customers, whenever we talk to the countries, whenever we talk to the shareholders, in that they seem to be very naturally attuned to each other and drive value for each other. So what Rengema has done in Venetia is really unique and absolutely beautiful. So in focusing on creating livelihoods, they've created a farming ecosystem where they're focused on farmers who would typically be considered subsistence farmers, 1 to 4 hectares of scale. So typically that type of individual will farm, they'll consume maybe half of it and try to sell some of it, and most of it will go to waste. They've partnered with a phenomenal technical agronomist team. That team comes in, it gives the farmers guidance in terms of their use of pesticides, of herbicides, of fertilizers, or just their whole planning process. They've then partnered these small-scale farmers with off-takers, which rarely happens for somebody who isn't commercial. So once that small-scale farmer has a contract, that makes them bankable. They're able to visit Standard Bank. They're able to visit ABSA. They're able to generate the capital that they need to enhance their productivity. They're then bringing the principle of a hub, which is around bringing together those services which are an absolute challenge for our small-scale farmers. So your refrigeration, your logistics, your washing, removing 35% of the waste, which is typical when you're looking at things like your potato processors, right? And that piece of work, people like Andy, Gloria in Venetia have been absolutely phenomenal for it. What we've then done to look at addressing our energy challenge, because we want to have green diamonds as De Beers, we want to have green natural diamonds, diamonds in the wild, is that we've partnered with an organization that is putting together 480 megawatts worth of green electrons in South Africa. That's a combination of wind and solar. We will be pulling 48 megawatts of that from that overall capacity. That solution, come Q3 next year, will provide 100% of the electricity needs for Venetia mine. That will be 90% of the carbon footprint for Venetia. The remaining 10%, I think 4% will be covered through efficiency programs, and then the rest will be addressing through a program that we have to address renewable diesel, right? What we've done with those two business models is that in trying to address diesel, which is the most challenging aspect to the scope 1 for Africa, in your more developed, quote unquote, developed countries, the process that they've used is electrification. But that takes huge capital outlay by the government, and we aren't necessarily there. So we are trialing two varieties of plants. One is moringa, which grows naturally in the Limpopo area. Another is a patented tobacco plant. It's called Solaris. And we're using the oil seeds from those two. We're crushing them, and we're looking at a process of delivering renewable diesel.
Master Tefo, I want to tap into something that you said earlier, the push for greener energy and certainly the shifting in the mineral and the global mineral demand, as well as the requirements for ESG compliance. I would like to ask Mr. Philip, from the ARM perspective, which has a long track of mining and project development in Limpopo province. How can Limpopo position itself in the mining sector to remain competitive in the international market? And what has worked well for ARM that can be applied in future mine development and operations? Mr. Tobias?
If you look at our business model over time, I think one of the things that we have really tapped in is the issue of strategic partnership. You know, where at Two Rivers Platinum, I mean, we are in partnership with Impala. So what that really affords you is basically skills, you know, enrichment. You basically bring in the African rainbow mineral skill set with your Impala, bringing the two different mining philosophies, to enhance the business model for that operation. And also in terms of the capital, remember I mentioned the issue of the financial capital as well. That basically de-risk the capital requirement in whatever project that you're doing. You're not really footing this bill by yourself, but you also are sharing with each other. There's an issue of also objective review, because you're having two partners who looks at this thing from a different point of view. So by the time you approve a project, basically there would have been quite a lot of scrutiny that has gone through that. And also if you look at Modikwa as well, I mean a JV partner with Valterra, which is a highly skilled company. I mean, where we basically now are standing on our own at this point in time is at Bokoni mine. So that is one thing that really differentiates our model, and making sure that whatever we do, we continue to create, sustainable value for all our stakeholders. The capital allocation, reinvestment into the projects, looking at Two Rivers Platinum Mine. I mean, we basically have embarked on the Merensky, project where we spent about 6.9 billion rand over the past few years, and just left with an extra 2 billion to really complete that, which will help us in terms of really also creating some job opportunities. We also are looking at, as a colleague have already mentioned, the issue of how do we continue to really secure energy and reduce, because we know that electricity cost, I mean, it's quite high in South Africa. If you look at the astronomous increases that we have experienced over the years, I mean, we are just at the breach of really commissioning 100 megawatt, solar renewable energy for our platinum group metals that requires about 330. So that will be like a third of that. So that should really have a significant impact in terms of just our business, outlook, and also in terms of our operating asset. And as I said, the importance of really bringing communities as strategic partners, leaving a lasting legacy, and also collaborating beyond ourselves. I mean, what we have done within the Eastern Limb, we call it the Eastern Limb Chief Executive Officers Forum, where 8 mines are meeting monthly to really review the needs within the context where we're operating from. I mean, the Premier mentioned earlier on that one of the legacy that we're going to leave is the Steel Bridge refurbishment project, that as a collective, instead of me going to really go and build a small hall, I'm not saying those halls are not necessarily important, but instead of leaving a hall and then after 2-3 years when you come back, that hall is not really being well maintained, we said, what is this lasting impact that we can have? We've really embarked on that. We are really also co-partnering, with the road agency as well to support. I mean, we have lost quite a number of colleagues on one of the roads because of the condition of that. So we are really deliberately doing that to sort of set that thing up. And we're also looking at, as a collective as well, basically building a school, which is really going to help us to sort out the issue of the social fiber, making sure that you don't have the fly-in, fly-out arrangements. Where people are, the families based in Pretoria, they driving in and over the weekends and they leave. But they're taking the money away from the Limpopo province into Gauteng. So we want to really establish a stability and make sure that there's an active, sustainable economic growth through really investing in such infrastructures. And we do take note of the cry from the Premier in terms of the dream for this mining academy. And we'll really apply ourselves and see, how we can really support in that. But we've realized that together we can really do it. And where there's a will, there's a way to overcome some of these challenges.
Thank you. And while we are still on the subject of green energy, Dr. Papo, globally, how can Limpopo leverage technology and sustainable standards to attract international investors who prioritize green energy and climate-smart mining?
No, thank you for the question. Recall that in my opening, I said we do a lot of research, and part of that research, bulk of it, it's aligned to national priorities, and it's even funded by government. One of them is called the Hydrogen South Africa project, which is aimed on hydrogen production and also on fuel cell technology, which both of those are clean. So the program has been existent for going for 15 years. And it has produced a whole suite of very interesting IP that will find relevance in green energy production. So us as Mintech, we were responsible for one of the center of competencies on catalysis and some things called MEAs that goes into fuel cells. So what we're doing now, we looked at the Fitahum towards SEZ and a collection of the 50 to 20 mines that are there, and they need to transition now to the green hydrogen. And we have formed very strategic partnership with the SEZ so that we can find a space to deploy those technologies that came out of the HAZA program. Those will be green hydrogen production, and also fuel cell technology, which is from electricity. Not only that, the HAZA program is a national program, which not only Mintech, we have Northwest University on infrastructure, you have the UWC on systems. So the plan is that as we enter that space, we start to really pulling back all those partners that were in this program to see what can be done here. The good thing is that those technologies depend on platinum, and platinum is galore here for many, many years to come. So we see us being here as well placed, not only to exploit the beneficial platinum, but also to deploy those that IP that has been generated through government funding to make sure that now it benefits the province here. Like I said, the beauty about the province, which I do believe, yes, is the next frontier, is that it just has the right minerals, for green technologies, whether it's fuel cells, whether it's green hydrogen production, whether it's batteries of various sorts. All those minerals are here, and all of them have been declared as critical minerals. Thank you.
People, I need you to weigh in on this. Do you see the opportunity for the province to tap into international green finance instruments, given there's a global push for climate smart industrialization?
Yeah, I think the province has got a lot of potentials, obviously. But I would want to reiterate that the banking space are the enablers. We can determine whether we enable positively or negatively, right? For every project, obviously, to be initiated, started, and up until the burial site, from cradle to burial, funding needs to come in there, right? So we then determine how positively we're going to add into the system, into the green economy. There comes in the development of a climate policy, where the climate policy that has been created within the bank is basically looking at how is mining being done differently this time around. There's things like digitalization, there's things like AI, are they implemented within the mining space? And this is where then we want to plug ourselves in, using your ways there of smart mining. Being in the smart mining then creates sustainability. And that sustainability, in a way, it's more like future mining, where there's a secondary mining, post-mining, because it's going to end. I mean, if you look at the provinces like your Free State, and you take notes from there, what could happen after mining. So then we take notes from there and try to apply positively in areas like this one. Enable sustainable mining, promote it with the miners, to an extent that the global community look at Limpopo as the key. And why would they look at Limpopo and not other provinces? I think the previous speakers spoke about the PGM sitting in this place. So in essence, Limpopo is actually being looked at in the whole country, I mean in the whole world. Question is, how are we enabling it to be sustainable and to be greener? To my point that I've raised, the climate policy is the driver that making sure that Limpopo has been recognized. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Takalani. Universities are key to innovation. And how do we ensure that Limpopo beneficiation strategies align with international trends in sustainable mining and green technology?
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, I will start back. I will remind us to go back into beneficiation. I'm not a miner, so I will take you to beneficiation. So, how do we align with the international trend? The first thing that I can advise, even if we want to realize this beneficiation as a province, beneficiation meaning it's different from what Mr. Tobias was talking about. He add value and then he's a miner and then adds there. There need to be someone who will process it further. So how do we work with international maybe countries? China is one of the best in the industry, as well as countries like Germany. So collaboration with those countries can actually assist us in terms of realizing this beneficiation. So for example, he mentioned just now, 85% of the minerals here, they leave the province semi-processed or not processed. They leave the country. But as an enabler with the university, those partnership, the MOUs with government, industry, as well, it can make us realize this beneficiation. So how is that gonna happen? So as the province, we also need to have a task team in beneficiation if we want this to happen. We partner with university, industries, as well as bring investor. We see this is the gap that we have. We can utilize the SEZs that we have as industrial parks. Mr. Tobias, the mining consumables that you use within the mine, you order them from some. Imagine if you have a supplier park within the mining area, making you those grinding balls. Obviously, we can be able to. So even ESCOM, for example, they consume those, but we do not have within the province. That's what I'm saying. We're working with international partners, universities, so that we can realize to make this final product. Thank you.
Thank you. Collaboration with international partners, universities, and research institutes to make beneficiation possible. Earlier, the ambassador for the African Continental Free Trade Area mentioned that the aim of the initiative is to promote preferential access, for African produced goods. Mr. Tobias, from your perspective as ARM, what policy reforms, logistic infrastructure, and local government actions are required to enable Limpopo to locally beneficiate the minerals in order to compete and move efficiently across the African markets?
I mean, there are a number of case studies that we can really look at. And for me, the one that really challenges me the most is an Indonesia case study. You know, Indonesia, around 2017, there were 17% producers of nickel, but they had a strategy. And that vision was shared as early as about 2011, where they said, there's gonna be no export. We're not going to export raw material out of Indonesia. That was a declaration. But that declaration was made after they've done their homework to say, what are the next steps that we're gonna follow? And there were certain milestones. You know, I think around 6 years after that, they said on partial, you know, compliance to that vision. Post 2021, there's now like they only say exporting a finished product, ferronickel and whatever that is useful for your electric vehicles, playing a part into that value chain. So, and now as we talk, I mean, they've really increased from a 17% domination to about 60% domination. And behind that, there were certain policy decisions that were made, by the regulators, but making sure that you do your homework first. So here, I mean, we house and we got what, about 70% of the world's PGM is actually in South Africa. And most of that is here in the Eastern Limb, because the Western Limb is almost, getting depleted. So the activity is coming here. So we need to learn from those. What are some of those lessons in terms of policy regulation, commitment, looking at the research and development, what is the end state and how we're gonna get there? Because some of the new technologies, like what they call high pressure acid leach, was actually introduced in there. And that technology was in collaboration and partnership with China, really stepping into those others. Because China, we can say what we say, they are the leaders in terms of really, like beneficiation and that. And there's a lot that we need to learn from that. So with that partnership, they were able to basically, upgrade your low-grade laterite nickel, which was a low-grade ore, into some valuable product that is now really at the demand in terms of the transitional energy that we're talking about. So we need to look at those things and look at logistically. Do we really have the infrastructure? What is required, to move, the ease of mobility? The reason why we get involved in road repairs and that is because those roads, I mean, I traveled, I visited, and I went and slept in one of our mining village. It took us about over an hour, 2 hours, just to drive from the mine to the village because of the roads were dilapidated. So those are the enablers, those are the things that we need to be looking at. Strategic enablers, infrastructure, water, electricity, roads. Are they readily available? And if not, can we invest into those things so that, it becomes a norm that people really have to get stuck in traffic jams and that. But that actually eats away and corrode our efficiencies. That really affecting our profitability and also the growth as well, and sustainability in long term. So we need to look at that infrastructure, have a bigger picture, the vision. Where do we want to land? What is the picture of the preferred future? And what are the key milestones? And what are the key regulatory, decisions that we have to make? I mean, things like we have even approval processes, which is still a challenge in this country. So we have to really make sure that we really unlock that and make sure that, there's a seamless, efficient flow of our processes such that it will enable whatever dream and vision that we have. But collaboration is key, but we need to really pen down, have a roadmap, and don't think it will happen overnight. It was in 2011, 14 years later, they're the dominant player. And they've really managed to really get some of the nickel producers out of business. So that's the dominance that they've really had. But it was through plan, passion, and also alignment within that country. And I do believe that it's something that we really have to look at as a nation.
Thank you. Dr. Jones, you want to weigh in on that?
Yes, I want to support Mr. Tobias' comments. Today, the Minister of Electricity did announce that he has made interventions into the ferrochrome production at home, and even to make sure that one of the smelters that's in the Fitakhumutuba stays open. I think that's a big shift because although we have a lot of chrome here in Limpopo, which is one of the job creators, the bulk of it still exported. And the bulk of it to China to make ferrochrome. So that kind of intervention, I think it's one of the many that we should see coming, because then it will then secure the chrome position in the country and also create jobs. Because the minute you make ferrochrome, that's beneficiation. Like the Premier said, if you're making 100. Once you beneficiate, you can make upwards of 1,700. Then that means money for the fiscus, revenue for the fiscus, and also more employment into the province. So I think those kind of interventions are needed. And I do not really think that they're protectionist in nature. but it's just to make sure that, the country itself, where the mineral originates, does really get value, derive value out of that mineral. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I would like to just sum up this discussion with a question for Mr. Defo. When Limpopo succeeds in shifting Limpopo from the resource-rich provincial to an industrial hub, what does success look like in those years? In one sentence, what must Limpopo as a province prioritize today to realize that vision?
Yeah, I think I'll talk to it from a principle perspective. I think the principle of focusing on fewer things and really being able to understand where the true value drivers lie for us to be successful. I think being able to find ourselves in terms of the value driver model for all of us to be able to find our space from a partnership perspective. And then being very, very focused on driving value and delivering entities that create financial benefit for the people of Limpopo.
Thank you very much, Defo, for that. And thank you very much to our panel for the rich and grounded discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, what we've had today is Limpopo's rise will not only be driven by mining alone, but by value that we create around the minerals that we extract. Industrialization, beneficiation, skill, finance and technology, and community inclusion. These are not parallel discussions, but they are one ecosystem. Thank you to my panelists, to the audience. My name is Siapei from Fosco, South Africa's largest producer of phosphate. Enjoy the rest of the program and let us continue the discussions.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much to the panel as a whole. What a powerhouse it was. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We are fast approaching the end of today's activity. In case some of you are wondering whether the Premier has left, let me give you comfort. The Premier has not left. The Premier is chasing targets. Remember, she put a target last year, and she is always very bold in terms of the objectives that she sets for herself and the team that she leads. And I assure you, the reason why you don't see her and the host MEC and some of the other colleagues, they are busy engaging in those private spaces so that tomorrow, when the pledges are announced, it must augur well for the province. We do have, from the Premier's office, we've got the DG who's sitting here attentively and making sure that there is no misstep and everything is going according to plan. We also have the MEC responsible for money, who's also attentively listening and sitting and making sure that the full eyes of the EXCO and the provincial government. We also have the HOD of LEDET, and I think the HOD of Treasury. So the provincial government is well represented here It's just that some of those conversations, when you want to unlock billions, you don't unlock them in the open session like this. So our leaders are busy somewhere, just to clarify you. All of you who are online, as the next panel prepares themselves to, maybe as I speak, if I could ask Prof. Samson Mampuele to please lead his team to come and take up your places in front. You are the last conversation that we are having today. And like I said, we had close to 2,000 delegates online following this conversation with very key interest to understand what is the province planning, to listen to some of these discussions and hear where are the opportunities and where can we take the money to. And like I said, to those online, please do join us again tomorrow morning from 9 o'clock. When we will continue. Tomorrow, fortunately, is not the whole day. Tomorrow is going to be half day. It ends when we break for lunch. You don't have to come through those scanners. When you go out, you go and you eat, and you are gone. So I also would want to mention to you, when we are done here, which is going to be in approximately an hour's time, we have prepared tea. So you're welcome to have tea. And once you are done with tea and you're nice and warm and you've just pushed up your sugar levels a bit, there will be vehicles, mini buses or combis or whatever you call them, to pick us up right here and take us to the venue where we are going to have fun. We don't want to be seen where we are going. That is why we want to quietly disappear. You leave your car here. It is safe where you are going. But if you go with your car, you may not come back. So the best thing is wait for the buses to pick you up here. Let's network out here, have some tea, hop onto those vehicles and make it out across. The Premier would be really honored to have you all there. Having listened to all the speeches today, what a pleasure would it be just to go out and have a good networking evening with the MEC that is hosting us and the Premier. So you are all invited. Please do not pass on that opportunity. And I'm told there are some investors who are there looking for partners. So if you're not going to be there, don't blame us tomorrow and say we took advantage of our proximity. We have signed deals there. I'm inviting you, go and sign deals. The investors are there, the money people are there, the banks are there. Everybody's going to be out there. Let's please go and spend some time with the Premier. But for now, Prof, can I hand over to you? Welcome to you and your panel. I did tell you you are going to take care of the graveyard session, and you told me that's nothing. You want them extremely tired, and you are going to show all of us what you do to engage tired people. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our last panel to speak to us on energy. Prof, over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Program Director. I normally don't observe protocols because I work in the research space. So while you are busy observing protocols, the Chinese are busy printing prototypes. So I stand on protocols that were observed, and then I deal with prototypes so that I can compete properly with the Chinese. And I also don't introduce the panel, they introduce themselves as part of managing the time. But I introduce myself so that people can know that I actually exist. So when you see me on TV, it's actually me. It's not AI. So when they say Professor Samson Mampieri, head of the Department of Science, Technology and Innovations, Energy Secretariat at the South African National Energy Development Institute, they are referring to me. The South African National Energy Development Institute is a public entity. It is under the Department of Energy, the Department of Electricity and Energy. Our political leadership is none other than Sputla, Dr. Josietso Ramogopa, the one who was here today, who gave a powerful presentation. I have that presentation. I had prepared, some opening remarks. And after he spoke, I said, no, there's no need for me to do any opening remarks. I just have to introduce myself and then go ahead with the panel. But I am charged with the responsibility to run the 4 research development and innovation programs for the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation at SANEDI. The Hydrogen South Africa program that was mentioned just now at national level, I'm responsible for it. Mintech mentioned about it. They get their check from me. The Renewable Energy Program at Stellenbosch University, the carbon capture and utilization program that we're running with ESCOM and other colleagues, and the battery energy storage program that we're running with the University of Limpopo here and other colleagues. And part of my role and our role is to assist the Department of Electricity and Energy in energy planning. So the minister talked about the IRP and all that. We were right at the forefront of that. I actually reviewed the final document, the IRP, myself. And we work very closely with other DENTCs, ESCOM and others. I don't want to go into the work that we're doing with them. ESCOM is here, they will talk about what we're doing. And if there's a need for me to add, I will then add. I possess a PhD in physics, so I'm a physicist. My primary area of specialization is bioenergy, biomass gasification, conversion of wood and whatever bioenergy into biomass into energy. So that's my primary area of specialization. My secondary area of specialization is the power system. That's why you see me every day when there's load shedding. Thank God we managed to finish load shedding. We're now dealing with load reduction as per what the minister has indicated. But today I'm not going to talk a lot. I've got a panel of experts who will be taking us through various topics, but we're looking at the climate smart province. Oh, I almost forgot that I'm also from the province, and I'm one of those that are guilty of a certain crime that was mentioned. I live in Gauteng, in Sandton, to be specific. I'm the poorest man who lives in Sandton, the richest square mile in Africa. But I've migrated almost 4 provinces. I've been to Mpumalanga, I've been to the Western Cape. I was running a Center for Renewable Energy at Stellenbosch University. I'm still involved as an academic in 4 institutions, so I hardly sleep. Having said that, I'm going to start introducing my panel. I was told we've got an hour. Do we still have an hour? I took 5 minutes.
You had an hour, but I see it's 49 minutes left.
Okay, I see it's 49 minutes left. I see there's a timer there. My panelists don't talk too much, so we'll make it. So the first panel member is Kutso from ESCOM. I'm going to give him 5 minutes first to talk about himself. Don't take 10 minutes, Kutso. It was only me who has got the privilege to do so. He will take about 5 minutes to talk about the green economy in action, Limpopo's path to a just energy transition. Kutso, over to you.
Thank you, Prof, and good afternoon to all the attendees and protocol observed. I think just as an introduction, my name is Kuchos Khota. I look after business development for Eskom's renewable business. And so for context is that we are looking at building a renewable energy capability within Eskom to be able to develop renewable projects across various technologies. So while I'll talk to the role that Eskom can play, I think it's just important to caveat that we as Eskom wear multiple hats. There's a generation business, which focuses on the supply, the distribution, into the transmission business. But we have a standalone business that is transitioned into being an independent operator of the transmission system, which is NCCSA. So while I'll talk to what role Eskom plays, it's just important for us to differentiate those two, Prof. I think a couple of things that stand out for us is that we recognize the opportunity that energy can present in unlocking opportunities. The minister spoke about the aspiration to achieve 2.25 trillion rand of investment in the energy complex, particularly electricity. And so we see Eskom playing quite a meaningful role, one in terms of the enablement of a competitive market, to be able to foster participation of various players within the market. And that's why it's important to talk about the role of NCCSA in being able to provide that access and indiscriminate access to the transmission capacity and therefore allow the introduction of investment by the different players. So that's quite a crucial element in being able to facilitate that investment. The second aspect is that we can be co-investor in this very same sector. That if government presents a confidence in an industry, that equally it should be investing its own to be able to advance that growth. And we see Eskom becoming an active participant in the renewable and clean energy technologies so that we can be able to drive the growth of the overall energy mix. We also believe that the mechanisms in which we invest can cultivate a culture and allow us to normalize robust and effective partnership between government as well as private sector. So you will see quite a focus by Eskom, particularly on the renewables aspect and clean technology on co-investment with private sector. So those are some of the areas. Now, if I bring it to Limpopo, I think we see Limpopo being quite an important role player in clean energy technology. We see an opportunity in terms of PV technology. We ourselves are looking to invest in projects of our own in Limpopo. We have a portfolio in excess of 1,000 megawatts of our own projects that we are in early stages of development. We are also looking at the investment of a pump storage, 1,500 megawatts as the largest pump storage capacity in the country and in the continent. So we see the country being able to play quite an important role, and the province has a center stage to play in being able to enable that. Thank you.
I'll have to share the microphone. No, thanks a lot. Now we go to Dr. George Maluleka, delving into green hydrogen. So first introduce yourself and then talk to us about the potential for hydrogen mobility in the province. I almost said in the continent. You can tell I've been doing a lot of panels in the continent.
I think we should actually have ambition big enough to see it from a continental point of view, Prof. So good afternoon, colleagues. My name is George Maluleke. I am the head of SA Solutions in the CEO's office at Valterra Platinum. And maybe because a lot of colleagues, when I interact with them, they actually say, what is Valterra Platinum? We used to be called Anglo-American Platinum. And after the demerger from the Anglo Group, we rebranded ourselves as Valterra. Val standing for value, and Terra means earth. And it talks to our purpose of unearthing value to better our world. And if you look at a portfolio of integrated PGM assets, you can understand why we see ourselves as unearthing value to better our own world. So, as the head of SA Solution within Valterra, now that everyone understands who we are, my primary responsibility is looking at the decarbonization and PGM beneficiation strategy to make sure that we can shape it and I see its implementation. Now, there's been quite a lot said about PGMs and the endowment of PGMs in this country, but particularly in this province of Limpopo. And as Valterra, all our operations in South Africa are in this province. So the mining of PGMs happens in this province. My role in terms of decarbonization is to make sure that because as a company, we are already we're already doing quite a lot in terms of beneficiating from a process point of view because we sell refined products. So whenever I talk about beneficiation here, I'm talking about the role we can play in enabling and assisting PGM beneficiation outside our operations gate. So it's not about processing, it's about what we can do to help stimulate the application of PGM products in hard to abate industries when you think decarbonization, whether it's in processing facilities, but even more so in mobility. So my focus today is looking at mobility and how PGMs can be used to stimulate the adoption of the hydrogen economy as an alternative fuel. And I think the province of Limpopo has a huge opportunity given the number of mining companies that are in this province, mostly concentrated around Steelport, where we have the Dubatse-Fetahome special economic zone, and the logistics that actually supports that. Because one thing that has always been a debate in terms of new energy vehicles is whether hydrogen or batteries are better in terms of the transition to new energy vehicle. And the proposition I'm going to put forward, Prof, is that when you look at heavy duty vehicles, which is the biggest support for logistics, hydrogen is the biggest opportunity that we have. And we have a lot of it here in this province of Limpopo. So we'll be talking to some of the work that we are looking to do in partnership with others, because we remain a mining company. We're not a technology company. We're not government. We're not a research and development company. But it's important, and we recognize that for us to see adoption of hydrogen technology in this province, it is important that we partner. So we'll also talk about some of the partnership that we already started with Mintech and the special economic zone at the Dubatse-Fetahome. Let me pause there.
Thank you so much. I must declare that I've been to your mine in Mogalakwena, and I've been inside the big truck that was converted to run on green hydrogen. The only challenge was that, unlike the president, I was not allowed to drive it, but great work indeed. Ms. Magadagela, can you introduce yourself and then tell us a little bit about the opportunities for manufacturing the new energy vehicles from the Limpopo province point of view?
Thank you so much, Prof. Good evening, everyone. You can respond. Good evening.
You're allowed to respond, colleagues.
So that we can see you are still alive. But my name is Ndiyama Gadagera. I am the CEO and co-founder of Everelectric. We are an electric vehicle leasing business helping the logistics industry to transition from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles. We do this by providing them the vehicles, the charging infrastructure, as well as everything that they may require to run their business without the headache. And to date, we are looking after a fleet of just under 300 between different stakeholders that we service. But I think, Prof, just as someone who works daily in the South African clean mobility transition, I would like to say that I see firsthand how a province like Limpopo can play a catalytic role in the building of a decarbonized and inclusive industrial economy. Firstly, I think Minister Ramokgopa put it really well. He said that, he made a point that we are going to re-industrialize at the back of the decarbonization agenda. So Limpopo is not starting from zero. We are rich in minerals. So yes, we've got a rich mining economy. However, the question is, how do we ensure that Limpopo is not just a supplier of minerals, but is also a hub for manufacturing, for assembly, for innovation, and for the innovation that those minerals will actually enable. And so I want to say that the new energy vehicle opportunity is not just about electrifying transportation, but it's actually about electrifying opportunity in that we have an opportunity to now, from our PGMs, now have local manufacturing of electric vehicle, local assembly of electric vehicles, and another thing being the training of skills, reskilling, upskilling, the TVET colleges where young people are being taught, high voltage technicians, electrical engineers. We have the responsibility and the opportunity as a province to actively play a role in that. And also we have an opportunity downstream to support businesses, logistics operators in the province, and it's actually a value chain approach as opposed to just being a provider of minerals, but actually playing an active role in the beneficiation thereof and the manufacturing. So my discussion will really be about that.
Thank you so much. I must indicate that I'm a staunch supporter of new energy vehicles. I just came from Kabeja in the Eastern Cape yesterday, where I sponsored a new energy vehicle conference, e-mobility. And part of what we did was to take, in partnership with Volvo South Africa, to take an electric vehicle from Johannesburg via 4 provinces, all the way to the Eastern Cape. The vehicle arrived there. We wanted to showcase the fact that these vehicles are not only for the urban environment. You can use them to cross the provinces, and there is enough charging stations around the country from one province to the next. But maybe we should talk also about the charging infrastructure if we have time in this particular panel at a later stage. That vehicle, the Volvo vehicle, is still in the Eastern Cape. I'm hopeful that by the time I get back to Johannesburg, it will be back. Ms. Adila Mayet, can you also introduce yourself and talk to us a little bit about renewable energy as a catalyst for Limpopo's green industrialization?
Good evening, Prof. All protocols observed, and to everyone still listening, still engaging, I applaud you. Before I introduce myself, I just wanted to reflect on the panelists I'm sitting with today. In a sense, on the stage, we have an entire ecosystem that shows a closed system, a complete system of what the power of renewable energy can do, from those who are producing it, the PGMs who are consuming it within Limpopo, and then all the way to electric vehicles, which is creating a brand new downstream industry off the back of renewable energy, all of which we're going to find and develop and catalyze within the province of Limpopo. My name's Adila Mayet, as mentioned. I head up the project development team at Pele Green Energy as part of the Pele Energy Group. So we are an independent power producer founded 16 years ago by 5 young South Africans who had a dream to essentially really transform, to recognize that some South Africans have experienced privilege, some of us that sit here today, recognize that there is a justice dividend that needs to be reallocated and redistributed, and to take on that responsibility and transform it and share it. And in a sense, through a combination of luck and coincidence, we found that renewable energy and power would be the catalyst through which we can really redistribute and be part of the change towards industrialization. And I sit here today proudly saying that we have 3.8 gigawatts of renewable energy projects which we have developed. We are an industrial IPP, and at our heart is the impact that we make within the communities through those projects. To come to this dear topic of green energy industrializing a province, I feel we're sitting at a fantastic moment where renewable energy development to an extent follows grid capacity. So in the early 2000s, we saw the Northern Cape really absorb a lot of the growth and industrialization that renewable energies can bring, and then that wave has moved through the country. The minister earlier showed us a map of how solar energy is really received across the country, and today I believe we're really at the beginning of a wave of focus in Limpopo for renewable energy projects. And I'm really proud today to say that Billy Green Energy next year will be in partnership with Infinity Power, building 600 megawatts of solar projects over 3 projects in the province of Limpopo. So I'm excited to dive deeper into that and how these projects can industrialize Limpopo through the course of the conversation.
Thank you so much. Coming back to Kutso, Eskom, Minister talked about the fact that for economic growth, we need electricity, we need energy. And Eskom is at the center of all this. So the question is, what role can Eskom play in unlocking and facilitating smart climate investment opportunities within the Limpopo province?
No, thank you. I think the key aspect that is important to acknowledge is that grid capacity is a backbone of that enablement. And a number of things that I think you will see unfolding is the cooperation between the ministry and NCCSA in driving a independent transmission program that enables private sector to participate in the construction, financing, and operation of the transmission lines. So we see that as being something that will unlock grid capacity across the country and allow a lot more of these projects to be accommodated onto the grid. The second thing that we recognize, and I touched on it a bit earlier, is that as much as we talk to 105 gigawatts that attracts both local and international funding, it's also important for Eskom to say, how do you provide some of the investors that are keen and capable to develop a lending in the country? And so the establishment of our own renewable business allows that, because we are able to partner with those global players, local players as well, to be able to leverage some of the land that Eskom owns. We know that Eskom is one of the biggest owners of land in proximity with the grid. And that also happens to have good natural resource in terms of wind and PV. So those allow us to be able to facilitate investment across the value chain. The third thing that I'll just touch on is, for example, in Limpopo, our engagements with the Premier's office around how we have got structured mechanisms for cooperation in unlocking grid access, investments in the actual projects that are being done both by Eskom as well as other investors, so that where there is an investor that is looking to develop a project and they are having challenges with grid access, be it through our distribution network or transmission network, that we can be able to minimize that friction. So those are some of the things that are in place to be able to practically drive the adoption of those investments. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Dr. Maluleke, there's been a big hype around the hydrogen economy. I myself, I can tell you about the trips that I've made to Japan and spending 2 weeks eating Japanese food on behalf of South Africans, the trips that we made to South Korea, the Netherlands and everywhere else, trying to attract the investment in the hydrogen economy. But I want you to bring it home to the province to say, how do you see hydrogen playing a role in the province, in the Limpopo province, in the context of our province here? And you are here, I've taken note of your initial comments. I just want you to maybe expand on that.
No, thanks, Prof. I think while there's also a hype, there's also quite a lot of skepticism around hydrogen, and cost often come up as the hindrance for adoption. So I think we should be very clear about one thing first before we talk about what it means for Limpopo. So as a sunrise industry, we must accept that getting to maturity is not going to be a sprint, it will be more like a marathon. But the one thing that is common between a sprint and a marathon is that in both cases, someone has to start to either build momentum to the 100-meter or to the marathon. In a marathon, like what it will take, particularly for a province like Limpopo to reach full adoption, we have to understand what are the key drivers of cost and what are those things that actually have made adoption not succeed in other places. Now, very high level, and I don't have stats like the SG and the minister, but I think qualitatively I can opine that if you look at the cost of hydrogen, electricity is a big factor. So it's important that we work with the likes of ESCOM and other renewable energy developers to try and find a cheaper cost of electricity here in Limpopo, and there is potential for that. But we must also, similar to the work that was done on the valley, minimize the need for transportation and storage of hydrogen, because that adds another cost, almost half of the cost of hydrogen, which again, make it less competitive. Now, when you look at Limpopo and the logistics that support the 19% contribution of mining in this province relative to the country, there's a big opportunity to start with adoption of hydrogen where you need the least infrastructure, what is often referred to as a mini corridor. So if you look at Steelport, those who have been there, you can see there's quite a lot of trucks, mostly supporting mining, product transportation and other goods. And with trucks, as an example, you can almost define specific routes, which then allows you to support the production and refueling of those vehicles without requiring to have too many fuel stations compared to you and my vehicle, because one day I could be in Limpopo, the next day in the Northwest. So if you were to try and service that kind of activity, it will be difficult. But it's a lot easier with trucks. They take more and they can operate within a defined route. So there's an opportunity in the SEZ. But when you look at the geography, this province is actually within 300 to 400 kilometers of any of the neighboring countries. Now, if you look at logistics, it then becomes easier to connect to those countries at a later stage. That's why I'm saying It's a marathon, but you can start by establishing capacity that you can actually build on to then connect mobility from this province to the neighboring countries at a later stage. So I think what is required for us is find the right partners, like we have, as Valterra identified, a partnership with the TFSEZ and Mintech to bring our collective capabilities to start looking at how we can create that capacity in the SEZ.
Thank you so much. So I agree with all your sentiments. One of the things that I did not disclose is that I'm the custodian of the Hydrogen Society Roadmap that was developed by the DSTI, Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. And I'm charged with the responsibility to implement it. And what you've just described give me comfort because part of what we're supposed to be doing is to create the hydrogen economy in Limpopo province, because the hydrogen valley starts in Limpopo, it goes to Gauteng, and then it goes to KwaZulu-Natal. So I'm happy that you're already implementing the Hydrogen Society Roadmap on my behalf and on behalf of the nation. Ms. Magadagela, every time we talk about manufacturing of vehicles or think about manufacturing of vehicles, we think about the Eastern Cape. You think about Mercedes-Benz in East London, you think about VW in Kabeja, you think about all these other Chinese manufacturers who are in Kabeja. And I've always wondered, and that's, we understand is because there's the infrastructure, the ports infrastructure and all that. So the question is, from the Limpopo's point of view, or the perspective of Limpopo, with the new energy vehicles and the market that we have projected, I mean, if you look at the South Africa strategies, we're looking at 40% penetration of these new energy vehicles by 2030. And for us to hit those targets, provinces like Limpopo needs to come on board. So the question is, what is the province vantage point? What are the opportunities that the province have that can put the province at the forefront of manufacturing of these new energy vehicles, so that we don't only rely on companies that are queuing to the Eastern Cape?
Thank you so much for that question. Prof, I think you can see that if you look at the automotive industry, you can see that there are new entrants coming into the automotive industry. And a lot of those new entrants are coming from the East. They're coming from Asia, they're coming from China. I think because things are changing, as a province, we have an opportunity to then position ourselves for this new dawn that is coming. And what do I mean? If you think about electric vehicles, to be specific, and you look at who are the current players, let's say just in the passenger transportation sector in electric vehicles, you will see it's companies like BYD, like Tesla. In fact, BYD just surpassed Tesla in the last year in terms of numbers. BYD is in the country right now. They've made announcements that they would like to put down 200 charging stations. They have the cheapest electric vehicle here in the country as we speak. Why is it that as a province or as a country, we are happy to import our rands, export our rands and import the vehicles? Why can't it be that we say then, to enter into our market, let's have, just as a minimum, semi-knockdown kits to start, SKD, and then we go to knockdown, and then we go to full manufacture. I'm saying that as a province, we can position ourselves to take part in the new dawn by actually putting our foot down and saying, we're not going to export our rands if we're not getting anything back. But actually, I want to also say that if you look at the automotive industry as it is right now, we export 70% of our production, and most of it goes to Europe, to the United Kingdom. And these are countries that have said by 2035 or 2040, they actually don't want any internal combustion engines. by us dragging our feet, are we not then delaying our development and therefore losing out of our export market and our clients that we used to export to when the automotive industry was as it was? So I suppose, in summary, to respond to your question, because there's a new dawn and there's things that are changing, let us use, we've got special economic zones in the province, and we can also be a gateway into the continent, yeah, because of our geographic location and because of just because we're Limpopo and what we can do. Let us say, you know, how can we then play in this new energy transition that is coming, which you can see, it's got a compound annual growth of 33% between now and 2030. So we are actually really talking real dollar money. Yeah.
That's very correct. And, you know, I like the fact that you talk about the new dawn in the space, which we are seeing playing out there. So coming to you, Adila, so in most cases, we see communities, when you develop renewable energy projects, we see communities being sitting back and being passive beneficiaries, so to speak, in the projects that are being developed. And that model, in my view, and many people's views, and I've got sight of what's sitting at the IPP office, and some of the challenges associated with this passive beneficiary kind of model. You have a practical experience of active participation of communities. How can the province, going forward, leverage on the model that you have developed, where you have active participation of communities? I mean, Minister talked about the huge megawatts that are coming, that are provided for in the IRP. ESCOM is talking about the megawatts that are also coming in, working with the private sector and all that. But communities are at the center stage of all this. So I want to know, how can communities be active participants, especially in the Limpopo province?
Thank you so much. That's, I think, one of the most important questions I'll attempt to answer. So community participation, active community participation, is really the cornerstone of our development philosophy at Billy, and it has to start at the earliest stage. So the megawatts I'm talking about going into construction next year, today already the participation, the consultation, the discussion, the understanding has begun. So I think the first practical model we need to understand as developers of renewable energy in the province is early stage initial consultation. Within that lies also an opportunity to educate and inform. And I'm going to make this specific to the Limpopo context. This province is so accustomed to the mining sector. And whilst there's a lot of overlap between development of mining projects and renewable projects, they're not identical. They're not the same. So for me personally, to assist with those practical models, what we ask of our colleagues in the room and our stakeholders in the room is to begin to capacitate and educate and inform. I'll give you a practical example. Land is at the core of solar developments, and land use is such an important part of the national conversation, competing use for land. Today we're talking about mineral use, we're talking about agriculture, and now we're talking about renewable energy development. A town planner in a local municipality that has not yet seen a solar development is being asked to quickly turn around under very stressed timescales a rezoning for an agricultural property to a solar development. And they haven't seen that before. And it may be the case that, or what I would ask and that we need to do, is really create forums to transfer knowledge from province to province and from different spheres of government and across private sector as well. So let's educate, let's prepare. There is a real opportunity for the stakeholders around the table to be ready to receive this fantastic wave of renewable development and really position the province to accept that active community engagement. The other part about solar developments and how they're different from the mining sector is that there is a period of construction which is fantastic for active participation through skills development and job creation, but different to a mine. Once built, a solar plant is a solar plant, right? It's a largely autonomous project. So there is a need and a responsibility for IPPs in the space and developers in the space to design programs that create and catalyze secondary industries outside of just relying on job creation. So intentional design in your development programs is there, which involve, SMME development, SMME capacitation and enterprise development, and like I said, downstream industrialization that is catalyzed through renewable energy assets, but doesn't rely solely on that asset. So I think that longer term community development lens is really important, and we'd appreciate also a little bit of support from policy to really, the mining sector has benefited so much from the mining charter and the guidance it's provided, the compliance it's demanded in respect of transformation. And I look forward to, the receipt of a renewable energy charter that provides the same guidance to enable that active participation.
Thank you so much. So coming back to Eskom, these days it's so refreshing to talk about Eskom because the lights are on. And I see my Eskom colleagues talking a lot now these days. I'm not saying they shouldn't talk. But Minister showed us a map on the, showing the solar energy potential for Limpopo, comparing to the Northern Cape, for instance, and other provinces. And he talked a little bit about some potential. So for me, I would like you to unpack a little bit further when it comes to the potential and opportunities that are associated with this resource that we have in the province. I mean, if you compare Limpopo to some countries in Europe where they are using renewable energy like never before, it's not comparable. So can you just unpack a little bit of opportunities in all sectors that come with this resource?
No, thank you, Prof. So firstly, I think it's worthwhile to declare that this is my home province. So I do have a confidence, an informed confidence in it. But I'll also need to respect the minister's precedence of saying that if we are going to assert a position, we must use some stats, right? It must be informed on data. So I'll give an example today in terms of what does the market say, okay? So today we are sitting with about, I think roughly 220 gigawatts of projects that are under development, declared by the sector, by the way, right? And of that 220, Limpopo sits with about 18 gigawatts of projects that have been identified by industry. Okay, not some central planning, not some hopeful person saying we think there's potential in the market. The market itself has already reacted. So we are talking a significant portfolio, and we also recognize the fact that these players have identified this, taking into account the current grid constraints. So if we look at what are the various corridors that have so far been focused on, in fact, areas around Polokwane have been focused on, and thankfully because of grid access enabled by the smelter, right? So you'll see roughly around Polokwane, there is a number of projects that are already identified at various stages of development. We see Lephalale being another area, again, thankfully due to the grid access that comes on that corridor. So what you may be quickly fooled into thinking is that maybe those are the places with potential alone. But we actually have got a significant area that spans the northwest and the far north that has great potential, that other players may not be thinking about today to be investing actively in. So if we take, for example, the corridor between Polokwane and Lephalale, we take between Polokwane, Musina, and you cut through Amalobo and all those areas, those have great potential. But today, they may not have as much grid capacity. So if we then say, what are the opportunities for communities? You would recognize that the span I've spoken to is mostly communal land owned. Presents significant opportunity for communities to not just be landlords, but to be participant in the structure for investment of these projects. And there is an opportunity for the Limpopo Economic Development to drive that, the agency, to drive that in a structured way for communities. And I know you refer to China a bit, right? So you'll see how the mere economy of China enables attraction of investment, co-participation of both communities as well as government in these investments. And those things will be able to make sure that the interest of communities is aligned to the investors on a long-term basis. It's not, can we get as many jobs as possible now? It's not, can you give us a nice initial amount, but what is the co-investment and how do we grow in many years, investment in schools, access to electricity and microgrids in environments where grid access today may be a constraint. There's significant opportunities. So we don't just see it as primary energy generation, we see co-investment opportunities, we see enablement of electricity access where it used to be constrained as well. And enabling sectors such as agriculture that may have, again, a challenge in terms of energy cost as well as energy access. Thank you.
Thanks. My panelists, I told you my panelists don't talk too much. They are very straight to the point. Dr. Maluleke, back to you. Let's talk jobs now. We all know that the South African economy is struggling. We know the statistics in terms of the unemployment rates and things like that. People, when we start talking about new energy technologies and things like that, just energy transition and then transition itself, people start to talk about job losses. And that kind of dominates the conversations. So I'd like you to tell us from your perspective whether the hydrogen economy will come with jobs. Especially for people in the Limpopo province where you are playing a big role.
Yeah, no, thanks, Prof. Let me also join the queue and say I'm from Limpopo, so I know this province very well. And in my knowledge of my province, I do know that we do not have a petroleum refinery, and if I'm wrong, I'm happy to be corrected. And because the statistician general is here and the minister, they spoke about evidence. I'll declare I don't have evidence, but just using logic. If our vehicles today use diesel that is not made here, surely if we create an alternative fuel that is made here, it will be made by people, right? So that's my short answer to that. But maybe quick point, for us to get this right, private sector, different partners needs to work together, match demand with use. But from a public point of view, there's a few regulatory issues that we need to get right. Issues raised around your ability to handle compressed hydrogen. Our regulations need to be updated to accommodate that, to be able to handle up to 700 bars, the length restrictions that may actually compromise the payload if you were to accommodate some of the tanks that you have in trucks. So there's there's work in the regulatory space, but there's also work that private players need to play. And together we can get this one done. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see time is running out. We're left with 3 minutes. I still have a lot of questions for my panelists. You know, I've got more than 20 years of experience in the energy space. So you can imagine what's boiling in my head as soon as you talk, if another question pops up. But I'm going to give to the two ladies to give their closing remarks, half a minute each. Over to you.
Thank you. I think since everyone is disclosing their place of origin, I'm also from Limpopo. But I think in closing, we need a convergence of intent between government, financiers, as well as the private sector to make any of this, what we are talking about, possible. But I think in closing, for me, the most important thing are the skills. How are our people actually benefiting from all these conversations that we privileged people are having in these rooms? Is this trickling down as jobs and actual growth in GDP in our communities? And I suppose that is the thought that I would like to leave with everybody.
Thank you.
Dia set the tone for staying on track with time, so I'll try and follow. In closing, really, I'm most excited for this growth and really to create meaningful impact in the province. And my closing ask of everyone in this room is to please welcome the opportunity for renewable energy developments, assist us with unlocking things, forgive us, for those of us who are not from Limpopo, to understand how things work, and really collaborate, help us collaborate and create welcoming infrastructure for these projects so that we can be part of active participation and industrialization of the province.
Thank you so much. Maybe I must also declare something about Limpopo. So I'm also from Limpopo, far north, in an area called Vuwani. It was known for other things at some point, but now it's very peaceful. You are welcome to also go and invest there. I moved from Limpopo to Mpumalanga, Eastern Cape. I spent some time there, and then Western Cape, and I'm now in Gauteng. You can see this route is coming back to Limpopo. So soon I'll be saying I'm from Limpopo and I live in Limpopo. Thank you so much to the panel. Let's give them a round of applause. As I hand over back to the program director, thank you so much. I saved you.
Please remain seated.
15
Please remain
minutes.
seated. Please remain seated on stage. Yes, thank you very much. Let's give them another round of applause. Excellent work that our panelists have been doing throughout the day. And DG and HOD, I just want to share something with you to just give you perspective, because I think perhaps what might be going through your mind as we persevere with the program up until this very late hour, you might be asking yourself, but are we really having an impact? Is this really worth it? Should we not have called it off at 4:30? So before we went on lunch, I gave you a number, and so that I am precise, I'll go and get that number. And that number was 1,898 delegates who were glued to their devices and following proceedings here because they are interested in what Limpopo thinks about themselves. Now, I then requested the team just before this panel came on. I requested them, I want you to go back, I want you to check for me, I want you to give me the number as is. And the number as is at 28 minutes past 5 had not dropped DG and HOD. The number had gone up slightly because by then we had 1,905 delegates still glued, still following, and still interested in what we are discussing at this particular event. So sometimes we might judge the success of an event by what we see. And I'm specifically and deliberately giving you these numbers so that you understand that the panel here was not speaking to themselves or among themselves or only to ourselves here. There are people from all over the continent, all over Europe, all over Asia, who are glued, all over the UAE, who are glued and are listening and looking for opportunities in Limpopo. And I'm saying this so that as we prepare for tomorrow, we must walk into the proceedings and we must diligently go about our business without paying too much attention of who's in front of us, who is in the room, how many people are in the room. Because in this day and age, that's not how you measure your success. And if somebody can sit out in Asia, out in the UAE, out in the northern parts of Africa and follow proceedings consistently and religiously, even when we start our sessions late, they still are there and they are not going away. Maybe the future of this country lies in Limpopo. Maybe we need to realize that we've got something going on here. And so as we conclude what has been a very successful day, and I must again say, HOD and DG, none of the sessions, none of the speakers, none of the panels overran by a minute. None of them. Of course, there would be those who claim they have saved more minutes than others. But sometimes we must judge ourselves by those things that are within our control. Yes, there are areas we need to improve, but those areas had nothing to do with the panels, had nothing to do with the speakers, all of us. And I saw, that's why earlier on, when I realized you are really trying to make your way in, but perhaps how we have set up was a bit difficult for you. So I don't blame you. I have only good words and applause for yourself as delegates. I have tried my best also to make sure that we drive the program as best as we could. Yes, we are a bit late, but we have made it and we have achieved all objectives. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, to all of you for this wonderful first day. Now we go to the exciting part. Exciting part, as I said, when you go out here, grab a cup of tea or coffee. If your car is nearby, grab a warm jacket. I think you might need a warm jacket where we are going. If you have a cut or a bruise, please put plaster on it. Because where we are going, those animals, they get activated by the smell of blood. And we wouldn't want to be less than we ought to be tomorrow. So it's going to be fun. But please heed the warning. If you are not sure whether your cut or your bruise is serious enough, ask somebody. Just get a second opinion. But when you get on that combi, make sure that you are safe and you are covered. And let's go out and have great fun. Have a wonderful evening. The Premier is waiting for us, or shall be waiting for us on the other side. Let's network, let's build relationships, let's build partnerships, and one day let's look back on today and say, this transaction, this partnership, this wealth that I have gathered comes from the ranch in Polokwane. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. See you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank you.